Good evening, Brigade Insync in here. We are back for more The House in Fata Morgana. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Fata Morgana? Fata? Fata? I think it's Fata. And should I be saying evening? It's kind of closer to night. I was almost debating that. I was like, should I even call this like Saturday? Actually, no, I didn't call it Saturday. I just went with spoopy stories. This is like almost gonna roll over onto Sunday. Broken sofa. Well, I mean, it's Sunday for you guys, so there you go. You're sitting on a wooden chair with a pillow on your ass radio. That is the saddest thing I've ever read. I can't recline too far back on my secret lab chair because I'll be too far away from my Yeti mic. And you know, okay, the chair is probably a little more higher end in terms of like streamer gear or gamer gear, whatever. But the Yeti mic is not even that high end. It's just a USB mic. So okay, it's not really sad. A wooden chair with a pillow. Think about this for a moment. The chair does not even have enough stuffing, or it has no stuffing at all to support your butt. So you had to put like more stuffing to like so that your butt wouldn't get sore from sitting on your wooden chair. Not necessarily because I can't get a nicer one. Wait, what do you mean? That is how is that not sad? My mic costs around 3 times of my chair. Wait, what kind of mic did you get? Oh my god. Luca's like playing in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear her playing. Oh my god, she's just going nuts. Sennheiser mic? Interesting. Yeah, I was looking into like maybe getting an XLR mic. She never uses it. Oh my god. I can't see Phoebe ever using a mic. It's just because like you do? What do you use it for? What exactly do you use it for? Okay, and also let me switch. Do 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 do. There we go. That's kind of fun. I didn't realize these played notes. Oh, it's like the same note. Imagine if they made it like all like different notes. What is inspect your memories? Oh, okay. So you can load whatever when you want. What was the other choices? Enter the mansion? Is that gonna load the last save? I do, but not much anymore. Oh, okay. It seems like you never used it since I've known you, then, maybe. You do know that you could hook up your mic to your to your PS4 controller. Oh shit. This is gonna start all over from the beginning. No. Help. I just need to skip everything. I can't even escape to bring up the menu. This is the whole beginning. Sorry, I didn't know that would, Why isn't it bringing up the menu? Oh, okay, you're supposed to mouse over here. God, such a dum-dum. Load. Most recent inhumanity. Yes. Do it. Do it! I know, but I don't want, and it's not USB. Does it have to be USB to hook up into the probably voice shy, but like, why do you even have the mic in the first place is my question about that. If you're voice shy to begin with. Look guys, everyone hates their voice to begin with, and honestly, like, I was the same way. Like, I absolutely hated the way I sounded. And it wasn't until like I kind of forced myself to listen to myself that it's become kind of more normalized for me. So I'm more used to listening to myself talk. So I'm not as like self-conscious about it anymore. Maybe she wasn't before. I was not always? Oh, okay. So you're more self-conscious now? That's interesting. Anyhow, do we have a log? I don't remember what's going on here. Oh, good. It's nice that they provide you a little bit of a log here. Okay, so this was when we talked to the kid as Pauline, and then it moved on to a new chapter. Master? Master? Ah, you've returned to me. You suddenly started staring off into this distance. I was quite startled. Now, let us continue our tale. The mansion's corridor was a horrifically repulsive mess. Splatters of fresh beast blood covered the walls, and there was a repugnant odor. Anyone would be compelled to avert their eyes at the sight. What happened here? I am grateful that you cannot see, because you would certainly think me a beast if you were able to see this. Because you cannot see, you do not know what I look like, but I know. Another beast like me broke into the mansion. Was it? I protected you. Did I not? I protected you. Say that I protected you. That I did this for you. In his hysteria, Bestia tore down the curtains hanging on the hallway window. Bloodstained curtains that reeked of dead beast. What did he have to be so afraid of, though? He had exterminated the other beasts encroaching upon his territory. I would understand if he had puffed his chest in pride, but far from that, his terror merely intensified. Calm down. The white-haired girl extended her hand to Bestia, but even her gentle, lovingly outstretched fingers evoked fear in his eyes. Instinctively, he feared anything that entered his territory and then attempted to remove it. And driven by those instincts, he shoved aside the white-haired girl, the one he had said he wanted to protect. Ah! Being without sight, she had no way of reliably catching her balance, and she fell to the floor with a splash. Gross. Imagine, like, falling into a pile of something with a splash, where you don't think there's gonna be something there. No, things happened. Oh, I see. So something happened, like, when you were streaming or gaming or something with a mic? He's literally saying car window going down noises. Wait, what? Oh, the noises that he's making, okay. For she had landed in the pool of blood left by the beast. Red seeped into her clothing, slowly spreading throughout the fabric. At first it looked like she had fallen into a puddle of fresh, bright dye, but before long the red darkened into a brownish black. I'm sorry, I didn't... No, It's okay, I'm fine. She embraced the panicking beast, softly whispering, shh, shh, as if trying to calm a crying baby. Though Bestia was taller and physically stronger, the white-haired girl was emotionally more stable than he. What has you so frightened? Please tell me. I promise I will not look down on you for any reason. All I want is to free you from the depths of your suffering. Sometimes talking about things can lighten the burden they place on you. We have the ability to use words, both you and me. With language, the gift God bestowed upon man, we can communicate our feelings with one another. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Talk to me, please. Am I a man? You act as though I am a man. No, you treat me like one. I cannot see you as anything else, as I have said before. Only because you cannot see me. You are the only one who says I am a man. Wait, okay. He's saying like she's the only one who's ever treated him like a person, but didn't the maid also kind of like treat him as a person, sort of, in a way? Like she wasn't scared of him, and she was kind of like trying to teach him things. You who are without sight. But I was content with that. You treated me like a man, and so I felt as though I'd become one. The time I spent with you, I had real peace. I almost forgot that I was a wretched beast. I no longer sought after prey. Prey, oh yes. Before you arrived, I murdered dozens of humans. I didn't want you to know that I was such a sinful creature, leaving a long trail of bodies in my wake. But I thought that if I didn't show them my strength, if I didn't force them into submission, that I would never find peace. I was drunk with power. I took great pleasure in it, in slaughtering people. The fear was so overwhelming that you turned the act of killing into one of gratification. You did it to protect yourself. Are you still not going to condemn me? Taking another's life is wrong. Not only does it rob them of their time on this earth, it inflicts great wounds upon those who care about them. However, I do not regard you as a mere beast, nor as a mere murderer. Something made you the way you were. I'm almost certain of it. Something? Tell me about yourself. In your words from your mouth, tell me. When I woke up, I was weak, exhausted, emaciated. I couldn't think clearly or even remember much of anything. I was thirsty, hungry, sore from head to toe. A crowd of people surrounded me. This was a long time ago. Well, not so long as to be described as long ago, but it is as far back as my past goes. I sought help from the people around me, but my words did not get through to them. The only thing that came from my mouth were feral howls. They scowled at me and then... Stinking gross. I have no interest in any more trouble. Shall we kill it? Never seen anyone like this before. What is he anyway? Beats me. A bestia by the looks of it. Bestia. 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 I didn't understand what they were saying about me. All I could pick out was the word bestia. The humans brought sticks and fishing poles with which they poked and prodded me. It almost kind of sounds like they were kids. Epilepsy. Radio is gone. Snow is gone. Whatever she is, she's a cootie patootie. That's the maid's job, I think, but it's made a person. You're right. The maid is probably not a real human. And she's more probably like a spirit that watches over the house. Cares for the house. But she kind of appears in like a human form, you know? And talks and like a human, etc., etc. At first, they probably meant only to chase me out, but before long, their actions began to escalate. Bestia. Bestia. Filthy beast. We ain't got nothing for you. Dirty, nasty thing. Stay back. Hit it. Pound it. He's feeling it. Beat it. Beat the thing. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Die. Oh, that is really flashy. Oops. Why should I have to die? I was simply asking for help. If they didn't have food to spare, a glass of water would have been enough. I asked for nothing of them but some relief from my thirst. But the humans would not hear my pleas. My words reached no one's ears. When they brought weapons and started chasing me around, attempting to kill me, all I could do anymore was run. And as I fled, I saw something, a child pointing to a wild dog covering in mud and shouting, Bestia. Wait, pointing to a wild dog. That was when I finally understood that I was a beast. And that was why the humans wanted to exterminate me. I was neither cattle, nor swine, nor fowl of the air, but a vicious beast, the kind of creature that ravaged their fields. And so, you sought to prove your superiority to them, so you would never have to be called a beast or chased out of somewhere again. I was so close to forgetting it all. The time I spent with you was truly wonderful. I could forget about people calling me a beast, chasing me around and trying to kill me. I could forget about slaughtering them, painting the walls with their blood. I could forget about everything. Felt like I had actually become a man. But then it showed up. Another beast like me. It was my kin. A different individual, though built differently than me. I am taller than it was, but it was a beast, and I too must be a beast. Regardless, I will continue to insist you are not, as many times as I must. Should you be troubled by these painful memories and attempt to cause someone harm again, I will be there to remind you of your humanity. And that which you can see with your eyes, the whole of the world. I cannot see you, that is correct, but I can feel you, sense you, hear you, and I can learn what you bear within your heart. You worry, you fear, and you think, and you also show concern for me. These things all prove that you are human. Ah, this woman, she really is going to change me. If I remain with her, I can become a man. It might be no more than an illusion, but with her near, it could become my reality. Have you calmed yourself down some? The hall needs to be cleaned. So it does. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry. You should get changed, though. Very well. I believe I care so much for you because you resemble me. We are not alike in the slightest. As I've said, you are a beautiful woman. You may compliment my appearance, but no one else ever did. I've been labeled a witch because of the color of my eyes and hair. My eyes, they're red. A beautiful shade of red indeed. A magnificent color, like blood. You're the first person, to say that about them. Even my mother said my eyes frightened her. Because people called me a witch, I was rarely afforded the opportunity to interact with others, so I grew up mostly alone. As the people outside this mansion called you a beast, so too do the people outside call me a witch. See? We are alike. Ooh, judged by their looks. Judging a book by its cover. Do I look like a witch to you? No, you are a beautiful, compassionate human woman. And you are a human man, even if you don't believe it yourself. Yet again, Bestia found himself feeling grateful for the white-haired girl's blindness. For while he had just managed to put on a smile, tears were also rolling down his cheeks. Joy, bitterness, sorrow, a maelstrom of emotions flowed unbounded from within, but he cried in silence. Bestia shed his tears discreetly so as to not allow the white-haired girl to notice. He looked down upon the floor. A single corpse lay there, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it as anything other than a beast that looked just like him. I forgot the salt again. He sounds like an evil Pinocchio. This is a bit cringy. that sticks of a good ending. Stinks of a good ending, maybe? Hold on, I just want to get my milk my tea. I made sure to make some tea to sort of keep my throat warm. I feel like I need like a warm drink to keep the throat hydrated. He came from a faraway land across many seas. There was never any guarantee that we would see each other again, but I still believed that no matter how great the ocean that divided us, we were bound by our love. The only thing that needed stand between us was physical distance. I wonder if he's here yet. Hello, my little nishte? I don't know how to pronounce this word. Is this a real word? Hold on. I'm curious about that. I don't even know what this word is. in Dutch. It's like a bunny. The word for bunny. Interesting, I think. How to pronounce. I'm trying to find a place that plays with audio.
Ninja.
Ninja?
Ninja.
I don't even know what she's saying. Hold on, I gotta lower the music because I can't even hear this pronunciation. Damn you, vocal background.
Ninja.
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 Is that right? Ninja. Ninja. Ninja? Hello, Godot. Godot was here. Ninja. Do you know? Oh, so you know this word, Vivi? Sounds very Dutch. Ninja. Okay, but why Dutch? I guess this takes place in parts of Europe. Little robotic, but yes. Ninja. Ninja. It almost sounds like ninja. Can I just say ninja? Ninja. Ninja? Ninja. Ninja? I'm looking at the way Vivi typed it out. Ninja. Ninja? 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 The merchant that came to the mansion was Dutch. Oh, I can't believe you actually remembered that, Vivi. Because I didn't really remember that. But, hello, Godot. Good name, by the way. I'm assuming that's from, Phoenix, right? Who's my little famed Twitch streamer ninja? Do I know you? No, I don't know you. Okay, I'm gonna go with, Ninshe? Ninshe? That's not even close to the way the robot said it. Ninshe? Ninshe? I can't decide how to say it. Ninshe? Okay, so it is kind of like that? I don't know. I'm so, like, unfamiliar with how a lot of European languages are structured, so I have trouble pronouncing them. Even when they're, like, spelled out for me. What has you so out of breath? Eek! Oh, don't scare me like that. And where did you pick up the word like Nisha? I never took you for someone so pretentious. Haha, I'm sorry. You just look so much like a rabbit there, the way you were tossing your head back and forth, looking around for me. Oh, you. Sorry, the music is a little on the louder side. I always find that it's like a vocal track. It tends to be a little loud for my tastes. Sup, Skeeting Pancake. Our region is part of Dutch in our dialect. Oh, okay. That's cool. So I guess this is, seeing as the merchant is alive here, we're looking back in the past when she first kind of met him or something? Niche is something you call a child. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm sorry, really. Don't be so mad, Pauline. Hehe. I'm not mad at all. It's been a year and a half. We finally get to see each other again. That we do. Did you have any trouble out at sea? Did you fall ill or get caught in a storm or run into any kind of danger at all? No, there was no trouble. Everything went fine, without incident. The sea god was watching over us, I suppose. Thank goodness. I was so worried. But you kept your promise. You came back for me. And you kept yours and waited for me. Of course I did. I trust you and I don't mind waiting. Even so, 18 months must have been a long time for you. It was. It felt long to me as well. Every day I would picture your face, recall the sound of your voice. But over time I began to lose surety. It absolutely terrified me. Is that what you actually look like? This is truly the sound of your voice? You mean you almost forgot? Not at all, Pauline. I was afraid that in my profound love for you, my mind had created its own image. That perhaps my adoration had grown so strong that it turned into a transcendent beauty like Cleopatra herself. You must have made some unseemly friends. You were never this much of a sweet talker. I bet you're disappointed, though. Look at me. A homely woman you could find anywhere? For some reason, I find myself in a teasing mood. Please, have mercy or I'm liable to lose your affection. What I'm trying to say is that being here with the real you, putting my hands in yours, listening to you speak, and seeing you be, well, you, Pauline, is so much more wondrous than anything I imagined. And right now, I'm feeling that stronger than ever. You seem to have found yourself a way with words. I imagine you had plenty of time to practice on other women. Goodness, you fiend. Fiend? That's not terribly convincing with your cheeks the color of wine. They are not, God. Hey, now don't throw a fit. You're the only one who could put me in such high spirits with a few simple words. Huh? Did you say something? Who, me? No, not a thing. Say, since you're finally back, how about we take a walk around town? We've taken care of all your work for the time being, right? So you can spare some time for me? Absolutely, Pauline. As much as time allows, I will spend it with you. As much as time allows. Ew, what a sweet talker. So Niche is like Le Peruche. That's cute. I guess is like close to like bunny, to translate it in English. Well, until 1575, but Dutch was part of the Holy Roman Empire of German nation. I see. Ooh, can't believe my boy merchant got done dirty. This is an absolute specimen of a man. Oh, but how you doing, Godot? How you doing? Have you played this game before? Are you interested in this game? There's still no trace of him. It's been a week and I found nothing. Considering my time limit, that needs to change fast. I think she gave herself a month, right? What the fuck, they have black hair? If they're Dutch, a Chad if you will. I've played most VNs worth playing. Fata is pretty good. Okay. Would you recommend the sequel to this game? I think it's Fata Morgana Requiem or something? Sorry, don't mind the background noise. I think my hubby's yelling at one of our kittens. But excuse me, have you seen this man? This is a drawing of what he looks like. Sorry, never seen him. Even the smallest piece of information helps. Have you heard about anyone who might have seen him? I said I haven't seen him, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm a busy woman. Would you mind moving aside? Sorry. I was told that my lover lost his life out on work. But I don't believe it. They haven't shown me a body, so their information has to be an error. I have to be the one to find him, to prove he's still alive. I have to follow his tracks. I've heard word that remnants of his ship drifted ashore near this village. So, if he survived, he must be somewhere nearby. I'm certain of it, but I haven't been able to find any information of the sort. The villagers aren't being very cooperative, and they're all just as reserved as the day I arrived. Rather, I get the feeling they want to stay as far away from trouble as they can. No matter what I ask, I can't get a straight answer from anyone. Everyone's still closed off because of the war, I guess. I don't have time for people to be glum, though. Requiem for Innocence is something of an unneeded side story, much like Steins Gate Zero is an unneeded side story to Steins Gate. I actually really enjoyed Steins Gate Zero, though. And I don't really feel like it was a side story, but I can see where people would look at it like that. The original work is superior in basically every way, but if you enjoyed the original, there's no reason not to do it, I guess. Okay. I was just kind of thinking about whether I should spend the money to pick it up or not. But yeah, I was reading, I briefly saw reviews on it and people were kind of like, meh. kind of meh on it compared to the original work. What a bitch. I finished Yume Nikki on stream. Nishi is the main character of a child's book. Oh, Miffy? Miffy? I think they name her Miffy in English. Miffy? I mean, it's not bad, but it's not gonna hit the same peaks. Okay, that's good to know. I think Zero closes some plot holes. It does. I agree with what Vivi said. I've played Zero, and the original, so... Actually, I don't know if I actually finished Zero. I might have like played like almost to the end and like almost finished like all the routes, but then I never actually really truly completed. But I got pretty far in that game, so I look forward to doing that on stream. On stream, yeah, okay. Zero low-key introduces even more plot holes. This is probably true, but I only watched the anime and I cried a lot. I don't think I watched Zero. Cause yeah, by the time I was playing the VN, the anime wasn't around at the time. I don't think. Well, the anime is very different. Oh, okay. So it's worth like probably watching and playing them just to sort of see the differences. Alright. Ah, it's that boy. He's at the shore again. Always alone. God have mercy. You again? What are you doing here? And always so callous. I came to get sentimental and watch the sunset. So original. What does it matter if I visit the seashore? The ocean doesn't belong to anyone. If I'm such a bother, then you're free to leave like last time. You sure are cheeky for an outsider. I know the rest of the village isn't being all that cooperative. Nope. That's what this place is like now. Closed off. It's not kind to outsiders. You're really gonna have to be able to keep up the search with the entire town stonewalling you? Oh wait, oh, I read that wrong, sorry. Anywho. Yes, I will. I won't give up for any reason. I have to find him, to bring him home with me. Lady, you're... My name isn't Lady, it's Pauline. Pauline. Lady is Pauline. Pauline. Is this person you're looking for still alive? He is. He has to be. Is that so? Well, have fun with that. I doubt you're gonna get any help, though. He's such a... He looks like he's, like, so moody looking. So I'm trying to, like... I'm trying to, like, evoke the moody teenager kind of voice here. Pauline looks like, the maid? No, she doesn't. She doesn't look like the maid at all. Completely different hairstyle. I think the maid has, like a braided hair, and I think she wears glasses too or something. I can't remember, but she doesn't look like her. Other than, like, the fact that they both have long black hair, that's the only similarity. Except for the eye cutter. It's not a one-to-one adaptation situation like, SG. It does quite differ. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's always interesting to see how they adapt a visual novel too. I guess they would take the true route, like they did with the original Steins Gate. I don't know. I'd love to watch it to see. The hairstyle can be changed. The face is exactly the same. Well, this is like anime style. Jesus, what do you want? What do you want with this? I don't think the maid had glasses, and plus she has a Pauline has a more like expressive face, whereas the maid had a more like stoic face. Like, you didn't really see much emotion on it. Ah, he really left. Don't lose heart, Pauline. If you lose faith this easily, you'll never find him. He is alive, isn't he? He is alive. I have faith. I believe. Oh, I thought you left. Take it. You're ruining the scenery pacing around on the beach. Is this an orange? They grow pretty large here, huh? Yeah, the oranges around these parts are pretty good. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, like, Animal Crossing. When you're, like, visiting, like, other people's islands and they got, like, oranges. They're native fruit his oranges and they're all like, oh, have you tried the oranges around here? They're really, really good. Nope, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. People used to come out around here just to buy them, in fact. And you went to get one just for me? I just want to get rid of you. Once you finish that, get lost, alright? Hehe. Thanks. I appreciate it. You're not so bad after all. Like I said, this isn't me being nice or anything. Oh, there you go again. Yeah, I got you all figured out, little man. You're actually a very sweet boy. And you were really trying to cheer me up, weren't you? Javi? Wait, okay, if they're I'm assuming this is in a Dutch place, maybe? Or maybe it's not Dutch. The merchant was Dutch. Would we pronounce the name Javi? Or Javi? He told him his name, her name. Yeah, Javi. Fuck. Okay. Would it be Javi or is it Javi? I'm gonna go with Javi for now because I don't really know if this is what language this is supposed to be. What? My name. It's not little man, it's Javi. Alright then. Oh, okay, maybe it's Javier. Because Javier sounds really weird. Yavi? Well, when she's putting a twist on it, Javier? I think it'd be like Javier. Javier? Yavier? Yavi? Yavi. Javier it is. Okay, fine, I'll try and go with the Y pronunciation. Javier it is. No, not Javier, just Yavi. Yavtuber. I don't see what the big deal is, but okay. Well, it's the same thing as like calling you Polly versus Pauline. Well, anyways. Say, Yavi, I really think we should be friends. What? Come on, let's be friends. Don't say you don't need any. You can make me friend number 1. We'll have lots of fun. You just want to use me in your search because you can't get the villagers to talk on your own. No, I mean it, really. You're wasting your time. I'm just as much trouble for them as you. Using me isn't going to get you anywhere. Trouble? What do you mean by that, Yavi? Nothing you need to know, lady. Bye. Stay away from the shore. Hold on a second. What? Pauline. What? My name isn't Lady, it's Pauline. Listen to me, Yavi. I have no intention whatsoever of using you. I enjoy talking to you, and I think it'd be fun if I could do it more. That's why I want to be friends. I can find you here at the beach, right? I'll be back, Yavi. You won't change my mind. I will make you my friend, Yavi. What the hell, lady? Did you hear a word I said? I don't need any damn friends. Stay away from the beach. Nope. You will be my friend. Ain't happening. Wait, Yavi. See you again. I'm not kidding. I will be back. She sounds annoying. She sounds so annoying. Throw her into the ocean. She's kaput. Don't call me ma'am. My name is Toby. I have no intention of using you. Any manipulator ever, lol. I had actually at first been thinking that it would be easier to get information if I could make friends with someone in the village. But that orange Yavi gave me when I was sad and lonely and hurting was so amazingly fresh and delicious. More than any orange I had ever had before. It was almost as though Yavi's kindness was seeping directly into my mouth. I'm sure we'll be able to get along. I want to be his friend. Time isn't the only thing moving forward in my search. Some days I would ask my mom's friend Orlando to accompany on trips outside the village, but no matter where I go, I just hear the same thing. The view of the ocean always keeps me from getting too dejected. It's an unimaginably huge chasm that keeps us apart, but at the same time there's something beautiful about the way the sea encompasses the entire world. The emerald expanse. It simultaneously robs me of him and soothes my heart with its stunning brilliance. Perhaps I feel such awe and admiration for it, because I was born along the seaside. Hmm? He's not here today. Yavi, are you there? That's odd. I can always find him here. Hey, Yavi, where did you go? Ah! I couldn't scream. I can't believe you fell for that. A pitfall? Okay. This is definitely like Animal Crossing, the stupid pitfall seeds and stuff. That's not very nice, Yavi. Why would you do that to me? Because you won't stop following me around. You don't have any idea how annoying that is? That doesn't mean you have to do something so cruel. Maybe now you'll learn your lesson and stay away from the beach. Jerk. Hey. Wait, you seriously crying? Hey, don't cry. Just kidding. I'm not crying. What? Come on, you were faking? You tricked me? You played the first mean prank, Yavi. You really scared me there. I kept telling you to stay away. It's your fault for constantly refusing to listen. I'm surprised you haven't gotten bored yet. You must have a lot of time on your hands. I most certainly do not have a lot of time. My deadline for how long I can be here is quickly approaching. But I'll just get depressed if I spend all that time searching. If I can have some fun with you, Yavi, I'll have more energy. Fun, eh? So you still haven't found him? No. You don't even know if the guy's alive or dead? Just... forget it. I'm out of here. Hold on a sec. Ow! Ow! Come on, you're not gonna fool me again. No, I'm not joking around. I really... it looks like I twisted my ankle. But I'll be just fine. Don't worry about me. Wait there. Huh? Come on, let me see your foot. Alright. Ankle's swollen. At least learn to land properly. What? You're gonna blame me and you're the one who dug the hole? No one's ever gotten hurt in a trap that basic. At least none of my friends ever did. Wait, I thought you didn't have friends, Yavi. Oh, shut your damn mouth. I'm gonna bandage your ankle. Oh, I see. You went to get a bandage for me. Thank you. It was my fault anyway. Hehe. Swap it out for a real bandage when you can. I'm sure your acquaintance has some. Really? It looks just fine to me. This filthy thing isn't suitable for someone like you, lady. Pauline! Quit that. What do you mean not suitable? Do I have to explain everything? You're from a pretty well-off country, aren't you, Pauline? Well, compared to that, this is a poor village. We don't even have clean bandages to spare. Just gross scraps of cloth like this. It's not something you should be wearing. You think so? But you gave it to me, Yavi. I won't be changing it anytime soon. You know what this reminds me of in The Simpsons when that older girl kisses Bart's hand or something? Or no, she spits into his hand and he's like, I'm never gonna wash this hand again. It was like a week later and he had this like grody ass hand. Throw it in the ocean. What's with the exclamation mark, you know? Oh my god. Tell me, Yavi, do you not like this village? The only thing this place is going for it is the ocean. The ocean? It's the one thing that doesn't change no matter what. It's always beautiful. I see, you like the ocean too, Yavi. I just don't have anything else to like. Oh, there you go again. Oh, I've got an idea! Yavi! Yavi! What now? A rowboat! I want to take a ride in a rowboat! Would anyone get mad if we borrowed the one tied up there for a little bit? I doubt anyone would care if it's just for a little... Can you row though, lady? You'll do the rowing, Yavi? Huh? Why me? What's the big deal? The water's mostly calm today. I think a little walk on the sea would be lovely. Can you call that a walk? Sure you can. Come on, let's go. Give me a hand, Yavi. God, you are one cheeky outsider. That's a perfect idea. Go steal the boat. This is a nice illustration of her. Here, let's her enjoy her full face. Full face illustration. Do you want an emote? Lack of pitfall. Oh, okay, I see. This is the perfect opportunity to throw her into the ocean. The breeze feels different on the water than it does on the beach, wouldn't you say? You think so? All feels the same to me. No, it's definitely different. The smell of salt is stronger, and there's more moisture in the air. It's kind of like someone gently caressing your cheek. I'm not getting any of that. You're way too perceptive, lady. Am I? Close your eyes, Yavi, and feel the breeze. I bet you'll get what I'm saying. Go on, close your eyes. No, I'm not going to. What? Why not? I just don't want to do what you tell me. Oh, no need to be so petty. The sea is not always so kind. A hand that's gently caressing your cheek can in the blink of an eye become the wrinkled hand of a witch that destroys everything it touches. The ocean is a scary thing. It's nothing we humans have any chance of standing up against. You're right. And I know it very, very well. The man I'm searching for was in a shipwreck. I was told it killed him, but I refused to believe that he would just leave me behind like that. Sometimes on a whim, the wrinkly witch might have mercy. I'm not so sure about that. I trust in the sea's gentleness. I don't think it's all scary. The soft breeze, these calm waves, they saved him. I'm sure of it. He loved the ocean too, you know. He was always looking far into the distance out across the water, his head held high, a stern, unwavering look in his eyes. I'm assuming he's your lover? Yes. He's very dear to me, and I love him deeply. Oh, I see. He was really fond of the sea by my hometown. You live in a decent town, huh? Yep, it's wonderful. It's so peaceful and everyone's so nice. There's not a single bad person living there. Oh, I know, Yavi. You should come visit my hometown sometime. Visit your home? Yeah, the ocean there is really pretty too. The colors are a little deeper than they are here. It's like so many jewels sparkling in the light. I'm sure you'll love it, Yavi. I'd love for you to come and visit. We can go see all sorts of things. There's a shop that sells great ham sandwiches. I don't have money for a trip. Maybe not now, but you could in the future. Or, if you're interested at all, I could ask Orlando to bring you back with us, Yavi? If you don't want to stay here, that is. Along with the guy you're looking for? Yep, I'm sure he'd be happy to have you along. Give it some thought. You would enjoy it, I'm sure. You sound like a child. Huh? Nothing. I doubt I could even get permission to leave. Permission? Oh, right. Are your parents pretty strict, Yavi? No. We don't know. How old is he? We haven't really been told that. If there was an option to throw her into the ocean, I would do it. And then save her only so that I could do it again. That's so cruel. Why are you so cruel? Oh, I gotta find a spot for my teaspoon. He spoke like the monster? Yeah, I noticed that sound effect pop up. They're both dead, my mom and dad. What? They were murdered. So I'm staying with an acquaintance. They try to work me like a horse though, so I sneak out here when I get the chance. Was it in the war? The war? What are you talking about, lady? Huh? Wasn't this country involved in a war not too long ago? There was a war, yes, but no soldiers ever reached this village. Then, why would they be killed? It was the beast. The beast? Yes, the beast. He showed up one day and destroyed everything. The peace, my family, my friends, merchants and travelers visiting the village, everyone and everything. He slaughtered everything and then disappeared. That man, that bestia, destroyed everything. He's a murderous beast. The whole village is terrified of him. They go through their days like lifeless dolls, enveloped in a storm cloud of terror. Bestia? A murderous beast? So the grim air hanging in the village isn't because of the war? It's because a beast has been killing people? A beast? Why would... But... hey, Yavi, you said there were merchants and travelers visiting the village. Can you describe them for me? There were all sorts. Like one who stopped by on the road to somewhere else. And an international trader on his way to purchase goods. Dun dun dun. Her first clue. Her first lead. Water, 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 water. I just need some water, just some water. Will they attack me again? No, if I ask. Did they look like they were open to requests? No, they tried to kill me. They almost killed me. They threw stones at me. They did more than that. Hoes and knives and sticks and I don't know. Things I didn't even recognize. They hit me with them. They tried to kill me. They looked like they were going to kill me. I almost died. I'm on the verge of death even now. My throat is sore. It hurts. No, I don't feel pain anymore. It burns. Does it burn? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm so thirsty. Water. I just need water. Will they not even give me any water? Why? Why not? Because I'm a bestia. Because I'm a beast. Because I don't need to live. Because I don't deserve to live. Are beasts meant to die? Am I meant to die? I'm thirsty. My stomach is probably empty too. I don't know anymore, but I'm hungry. So very hungry. I can't take it. 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 Water. I just need water. Some water. What must I do to get some water from that village? A well. A well. I can find a well. There has to be a well. I know what that is. I know what a well is. What else do I know? Nothing. 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 I have no memories. I have nothing. I am a beast. A newborn beast. What is this? It's buried. It's red. It feels rough. Okay, I'm not gonna make all these noises. There is something I know this. This is mine, it must be. It's mine, I know this. It's mine. I know how to use it, how to touch it, how to hold it, how to swing it. I know what this is, what to do with it, what it's for. I know that with this, I can fight on equal footing with them. A beast, beast, beast. I am a beast. Beasts are meant to be ridiculed, to be hated, to be resented, to die. But I want to live, which means I have only one option, only one way, only one. With this, I must overthrow those who tormented me. I can do that. Water and food, I can get that. I can get anything. Ha 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 ha. Maybe he's just mispronouncing best. He's the best. Yavi's mother. Who could that be at this time of night? Who's there? You shouldn't answer it. It's probably a beggar or something. These are dangerous times. You're right. How unpleasant a world we live in that we should have to fear our lives in this little village. Unpleasant indeed. I hope things go back to how they used to be soon enough. Gah, you just don't give up. Who's there? You're not coming in without identifying yourself. This is rather strange. What's going on, Dad? Oh, did the noise wake you? There's nothing to worry about, son. Go back to bed. It'll quiet down soon. The door! Ah! What? Mom? Yavi! Look away! Why is the bestia? Run, you hear me? Go out the back door and let everyone know. Shout as loud as you... What is this? What's going on? Why? There's blood. Why? It can't be. What the... How did this... Why? Why? Mom? Dad? Bestia! The bestia! Why would you? What? Rawr. Knife goes in, intestine goes out. What? Fixing stuff. Okay. Sub on me. You came just in time for me to put my voice acting skills to use. Lol. Karma for the pitfall. Local prankster. What the fuck? I'm owned. Ha! What's the matter? You sound like you're in pain. Would you like me to fetch you some water? Oh, water. Don't touch me! Keep your hands off me. Not a particularly restful sleep, I take it. You! Where are you hiding? Why did you disappear? You were always around before. Show yourself. Show yourself immediately. Where are you? Show yourself. And if I did, what would you do then? Kill me? You thirst for blood, to instill fear, to live. In the face of your desire, others' lives are meaningless. That's the kind of man you are. Or do you intend to pretend that you never did anything of the sort? Shut up, shut up, shut up! I couldn't help it. I wanted to live. I didn't want to die. Yes, yes indeed. That's the kind of man you are. You'll kill for your own sake. Hehe. You'll kill the child's mother and father as he stands there watching. They tried to kill me first. All of them. The entire village. Calm yourself. Who are you speaking to? Please, get a hold of yourself. Silence. Stop talking. Keep your hands off me. I'll kill you too. I'm a beast who will kill anyone. Calm down. It's all right. Everything's all right. It's all right. I'm a beast. Beasts kill, and so I kill. Breathe slower. I will not harm you, and you will not harm me. It's all right. Put your arms around me. See for yourself that I'm not afraid of you. This is brilliant. What are you clinging onto this woman for? Is that the only way you can maintain your grip on yourself? It would be so much easier if you simply accepted the fact that you're a beast. You've always been one, haven't you? Can a beast cultivate love like a human? Weep in sorrow like a human? No, they cannot. It's utterly ridiculous. Shut up, shut up, shut up! It's alright. Oh, sorry. Wrong voice. It's alright. I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I trust you? Of course. This little facade will be over soon enough. It will end at that woman's hands. Because that's what she's here for. To crush your soul into tiny pieces. This is weird. What did I miss? I don't know. Playing Bloodborne after this story would be a good fit. I'm thinking about it, so maybe. I would like once I finish one of the games I have on the go, Bloodborne is kind of next on the list, so. Knife goes in, guts come out, knife goes in, guts go out. What is this? Oh, okay, so it goes in English? What do you mean goes in English? Messer den Gedarme raus? Gejarme? I can't pronounce this. What happened after the beach scene? Simpsons Japan episode. Oh, that one? I don't remember that part about the guts thing. We met 3 years ago. I thought for sure I would get burnt, sitting beneath the hellishly pounding sun on that sweltering summer day. It's only ever on days such as those that we end up having lunch outside. Not just out of the house, literally outside. The heat was searing. I could hear the cry of seagulls from the restaurant's terrace. I remember that day clear as crystal. Yes, I have to say, the food here is spectacular. And I love that they give you so much meat. Though I thought my gut would explode the first time I saw it. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't you say, son? Indeed, yes, it is. By the look on your face, I'd say you're already feeling it. You're not going to make it in this line of work without a big old stomach, son. Ha ha ha. I'm a huge fan of this country's food. One taste and you'll never forget it. I'd like to bring the entire cuisine back with me if I could. This is the first time we've seen you in how long and you're talking about food? The first thing you've asked when you arrived was, is the restaurant by the seaside still open? For goodness sake. Is your heart made out of stone? What would you prefer we discuss the mundane? Why don't we talk about market developments in our spices inventory? That's not what I meant. It's hot. My parents' relationship is on thin ice, but the air feels like it's on fire. It's much too hot. My dad loves the seaside restaurant. It actually specializes in fish, but he always asks for meat. Though always isn't very often. He's out of the country most of the time, so we rarely eat together as a family. For that reason, I can usually put up with a little heat for a family gathering. Awkward family meal. Sorry. Hold on. In the fish factory. Oh, okay. Levi's cousin. Oh, this one.
And I think I finally found what I was put on this earth to do. Knife goes in, guts come out. Knife goes in, guts come out.
Spare my life, and I will grant you free will.
Knife goes in, guts come out.
That's funny. I forgot the talking fish. Today, however, is awkward. Go on, son. Dig in. You can't find food this good back home. As you say. Of course, every course, the table's lined with meat, meat, meat. Even I'm starting to feel heavy in the gut. At this rate, I might turn into meat myself. What kind of meat would I turn into, though? I guess beef, maybe, if the meal keeps on like this. Just how much food are you planning to order? I can't believe you. Why did I ever marry you? Come now, we're out as a family. You could stand to be a little more pleasant? And who do you think is making me unpleasant? Now. Now. From time to time, our eyes meet, but every time they do, we both avert our gaze. This goes on throughout the meal. My father invited him to lunch. Dad introduced him as his right hand, so I assume he's also a traitor. His eyes are somewhat narrow, his posture perfectly upright. He looks very no-nonsense and not especially affable. Frankly, he kind of scares me. Hey, Dad, are we going anywhere after lunch? I figured since we're all together, maybe we could take a walk or visit someplace out of town? Yes. Actually, I've got a letter to write after this. A letter to one of the bigwigs back home. So I'm planning to head straight back to the trading post. Oh, okay. Can't say I'm especially surprised. What do you want me to do? It's work and has to be done. If I could get an audience with him in person, maybe this wouldn't be necessary, but that's not possible. So I have no choice but to write a long, long letter. Oh yes, Pauline, if you're going on a walk, bring him along. I'm sure he's tired of putting up with me day in and day out. What? Oh no, Hold on now. Could you please leave Pauline out of this? She has things she needs to do too. What's the big deal? You want to know about an area? Ask someone who lives there. That's the best way to learn. Besides, you'll stick out like a sore thumb wandering around on your own, son. But I couldn't. You don't mind, do you, Pauline? Not at all. God, you are the most inconsiderate man. Mom says, then leans in and whispers to me. Listen to me. Do not let your guard down around a foreign man. My father is, as a matter of fact, a foreigner. And the man he brought to lunch is from the same country. Lel. This is a park. Indeed, it is. It is a park. My assignment to show this man around town is, to be honest, going quite horribly. This is a park? No, just... no. Couldn't you come up with something better, Pauline? But I don't know anything about the history of this park. In fact, I don't know much of anything about this town's history. I just sort of walk around every day, not really paying it much mind. Wouldn't someone more knowledgeable make a better guide? I can't do it. Don't ask this of me. Also, he doesn't talk very much, and he's got this perpetually stern look on his face. He really does scare me. Not cool, Mom. Look at his ascot game. Don't worry, Mom. Your daughter won't mistakenly fall for a foreigner. At any rate, regardless of how I feel, I am still technically his guide. I've got to try a little harder. Though I know it won't be easy. And then, there's a fountain! There it is, indeed. A fountain. There's a fountain. Again, no, seriously, Pauline, he has eyes! I'm sorry, I'm not much of a guide. Maybe my dad could show you around instead? No, don't worry about it. I think you're doing just fine. In fact, I'm sorry you got roped into this. I doubt you much enjoy having to walk around town beside, someone like me. What? No, that's not it at all. Oh, is that so? I'm glad to hear it. Here's an idea. Rather than guide me, how about this? Why don't you show me what you usually do? The places you normally go. Do you really want to see that? I'd prefer to see the town through the eyes of a resident. To see it for what it is, instead of what makes good sightseeing. Alright then, I often get ham sandwiches from the shops near here. Having lunch on the wall by the fountain is the most wonderful thing. Look over there, see the butcher shop and the bakery next to it? I buy bread from the bakery, bring it to the butcher, get a few slices of ham, and put it on the bread. It's absolutely to die for. But you just had a huge lunch. I'm not getting one right now. Also, please don't think I'm as carnivorous as my dad. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply any such thing. Jeez. Wait, hold on. Did he just smile? He did. It was a small one, but he did. He can actually smile. Being human, that should be obvious, but it's kind of strange seeing him do it. Maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to get along, even just a little bit? Do you mind if I ask you a question? Sure, go right ahead. Could you tell me about your home country? I've asked Dad, but he won't tell me very much. Ah. Come on, how about it? I'm really curious. He probably doesn't know very much himself. What? About his own homeland? Some don't. What do you... How about that fountain? I'd like to get a closer look at it. At the spot you say you like to sit? Oh, okay. What was that just now? Did he dodge my question? Is there something he doesn't want to get into? From this angle, it looks like the fountain's sitting atop the ocean. Ah, yeah, it does. It does. If you want, we can go to the beach. It's a straight walk from here. No, I like this view. The sea is a pretty color here. You can clearly see the white of the fountain upon it. The sea is a different color than the fountain? It is. In fact, the sea is often changing colors itself, but out on the water, it can be easy to overlook. It can be the color of emeralds, or deep blue like sapphire, or almost black like obsidian. The sea has a face and with it, many expressions. Huh, I'd like to see that. Maybe I'll ask Dad and get him to take me out on his ship. You have quite the adventurous spirit. Not many women say they want to ride a ship. You think? I want to go everywhere I haven't been before. I want to see for myself that the world extends beyond this town. Ah, that's a fine ambition. Hopefully the time will come when anyone can have access to a ship with relative ease. He actually smiles quite a bit, I guess. And we seem to be talking pretty comfortably too. He's a lot more friendly than he looks. He appears almost knowable, the way he looks out at the sea, his gaze steadfast and unwavering. Oh dear, that was close. He almost deceived me. He's a foreign man and I'm simply his guide. You mustn't think you've grown close to him just because you were able to hold a brief conversation. By the way... Pardon me, yes? That outfit you're wearing. What? This? Oh, yes, it's absolutely splendid. My dad brought it back for me. It's of a peculiar design with unusual accessories. The moment I saw it, I said, oh my. Oh my, I said. It's so pretty, I want to show it off to everyone. I see. Oh, it's just so magnificent. He actually has a decent eye for clothing. I guess he has more than that in his head of his than meat. Actually, I brought back that outfit. Huh? When I heard I was going to meet my boss's daughter, I thought it would be best if I brought some kind of gift. So I had a tailor imitate the style of my homeland. I'm delighted it's to your liking. What? Hold on a second. Yes? So you're saying these clothes I'm fawning over was given to me by you, and you had them made for me? Indeed. And completely oblivious, here I'm wearing them now? More precisely, you've been wearing them since lunch. Why didn't you say anything before? This is humiliating. I want to bury my head in the sand. But I thought you liked them. I do indeed, but... Having never met you, I wasn't sure what colors you liked, but... I was relieved to see you wearing them. They look nice on you. He says with a smile. He's always standing up perfectly straight, always looking stern and no-nonsense, and he kind of scares me. But he's a gentleman. I'm gonna go change. What? I'm gonna go change. I'll be back in 5 seconds, so just wait there. 5 seconds is infeasible. Oh god, help me, Mom. I really, really need your help. Because my heart just skipped a beat. Or a foreign man. Some foreign men be trouble. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Oh no, thank you for the information. I really appreciate it. And don't worry about me, I'll keep safe. Goodbye. Shortly before I arrived at the village, a beast appeared. that killed a number of villagers and then disappeared. Ever since then, the village hasn't been itself. There's a cloud of gloom hovering over it, fear visible in everyone's eyes. At first I thought their fear was that the beast's returning, but that's not quite right. Their troubles with the beasts are, in fact, still ongoing. Ah, Yavi. Hey, I hear you were asking around about the beast. Yeah. Talking about the beast is taboo. People are gonna push you away even harder now. Though, I guess you are leaving in a few days. People going missing? Your beast problem is still going on, isn't it? Huh. After asking around, I'm beginning to piece things together. When the beast first appeared, you chased it away. However, later, the beast came back, killing villagers. After that, the beast disappeared, but villagers began disappearing too. Once a week, someone would just be gone. And even as the weeks passed, none of them ever returned. The people of the village think the beast is responsible. They think it's kidnapping villagers. That's right. This village is under the beast's curse. So you're better off forgetting about this place and the savage beast that dwells nearby. You don't belong in a place like this. Go back to your hometown, where it's peaceful. That's the kind of life you deserve. Yavi. What? I want you to be honest with me about something. Where does... I won't tell you. Why not? They told me that you would know where the beast is, Yavi. I heard from the other villagers that you once chased the beast. Sure you didn't mishear them? No, I'm positive. You know where the beast ran off to, where its hideaway is. You chased after it, found its den, and then you came back. That's what I heard. Didn't you? Why did you keep that from me? When you told me about the beast, I asked you to tell me everything you knew, Yavi. But you brushed me off, said you didn't know anything, said that I should talk to someone else. When in reality, you know more about it than anyone else. Tell me, why? Why did you hide that from me? What were you thinking as you watched me frantically asking around the village for more information? Were you enjoying yourself? Hold on, the music is... I realize it's a bit low. It's like super quiet. Tell me, why were you always so mean to me? Shut the hell up! Like I could tell you. Like I could actually tell you that? What did the village tell you about me? Did it go something like this? That the kid couldn't even take revenge for his parents? That he's a damn coward? I'm sure you heard that one plenty from everyone, and now you think that I'm a coward too. I don't. Yeah, it's true I went after the beast and chased it down the night it killed my parents. Hiding around back, I saw it slip into the forest, so I went after it, chasing it until I reached its den. I despised that bestia with everything I had. It murdered my mom and dad. It murdered my friends, the kindly priest, every decent person in town. I needed to get revenge for what it had done. It was my duty to bring retribution upon the beast. They stole everything from me. So I tried to confront the bestia, but I couldn't do it. Not only could I not stand up to it, as soon as it turned around and I saw its eyes, its bloodshot eyes and black irises, I couldn't move. Yavi. Yeah, that's right. I was a coward. I watched as it killed my parents, and even followed it home, but I couldn't do anything. Anything except run, flee, screaming in terror. That was all I could do. Yavi, that doesn't make you a coward. If the beast really was that terrifying, but I was supposed to stand up to it. That's what the rest of the village would have wanted, for someone to eradicate the bestia. When I came back, having accomplished nothing, everyone was so harsh. You coward. What did you even go out there for? Constant ridicule. What right did they have to? If they really want him gone, they could all go together and... No one's got that kind of courage left. They're all waiting for someone else to speak up. Someone to stand up and say, let's go kill that beast. But no one has the guts to take that initiative. Could have been me, but the moment I fled back to the village in fear, I lost that qualification. You think that was just me being mean? Huh? That I didn't tell you where the beast dwells? Do you think that was just me harassing you? I've seen the beast. I know how scary it is. And I know how dangerous it is. And you think I'd tell you where it is? I know good and well what you're thinking. But the guy you're looking for might have been taken by him. And you want to go to its den to see if he's there? Knowing that, do you really think I'd tell you? If you go, it'll kill you. You don't have any evidence anyway. Nothing that points to that guy being taken by the beast. But you don't need to put your life on the line for something like that, something so uncertain. Even if by some chance he was taken by the beast, there's no way he'd be alive. That's what the beast does. No one comes back alive. But you came back alive, Yavi. Which means there's no saying for sure either way. That's just because I ran away immediately, but even if he did manage to escape, that's all the more reason not to check the beast's den. I want to know for sure whether he's alive or dead. Somewhere in a little corner of my heart, part of me thinks that he might just actually be dead. I have to have faith, but I'm so close to cracking, to thinking he won't ever come back to me. Then why don't you give up on him already? Without knowing for sure, I can't let go. I'll debate with myself forever until I die an old lady about whether or not he's still alive. That's how my life will end. You want closure. You want to know for sure whether he's alive or dead, right? And even if he is dead, you'll be satisfied just knowing it? Right. Which is why I want to at least follow any possible leads. There might not be anything saying he's there. Abby with the hearty rate of 7 kittens. Hello everybody. How are you guys? What were you playing? What were you up to? Thank you so much for that raid, dude. Let me give you a hearty shout out. Gunfire Reborn. Is this what kind of game is this? I've never even heard of this game. Amy raid. Hello Amy and friends. How are you guys? It's a roguelike FPS. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think if I've ever played a roguelike FPS. I don't think I have. I actually have not really played a lot of roguelikes. If I have, they're usually like platformers, I think. Maybe? Are you enjoying it? Was your stream good? Did you have a good stream? Wait, did I not read that? I don't think I read that last one. If you wandered the area and ended up at the beast den where he was killed. Yeah, it was fun. That's cool. That's cool. Is it like a multiplayer or is it a single player? But yeah, thank you again for the read. Very kind of you. Then I'll let go. So please, Yavi, tell me where the beast dwells. Make this the last time. Huh? Even if you find no trace of him at the beast's den, even if you don't figure out whether he's alive or dead, you'll give up your search for him. You'll assume he's dead. 1 to 4 players. Oh, okay, that's cool. Also, we're playing a visual novel, or reading a visual novel, as you know how it goes. Story time. If you don't reach some conclusion, you'll just keep searching, keep going to dangerous places, keep putting yourself at risk. I want you to stop that. To stop, go back to your town, and live a normal life. Settle on an answer. If you can promise me that, I'll tell you where the beast's den is. Okay, I promise. This will be the last place I look. 2 more things. First, I'm going with you. What? But I thought, isn't it dangerous? Exactly, I can't let you go alone. Yavi, I have to go with you and make sure you don't do something stupid. Woot, I figured it out! Yay! So, did you implement like a different solution, or did you go back? Were you able to debug it to the point where you were able to go back to your original idea? What was the cause of it all? Alright, fine. And the other one is? You will not enter the den. You don't understand just how dangerous the beast is. It knows no mercy. It indiscriminately attacks any human it sees. So you can't just let the beast find you. You just examine the den from the outside. And when you're done, back to the village. Understood? You need to promise me this. Okay. Oh, right. One more thing. Huh? I thought it was just 2 things. This is less of a promise and more something that would be nice. I decided when we make it back to the village, I actually would like if you could take me to your hometown. Aw, he's taking her up on her offer. Yavi, I'll figure out some way to get permission. Oh my god. Cats are going nuts behind me. And I'll do my best to not be a burden on you. I'm still just a kid, and there's not a whole lot I can do, even in a better place, but I'm surprisingly skilled with my hands. If you have work for me, I'll do anything. So, there's that. Yes, of course I will. We'll go back to my hometown together, and I'll show you all around. You can get some great ham sandwiches there. We'll eat them together in the park. You told me that already. Are you ever not hungry, lady? You laughed. You just laughed, Yavi. Whoa, back off. I did not laugh. Nope, you definitely laughed. You're kind of cute when you laugh, Yavi. Come on, do it again. Go on, like this. Shut up. Stay back. Ugh. Stop it. Don't touch my cheeks. Pah, I just wanted to see it again. I'm not your plaything. Anyway, we set out tomorrow. We will return before it gets dark. You will keep your promises, and you will not do anything dangerous. Got it? Promise. Thank you, Yavi. I don't need your thanks. Thank you. That thank you is not for him agreeing to tell me where the beast's den is, but because I can see that Yavi's trying to save me. His care calms the turbulent waves that have been crashing beside me. I was always anxious. I always believed. I always thought I'd see him again. But I also recognized that I was practically living a fantasy. I was just too stubborn to admit it. I certainly won't be able to change how I feel immediately. Probably continue loving him. Nevertheless, Yavi's word resonated comfortingly with me. I can see, but if vaguely, a new path, a new way of life appearing before me. That's what he did for me. I will make this the last time. My final attempt to find him. No matter the outcome, I will stop stubbornly believing he's still alive. And then, I'll find happiness on a different path. Oh. Fata Morgana. Your face is a Fata Morgana. Do you know what Fata Morgana means? I'm assuming it's Latin, but I'm not sure. I didn't look it up. Gymno Pedes, by the way, is this the song that you were talking about? Gymnopedes. Oh, okay. Gymnopedes. Let me copy this. I had no idea what you were talking about. I just heard Gymnopede. I'm curious about this song here. This one here? No! Skip ad. Oh, this one? This song? Okay. Let's not get flagged. Watch this portion of the clip get flagged. Master, Master! Ah, you've awakened. You gave me quite the startle. Do you not remember? You suddenly started staring off into the distance and you would not respond to anything I said. This is too loud, by the way. It's hard to tell sometimes. Hehe, I thought you were playing a prank on me. Your hand? Oh yes, I did not let go of it. So this portion of the story here is where they're in the present time, and she's like going through the passages of time telling different stories about the mansion, what's happened at the mansion. For if I had, we would be in quite the predicament. Someone approaching the mansion, you say? You saw them? Those images were not shown to you by me. If you saw something, then it was by your own powers. But if you think about it, that is nothing unusual. You are, after all, the master of this house. You should, in all actuality, be able to do anything I can by yourself, master. Or I can do by yourself, master. So it is very possible you could have knowledge that I do not. Now, let us return to the mansion's tale. After the second beast paid a visit, Bestia began to destabilize again. The white-haired girl would soothe his heart, but the calm was only ephemeral. He was like a cracked glass ball. If you dropped him, that would be the end. If you put too much force into handling him, he would shatter. He was very difficult to care for, and cracks do not heal. The damage still remains even if the two sides appear to be held together firmly in place. This is... whoops. Sorry. I can't really decide what's a good level. Furthermore, they slowly, gradually, and without intervention, spread. The beast appeared to be afraid of someone's voice. He would on occasion stare into empty space and shout, cover his ears, and groan. One day he shattered all the windows in the mansion, crushed the silverware I had just polished to a shine, and destroyed all the mirrors. I assume he did not want to see his beastly self. Oh, okay. The voice we heard earlier in the beast's head, I thought that was the maid, but it's not, so... More. There's more. There's still more that reflects my image. Windows, mirrors, vases, dishes, they all show my reflection. What are you doing? I have no need of anything that reflects me. You can understand that, can't you? It was me your team speak. Lol. Why? You're going to cut your hands like that. Tracing the wall with her fingers, the white-haired girl approached Bestia. She stretched her spindly fingers out towards the beast's rugged hands. His hands were wet with blood from his frenzied attempts to destroy anything reflective in the house. Look at all these cuts. Stop. You're going to dirty your hands. Get back. No, I will not. It's no use. No matter how many times you call me human, the mirrors tell another story. Not just the mirrors. Everything reflective shouts beast at me angrily. Look at how precarious I am. It's hideous, pitiful. I thought it was all over when I protected you from the beast. But that image keeps coming back to me. The sight of another beast clinging onto me. I can hear its voice. It says I was only ever a beast. Voice? Whose voice? So you don't know, so you can't hear it. I'm not drunk. Was I drinking that day? You are fighting against something beyond the limits of my perception. Fighting? No. If only it were a fight. It speaks to undeniable truth. Yes. I wasn't drunk. As I've said before, you are not a beast. You look like me, I am certain of it. You got a headache and blamed it on the quality of the beer. Okay, yeah, I might have gotten buzzed, but I didn't get drunk. I rarely ever, I might have gotten drunk like once or twice on stream the whole time. But I've never gotten like drunk. Your eyes. What? Your red eyes. They show you nothing, but they show me what I am. Wait, so what? He's reflected in her eyes? They show me the difference between us. Are you afraid of my eyes? If my eyes cause you fear, if you can see them, or if you see in them your reflection, then you are welcome to destroy them. Rip them from me with your own hands. I have no need of them, after all. Would that hurt? If you're a blind person but you can't see through your eyes, wouldn't it still hurt though? Why would you go so far from me? You... The voice says that you're laughing at me, that deep down you ridicule me. Do you believe that? After all the time we spent together, I don't know, I'm starting to lose confidence. I believe you. I think I believe you, but I find myself wavering. I'm losing sight of myself and of you, of everything. In all my memories, I am a beast. The voice says I was always this way, which I suppose means I am a beast. I can be anything but. Do not trust the voice. Trust me instead. I don't want to make another mistake. To do something like run away because I'm so weak-willed. I guess in the first story we can assume that she ran away from that situation. Who is this bestia? And no, I don't know Fata Morgana what it means. I thought you might know because you're into like Latin. And I thought Fata Morgana kind of sounded Latin, but I never looked it up. We don't know who this bestia is. It's the second story that the maid is telling us, or we're looking at, and this takes place a century after the first story with the brother and the sister. Google says Mirage. Oh, okay. Wait, the whole thing? Fata Morgana is Mirage? My dad would know. Aw, that's cool. He would just know off the bat. The whole phrase, Fata Morgana, means mirage. Interesting. I thought it had something to do with like fate. Fata. Or is Morgana mirage, so fate mirage, or something like that. Wouldn't surprise me if you knew Latin pretty well. It's Italian for a specific kind of mirage. Okay. Fate is Fortuna, I think. Oh, okay. You might be right, Fortuna. Jordan Schlansky with the Italian thing. He would know it was Italian. Jordan would scold all of us, probably. But I think even Jordan mispronounced an Italian word or something like that. And he also mispronounced what's that actor's name? Like he didn't pronounce it right because he was trying to pronounce it all Italian like. Actually, it's pronounced Fata Morgana. I don't know. Go no, just tear him down. Macchio. I think he was saying Macchio, and then but like they were telling it was macho. Yeah. I do not understand this woman. She's so pure-hearted, so beautiful. Like hope personified. Oh yeah, I was explaining where the beast came from. After 100 years, the beast wandered into like the whole house and the mansion was basically deserted after the last family lived in it because of like it ended very tragically. They didn't really explain too much about what happened to them, but I guess it was tragic. So nobody lived in the mansion for quite a while, and then this beast came along and then he took over, and now he's technically the new master. So we don't really know what the beast is. And the white-haired girl is supposed to be the same white-haired girl from the first story. At least that's what we're led to believe. Or that's what the story is telling us, because the maid is claiming it's the same girl. But I don't know how it is the same girl because it's 100 years later. And she's like the same age. I want to understand, to believe her. I was sure I could do it, but I keep failing. Why? Am I losing my grip on everything? Are words not enough to convince you? What? Are words not enough to convince you that you are not a beast? Then see for yourself, feel for yourself, that there is but one difference between us. What? What are you doing? I assume our skin and our hair and our eyes are different colors, but those do not count as a difference. The only thing that differs between us is our sex. What? Wait, where is this going? Hold on. In his utter shock, Bestjet was frozen in place. And he was right to be surprised. The sound of rustling fabric shook the air in the forlorn mansion. She had placed her hand on the sleeve of her garment and begun to disrobe. Before long, gaze upon me. She was standing there, completely undressed. Her body was incomparably beautiful, slender, not an ounce of excess fat on her. The sight of her was impressive, almost divine. Aren't boobs technically extra fat? That's like saying she's boobless and buttless. Even I let out a gasp when I saw her. See for yourself. This was the first time Bestjet had seen the white-haired girl unclothed. Though they slept in the same bed as I said before, they did not have a physical relationship. She grasped his unmoving hand and guided it toward her. She moved his hand across her flesh, along the curve of her shoulder, down her arm, and pressed it against her chest firmly enough for him to feel her beating heart. Do you think this caused a stirring within him? Is there any man for whom the touch of a woman's skin would not? Especially one so beautiful as her. However, he was not aroused. Why do you think that was? Because a beast cannot lust after a human? I believe you know the answer. Are you crying? Could you smile for me? What? I want to see your smile. Like this? I'm not sure I'm doing a good job. No, you're doing fine. Your smile is so pretty. It calms me, warms my heart. I think I know someone, somewhere, who has that same smile. Is Bestia the brother? The original character in the first story? Seems like it. I forgot his name already. What was the name of the fellow from the first story? Lol, this is more bestiality than... wait. Bestiality than bestiality. You spelled the words the same way? The lad Mel. Okay, yeah, Mel. Is the beast supposed to be like a reincarnation of Mel? Because like the maid was like knowingly saying something like, why do you think he wasn't aroused? Because, you know, he knew the truth about them being half siblings, right? Right? If you're siblings, you wouldn't be aroused unless you're some sicko. The world seemed connected, yes. I have a feeling that all the stories we're going to encounter in this game are all related, of course. It's all related. Thank you for seeing me off. Don't mention it. I learned so much about this town thanks to you. You made my stay here quite enjoyable. What's the matter? You're looking rather glum. I wonder... Huh? I wonder why the sea exists. I was born in a port town, so it's always been there for me. This huge, never-ending, expansive, magnificent ocean. Far too big for a single measly little human like me to cross. It's so pretty. It is. I feel like I understand why you like the sea. But right now, I can't help wondering why God created such an enormous sea. Why he didn't make the world smaller. I'm sorry. I'm talking nonsense. Not at all. I'll probably be back eventually. That's just part of the job. And will you have lunch at the seaside restaurant again? Quite likely. And I'll bet it'll be mostly meat too. Was your stomach able to handle it? I'll train up for the next time. Hehe. What's up, God, Harley Quinn? So pretty, handsome. Okay. The Kermit emote. Your ship is going to embark soon. Wait, that's Pauline's voice. Yeah. Will people get mad if you're not helping them prepare? Most likely. Then you should hurry off. Yeah. Pauline? I just wanted to thank you again. I appreciate you taking so much time to show me around. Is that all? No? I don't know why, but I was considering leaving without telling you this. I'd like you to tell me. I'd feel better if you turned me down. What? My homeland is only getting more isolated. Unlike your country, mine is not eager to associate with the rest of the world. I probably don't even have their patronage anymore. What I'm saying is that I have absolutely no stability. Can't even say for sure whether I'll be back. So... You're right, there's nothing but obstacles. I'm sure my mom would be opposed as well. But I've fallen for you. The way you look staring out at the sea, the shape of your lips when you smile at me, the kindness in your voice, the more time I spend with you, the deeper I fall in love with you. The whole world could separate us, and these feelings wouldn't change. Oh, damn. You beat me to it. Hehe. If I'd waited, I don't think you would have ever gotten to it. I'll say it myself too. I love you, Pauline. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. Oh, love at first sight. I promise we will meet again. I promise. I'll be waiting. Vivi, thank you so much for that toast. I can't really see the name. I'm guessing it's Vivi. Sorry. Thank you. It's visible in both of our eyes. This love strong enough to wash away all our tribulations. It's all right there, plain as day, in each of our eyes. Mine and his. On that Twitch email, it said my most used emote was, is it the void emote? I don't remember typing it that much, but it was more than double anything else. I think it's because, you have a lot of commands that use the void emote in it, so people might have spammed something, or Nightbot might be spamming it. I don't know. And most times on your channel, I believe it's like something spamming the emote rather than people actually using void. I don't. My usage of the emote, not... Oh, your own usage of the emote. I don't know. I don't know. How much do you even emote? It's probably taking the one that you've done the most of, and you probably use the void emote to like do weird things. These emails on crack. Gets everybody this Twitch overview or only affiliated? You get 2 overviews if you're affiliated. You get one for streaming and one for your viewing habits. So everyone who watches Twitch should have gotten one for their watching behaviors. You use it 1,500 times? What? I don't even know if I've used an emote that many times, but who knows. I'm gonna save. Mer. Did you hear something? Huh? It sounded like someone's voice. I didn't hear anything. Must have been your imagination. Oh. You want to turn back, lady? Huh? You're looking nervous. No, I'm just fine. Let's keep moving. Ah, but there's one thing. What? My name isn't Lady, it's Pauline. This again? Lady is so distant. I don't like being called that. So, call me Pauline. Polly. How's that? Can I call you Polly? Oh, come on. I'd really rather you call me Pauline. I'm an only child, so I've always wanted a younger brother or sister, but Polly makes it sound like I'm the younger one. I am not your brother, and I am not a child. You called yourself a kid yesterday, though. That's not what I meant. Oh, fine. You can call me Polly. It's not my full name, but I'm glad you're calling me something other than Lady, Yavi. Then that's what I'll do. You laughed! Wait, oh, I missed a... What do you say there? Be quiet. You're no fun. There's a mansion up ahead, standing atop the cliff. I can't say why exactly, but I feel like it's something that shouldn't be there. Wait, so this is mansion like move around or something? I scored big with minus 297 followers. I think your negative was equivalent to my the number of followers I've gained this year. That takes work. Thanks, Twitch. I sent 75,000 messages last year, and 960 of them were... What is this emote? Like the haha reindeer? Do you have a thing for the haha reindeer one? I like the haha emotes. Which haha one do I have that I like? Like, out of all the stupid, like, limited emotes that Twitch has given out, the haha emotes were actually decent. Where the fuck are my haha emotes? Where is it? I like the goose one, the cat one, maybe the doge. It's in your email. Where do I get the statistics? Yeah, it should be in your email that's registered to your Twitch account, so you should have it somewhere. They send this to everybody. They don't like, I don't think they discriminate, unless you don't stream it at all. You should have gotten something for both, probably. Well, it's net followers, I assume, so that means I actually lost about 1,136. Well, but that means you gained 800 then? 800 followers? Am I mathing that right? Something like that? I don't know. 422 hours on Inky. Damn. My Twitch account will be worth $5,000 in the next few years when I have all these exclusive emotes. Oh my god. Arr. Actually, I'm sure Omni's account is probably worth that much, maybe. I don't know. Just that name alone. There's so many people who want the name Omni. There's so many like different Omnis out there. It's kind of nuts. 46,627 messages in 2020. There's a market for Twitch accounts. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. What is this? Is this load or is this save? Oh my god, this is save. Or load? What do you mean? It feels out of place in this area, and something seems off about it. Like it's somehow ethereal. It could disappear at any moment. No, I'm probably just overthinking things. Sorry. That's stupid of me to say. It's okay. We still can't see the mansion Yavi's talking about from here, just dense, overgrown forest, but for some reason, I can sense that we're approaching it. It's a strange sensation. Anxiety is bubbling up from deep inside me, and at the same time, I feel like I could burst into tears. Not out of fear, but familiarity. Familiarity? I've never been to this country before. Everything I'm seeing is new to me. There's nothing at all for me to find familiar. Why then? I'm gonna ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to do this? I am. You agreed not to go inside. Don't break that promise. It's okay, don't worry. I'm sorry for putting you through this, making you relive unpleasant memories, but thank you for accompanying me when you have nothing to gain from it. Don't worry, I'll just look around. That one guy offered me 3K in chat the other day. He probably wasn't serious. 2069. Wait, what do you mean 2069 radio? Or $2,000.69? For whose? I'm only searching for a sign he was here. And when I'm done, we'll return to the village together. Alright. Okay. Now, let's go. Oh, that emote, okay. Is this like a Twitch global emote? No, this is actually a sub emote. You're like always sub to this person. This name is worth a lot, lol. I bet he'd pay? Maybe. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past your account being worth something to someone. We push our way through the dark, dense woods. I always get gifted. Okay. She must be a big streamer. And then, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appears before us. It rests quietly upon a cliff, against the backdrop of emerald ocean. This is the Beast's Den? It should by all rights be a magnificent scene, but the blue sky and jade sea clash with the building. It appears alone, isolated precariously from the rest of the world. Yes, this is it. This is the mansion where the beast dwells. Careful not to make any noise, we draw nearer to the house. This inexplicable structure sitting in between this forest and the cliff. The fluttering I feel in my heart does not seem to be caused only by fear of the beast. The weeds and plants growing unchecked around the house are tall enough for Yavi to hide in. I imagine that's how he approached the mansion the first time, lurking in the overgrowth. Say, had the people of the village thought about leaving this area? Moving somewhere else, away from the beast's den? Only those with enough savings can do that. Leave without money, and you'll just die in a ditch somewhere. Everyone's made their lives here in the village. We have farmland, cattle, ships. It's not easy to let all that go. Not everyone can just hop on a boat to another country like you, Polly. We're not wealthy. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I know, I was being too harsh. You're just ignorant. So naive you believe the whole world is this perfect magical place. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. If you're capable of seeing the world like that, there's no reason you should look at it any other way. For as mature as you can be, Javi, you're also rather cynical. Well, pardon me. When you... When you said you would take me to your town, that kind of made my day. There's nothing left for me in this village. Aww. You'll find plenty of new things, I'm sure. You can even make some new friends in my town. After all, you still got a long life ahead of you, Yavi. So you should make it a fun one. You make it sound like I'm about to throw myself off a cliff. I didn't mean it like that. We should try to keep quiet from here out. Okay, I got it. Free slave labor from Yavi. I mean, what else is he gonna do? She's probably gonna like set him up in her house, you know, and make him do work. Lol. I got gifted 5 months this time. Wow. Anyhow, I have to be turning tricks on the street before it's solid. I'm too lazy to go to the PC and look at the email, and you only know her because I rated her. Oh no, who? Are you talking to radio for that? Because I don't think I've ever seen this streamer. Yeah, I've never watched this streamer. Are you talking to me? I don't know. If you have rated her, I don't recall it because I don't think I've ever watched her. So, as we draw closer to the mansion, I can see the ivy twisted across its stone walls. Oh, okay, radio. I see. So you introduced him to her. I press my back against the wall and take a few deep breaths. There's a window next to me. If there really is a beast, if there really is a terrible man-eating monster inside, I'm in danger if it catches me. Yavi's eyes entreat me not to get any closer, but I have to see. I have to see if there's a mountain of corpses inside these walls. If there's even the slightest trace of him, I'm just gonna have a look. Peeking from the outside without being noticed. That's all I'm going to do. And when it's done, I'll go home. Through the window, I see a dimly illuminated hallway. Like the garden, the inside is desolate. But there's still the sense that someone lives here. It's not completely abandoned. Polly. Ah! I see something moving inside the mansion. I hold my breath, so whatever is in there does not sense my presence, does not sense my gaze. And then... What? A shadow whisks by. No! Polly? Hey, Polly! Open up! Please, open the door! Stop it, you idiot! What do you think you're doing? Please, open the door! Polly, you promised me! Have you lost your mind? The only thing in here is a... It's not a beast! Huh? It's not a beast. A beast isn't living in this mansion. You're wrong. It is. There's a beast in there, a bestia. Get away from the door. The beast. It's not a beast. Open the door. Open the... I knew it. I knew it. I was right. You're alive. You're alive. You're alive. I never stopped believing. Wait, I'm confused. What is she seeing here? Yes, this sadness took over for no apparent reason. Wait, and now I have several friends from there. Why am I sad now? What do you mean why are you sad now? This sadness took over for no reason. Lol. Aw. I get bouts of, unexplained sadness too from time to time. And sup, Lord Revan, how you doing? I don't know what's going on here. She's acting as if she's seen someone she knows. I knew you wouldn't die. Would you? Yukimasa? Wait, who's Yukimasa? Wait, was this the name? Oh, was this the name of the merchant? Yukimasa? Yukimasa. So that implies that he was Japanese or something? From the Far East. It's okay. I'm okay now. Just dust my eyes. I had faith you were still alive. I wanted to prove it, and I was right. I'm so glad I had faith. I'm so glad I didn't give up. I missed you so. All this time I never stopped thinking about you. I never stopped imagining our reunion. Yukimasa, I'm so glad you're alive. Stop it, Polly! Get away from him! That's... The beast! Wait, what? Nani? I'm confused. I is confused. Who's he killing in this scene here? Is he killing himself? Who does? That's the merchant. Yeah, you don't recognize him in this artwork here, but that's the merchant. I recognize the scarf and stuff like that. He's killing the merchant that came to visit. So what? He took his a second merchant. Yeah. So I don't know. It was the story was making it out like the merchant looked like Yukimasa himself. His form. I don't know. Maybe it'll explain it better. You'll kill me if I don't kill you, so I must show you that I will. I must show you that I'm serious. I must kill you, or you just won't understand. You won't understand. If I don't show you firsthand, you just won't understand. I'll make you understand. I'll make your flesh and bones understand. Kill. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is, Vivi. So the beast all along was Yukimasa, which is her love. So he's been cannibalizing shit. He's been cannibalizing and stuff. That's it. Cry for me. Beg for your life. So he must have washed up on shore or something at this country. And then when he was begging for help, they couldn't understand him because it was in a different language. The truth has been revealed. Well, we figured it was some kind of weird plot twist, right? So yeah, he became inhuman. He believed himself to be something inhuman. And then somehow he has this like distorted worldview of himself now. The Rambo story. I've never watched Rambo, so I don't actually know what the Rambo story is. The incredible bait of making the merchant kill another merchant and then showing you flashbacks of the original merchant. The old double merchie. See, I don't like that. I don't like how some visual novels they do that. They do that intentionally to sort of like trick you into making an assumption. By showing you like artwork that, you know, made it look like it was the original merchant, you know what I mean? They wanted you intentionally to have that wrongful thinking that, oh yeah, it's that first merchant that, you know, was her lover that died. Subversion is a good tool when used properly. I think it's used well here. I guess. I suppose. The visuals kind of help cinch that, you know? Like, if you were to read this, like a novel, you might be able to interpret it sort of, like, differently. Yeah. Nice teeth, though. Pretty healthy. This guy, he looks insane, dude. Pray for my mercy. Weep and struggle and suffer and die. Looks like he's doing a long fart. Wait, which guy? Which guy? Yukimasa? Look at this! No one can stand up to me! Which one? I don't know, it could be either of them. They both have their mouths wide open. And the other guy's like grasping onto him, like he could be like really letting it rip. And Yukimasa kind of looks like he's got partial satisfaction on his face. Yeah, the answer to which one? Yes. Yukimasa. Okay. Humans have no chance against beasts. This is a fucked up story, guys. Whoa. Zoom in. Zoom in. Yukimasa? What's wrong? What? What's the matter? It's me. It's Pauline. I came to find you. I've missed you so much. Yukimasa? Sorry. I still don't understand your language. Wait! Where are you going? Stop it, Polly. Don't go after him. Polly! So I was considering doing like a Dragon Ball-ish yell for the Polly, but I don't wanna like ruin my voice. Nothing better than the partial satisfaction of a long fart. Hello, sorry, I can't see your name. Zetetica? Zetetica. Welcome to the stream. Oh god, why can't I feel that sword in my heart just by looking at it? It isn't pleasant. What, the sword? Why are you running from me? Don't you recognize me? It's Pauline, your love. What? Why? Your katana. Why would you point that at me? You're scaring me. What's gotten into you? Yeah, like, the moment the beast talked about, like, the sword and him using the sword, I was like, okay, it has to be someone that's human because, you know, swords were made by humans, and clearly, to wield it properly, you'd have to be human. I don't know. That was my guess from before. Hey, what's the matter? Yukimasa, do you know who I am? What happened? You used to be able to speak my language so fluently. Let's talk. What do you say? Put that thing away, please. It's dangerous. What? Why? You cut me? Oh no. Oh, sadness. Oni can use swords too. It's in Neo, yes. Okay. Yes, they hold the sword between their butt cheeks. What? Oh, that's sad. So hot. Why? Yukimasa, it's me. It's Pauline. Open your eyes. Ah! No, stop. Yukimasa. Please, stop this. I know. I'm begging you. Why? Why would you do this to me? Stop it, Yukimasa. Stop this. His blade held high above my head, glimmers. Why? He's the beast? Tell me, Yukimasa. Did you kill all those villagers? Are you going to kill me? Why? Sorry, I'm not good at dying sounds. Please stop. Ah! Oh no, she dying. Yuki, it's me. It's Pauline. Please, open your eyes. Let's go back to my town. I never got the chance to ask if you wanted to move to my country. Then we wouldn't have to wait so long to see each other. What do you think, Yukimasa? Burn in hell! Okay. Oh god, way to ruin it. I can't do, like, death cries. Like, this is hard for me. Why? Duh. Dead. Oh, she's so dead. So dead, dude. Tell me why. What happened here? I am grateful that you cannot see, because you would certainly think me a beast if you were able to see this. Because you cannot see, you do not know what I look like. But I do know. Another beast like me broke into the mansion. Was it? I protected you. Did I not? I protected you. Say that I protected you. But I did this for you. Actually, a beast? Oh my god, this. Okay, so that scene that played out was actually from before. Dawning understanding. Wow. So you didn't understand the other beast at all. So that's what that scene meant. So he thought he was fighting another beast. I can hear a woman's voice. I can't keep my eyes open. I wonder who she is. They seem like they're really close. Did you choose someone else? Then you could have just said so. I wouldn't be angry. We've been apart for so long. But this does kind of hurt. It hurts. I can't take it. Just once. Could you turn back and say my name? I proved it. That you're still alive. We were lovers, weren't we? So why? You said you wanted a peaceful life. I can't take this. It hurts so bad. Yuki-nasa. I can't take this. So is she alive or is she dead? What I want most is to spend a nice, quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady. It was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. And what about you? What about you? Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. Oh, only 3 children? This death is better than that life. What? Boring. Why? How can you fall asleep during the very climax of the story? Perhaps this implies a slight form of fatalism, giving glimpses of possibilities for change, yet ultimately ending the same way. But Polly, I couldn't do. Wah! really, really long Dragon Ball yell. Poor Yavi. Having to watch people die in front of him again. What a coward. No, just kidding. Master? Master? What is the matter? You look pale as a ghost. What? I lied to you? I have not told you a single falsehood, Master. Ah, about the beast? That means you were seeing her memories, then. Is that so? That must have been quite difficult to witness. But I assure you, I've told you no lies. Bestia was convinced he was a beast. And as a servant of this house, it is my responsibility to present my former master to you as he saw himself. This would have been a very different story had you not discovered the truth. A beast meets a white-haired girl and learns humanity. That tale would have been far easier on you, I'm sure. By remaining in the dark and seeing the story through his eyes alone, you would have not have had to witness that poor girl's miserable death. And that perhaps would have been better for you. But the reality you observed through her eyes changes the truth of his tale. And it sounds like the visions you had did not run in parallel to the events I described for you, but took place slightly earlier in time. Okay, so I guess when we were seeing things from Pauline's point of view, it was the master's memories, whereas her memories were through the merchant's eyes, or Yukimasa's. The beast snatches yet another dear one from him. Well, which means that yes, her fate was set in stone well before you ever saw it. I do have to wonder, though, why did Bestia believe the woman to be a beast like him? Perhaps it was because her hair, eye, and skin color were similar to his own? The poor young woman who called upon the mansion did indeed resemble Bestia. They were of a similar race. Half of her blood was of the same race as his. But was that the only reason? Would that have been enough for him to mistake her for a beast? I have my own theory. His memories may have played a role. I suspect Bestia was afraid the memories from when he was human would cause him to waver. But that is simply my own speculation. Perhaps he had merely lost his grip on reality. How well have you come to understand Bestia, Master? You do appear to think he was an ordinary human who believed himself to be a beast. But where does the line between man and beast truly lie? That I do not know. Master, if like Bestia, you were to lose your memories and endure persecution and degradation until you broke, would you still remember those you care for? Now, our tale is not yet over. The web of misfortune was tightly, oh so tightly entangled. It could not be unraveled. See, fatalism. This sounds so lamb. So lamb. Let us return now from her memories to the point we left off in our story. Just after the white-haired girl had disrobed, showing Bestia the difference between her and him. This was, yes, several days following the young woman's death. The blood in the hall had been cleaned up, and there was no trace of it any longer. He had made a tremendous mistake, though the only people aware of that mistake are you and I. There is perhaps a chance the white-haired girl had realized, but she knew nothing of the woman. So I entreat you to not to fault the white-haired girl for trying to be kind to Bestia. She is without sin, in any and all times. The beast, no, the man, made the white-haired girl put her clothes back on. He seemed to have calmed down a bit. After examining her body and comparing it with his own, he was once again coming to think he might not be a beast. In the past, he would have rejoiced at proof of his own humanity. However, it was for him then the seed of several new doubts. You said I am human. Yes. Do you still believe this? I certainly do. You are simply mistaken. You believe yourself to be a beast because of what the villagers said. Why did they call me a beast? If I were able to see, I could surely answer all your questions. But I cannot, so all I can offer you is my conjecture. Go on, tell me. I suspect that you do not come from this country. No, you do not come from this continent. You came to this continent from far, far away, perhaps even across the seas. This land has been cast into turmoil by the war. Fortunately, no fighting reached the village, but it has blocked trade routes, stripped them of their independence, and cast a dark shadow over their hope. They are quite devastated, I imagine. And then, you showed up. From what I have heard, this area is not particularly friendly to people from other countries, even less to those from another continent. I doubt they know much about distant lands, and so they probably never seen someone like you before. But in addition, you would have been wearied and worn. I guess you were emaciated, wasting away. Enough so that you didn't even look like yourself. Do you remember how you arrived at the village? When I woke up, I was on the beach. I don't remember anything before that. My joints all ached, and I was incredibly thirsty. I was in so much pain. I sought help. But nothing I said got through to the villagers. I did not understand what they said either. But the one thing you did understand was that they were calling you Bestia. Right. And I also understood that the word was used to describe beasts. The way they looked at me, it wasn't normal, so I imagine at first they simply didn't want the trouble. They didn't actually think you were a beast, simply that this wretched man, unfamiliar in appearance, who had washed ashore, resembled a beast. A washed ashore? You were in an accident, were you not, while crossing the sea? I do not remember. I can't remember. No, I mustn't remember. If I'm not a beast, that means the other beast wasn't one either. What did the beast look like? It looked somehow similar to me. Its hair color, skin color, eye color, and the way it spoke seemed vaguely familiar, which means it was. I cannot accept that. If I do, then that means I've done something terrible. No. What? They did call me a beast. I was in fact a beast. As I've been saying, that's because... Tell me I'm a beast, please. Let me remain a beast. How do you imagine he saw the world? I cannot even begin to fathom. But you can never know what someone else sees. There's nothing to say when they see the same... And there's nothing to say they see the same thing as you. As you and I have seen different things, so too did the man and his lover see different things. Or perchance the true shape of the world is visible only through the white-haired girl's sightless eyes. Do you think the reason he so stubbornly rejected his human memories is because he had taken the life of his beloved? I personally believe that there was more to it than that. Yes, and things move on to normality after he fucking massacres poor Pauline. Gone, removed from existence. Now, I just feel bad for Pauline. I mean, I think this series is supposed to be like a series of tragedies and stuff like that. It is like supposed to be like love stories that are gone super sad and tragic, so. Someday you shall remember. You shall remember everything. I will not allow you to avert your eyes. Remember that you have always, always been a beast, incapable of saving anyone, only of taking. Remember, and suffer, agonize, writhe, anguish, grieve, suffer. Such a damned shame. Our homeland is but a stone's throw away, but they still won't let us in. Just how long are they going to maintain this stance? Regrettable, isn't it, son? Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Captain Asama. We could make it this far on the white men's ship, but they gave no response to our missives. I'm not sure it's even reaching the magistrate's hands. Is it so difficult to be even the slightest bit accommodating to your fellow countrymen? They seem to be treating the white men rather poorly as well. I hear they imprison them on a tiny man-made island. That's no way to make friends. Well, all things considered, we can hardly call this our homeland anymore anyway. For how many generations has your family lived overseas again? I am the third. I see. Then I doubt you will have any attachment to this land. That's not true. I may never have the opportunity to set foot on her soil, but my spirit dwells within this land. My grandfather has told me much about this country. of her 4 rich, vibrant seasons and boundless beauty. I'm deeply grateful that you invited me on this voyage to visit her, Captain Asama. I have finally, if only at a distance, laid eyes upon my home. I cannot say when this era may draw to a close, but I hope the time comes when we can proudly proclaim her our motherland. You can't find food this good back home. I eagerly await the day that becomes true. Indeed, as do I. I've lied to her. She believes I was born in the Orient, but in truth, I've never once set foot in that country. I was born in Europe. My family has not been permitted to return since my grandparents left. I can still remember as clear as day the look of profound regret on my grandfather's face as he departed from this world. He bequeathed onto me a katana, and on that day, that blade became the one object binding me to my homeland. I could not bring myself to tell her that I am disallowed to return home. I did not want her to think that I had been forsaken by my country, that my country would do such a thing. However, some part of me believes that there was more to it than that. A smuggler? Yeah, I never would have expected it, not on this ship. One of the crew was conspiring with a government official. He hid unreported goods on board and delivered them in secret. What goods? Silver coins. Spanish coins trade for more than they're worth as currency. The official was sentenced to commit seppuku, but we are responsible for our own crew's punishment. I'm still trying to decide how to handle it. Have him commit seppuku as well. This sailor has brought shame upon the entire ship. If he is made to take responsibility for his actions, then perhaps we can minimize the damage to our reputation. You make a fair point. Unfortunately, he is not of this land. I doubt he is familiar with the ritual. Then I shall serve as a second and ensure he dies without issue. Have you lost your mind? I've been trained in the art. Wait, you can have someone you can have someone there as a second to help you commit seppuku? You are on late. Yes, I started a little late too. I started 2-ish, over almost 3 hours ago. Alright, the Dutch was the only one that were allowed in Japan while the Tokugawa shogunate. Oh, okay. That makes sense, the black ships. Yes, that's normal. Except Mr. Bam. You are not a samurai, though. I was born into a family of samurai. At least it was until 3 generations ago, but that blood still courses through my veins. Very well then. That is how we shall do it. We now commence the ritual seppuku of our fellow crewman, Seedorf. Seedorf has, in violation of restrictions set in place by the shogunate, committed the grave crime of smuggling prohibited goods onto the country. Or into the country. In order to atone for this betrayal of the trust of both nations, he vows to take his life here before you. Do you have any last words? I deeply regret that we should have to lose a companion with whom we have traveled the 7 seas in this manner. Do it. Wasn't me. What? It wasn't me! I've been set up. I didn't smuggle anything. I don't know anything about any silver coins. I've been framed. Believe me. Why should I have this slice open? Yukimasa! He said the accusations were false. Lies to escape punishment. I could not allow him to continue shaming himself and us when his fate was already decided. That part there, I couldn't control it. It was like very sudden, like he stabbed him. Hello, kitten and chat. Oh, you beat the game? Wait, beat what game? What game did I beat? Do these count as games? Yeah, visual novels technically are classified as games. You control to press next. I mean, yeah, this one doesn't actually have a auto mode. Oh wait, no, it does. It does. It has an auto mode. You control everything. Yeah, so far this game, it's only had one choice so far in the beginning. There hasn't really been any choices, so this looks like a very linear visual novel. It would only serve to tarnish this ship's honor. But an investigation was performed. It is our duty to trust those results. You're right. Yes, you're right. Good work. Now this needs to be cleaned up. Yes, sir. I'm sure I was mistaken, but I would like to ask you anyway. Are you smiling as you did it? You must have been seeing things. He took pleasure in it. Was that really the only reason I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth? What was that dream? Was that from my memories? No. Asama? I've never met that man. Or that woman. No. No, it wasn't me. I don't. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Not a thing. Not a single thing. I'm a beast, not a human. I don't need these memories. Are you there? Are you there? Where are you? Come to me. Be with me. Peace. My peace. Wait, who is he talking about? I guess his inner voice? Do it with Arnie's voice. I can't. I don't know how to do Arnie's voice. I only know how to do like one-liners in Arnie's voice. Did someone pay like 50k on like Reading Rainbow? Oh, you mean like for this story? Totally not me. Wait, is that supposed to be an Arnie thing that you're trying to do there? Where are you? Where have you gone? Why? Why are you not on my side? Don't remember anything. Stop remembering. I don't know what that's supposed to be, baby. Is that a silver coin? Spanish silver. Some weeks after we set off back west, I find a silver coin in the ship's hold. I don't know if it got overlooked or dropped when transporting the rest, but there's just one. The first thing I think when I find it is that I should report it to Captain Asama. But instead, I slip the coin into my pocket and take my leave of the whole as if nothing ever happened. He pocketed it. Not for the purpose of smuggling it for some extra cash. It only has extra value in the east. Back west, it's worth nothing more than its designated value as currency. So again, it's not my want for money. Wait, so you took it as a souvenir maybe? Total Recall at the end when they're outside. I don't remember. I've seen the Total Recall, but I don't remember what happened at the end of that. Such an old movie. I wish the story has a happy ending. Somehow, I don't think I'm gonna be able to grant that wish. Well, actually, I don't grant wishes. I observe the wishes, so I hope for your sake that it is a happy ending, but I kind of doubt it. I wouldn't bet on it. I have an idea for a song request. Wahahaha, no. Wahaha, wahaha. That's what I think of when I see that. Well, damn. It seems Seedorf might have been innocent after all. Wait, what? He was innocent? Get to the no, what is this? You really want me to sing something like this? This looks awful. This looks awful. Hold on.
Now listen up, everyone. This next one's called...
What the fuck?
Come on, guys. You're supposed to come in already.
This is not
Where's
a
the
song.
drama? Yeah, it's so embarrassing. 1, 2, 3, come to the chopper!
No, I'm not request it. You're just showing me it. I'm not gonna play it all. I just wanted to see how the song starts lyrically. This looks like a what's that band? 9 Inch Nails music video. It just sounds. It doesn't really quite even sound like Ernie after he starts like going to like the death metal screaming. Inky, I thought you made that. You should have seen the look on my face. That I made what? The video when Vivi posted it? Austrian Death Machine. Well, I don't know if I could pull off a song like that, dude. That would be insane. That would have been insane. Also, I realized I turned it down a little bit. Maybe I should leave it lower. They made 2 full albums of songs of Arnie's movies. No, that was not me doing that. I would kill my throat. I think so. Wait, what did he say? Okay, so her dad thinks that Seedorf was innocent? Perhaps so. And we had no hand in the smuggling. Then I have done a horribly regrettable thing. No, as you said, an investigation was conducted. We had no choice but to believe the information we were given. You mustn't blame yourself. I feel bad for putting such an unpleasant responsibility on you. Not at all. Wait. The dad didn't put it on him. Yukimasa all this time suggested that he commit seppuku, and he also suggested that he would carry it out. Help him carry it out too. Like he would gladly be the second to help him commit seppuku. Is it really committing seppuku if the person's not agreeing to do it and someone just kills him? Is that just more murder? Isn't that just murder? Murder! Now, how do we handle this? I can't believe a silver coin was found in someone else's luggage. It would be best to handle this internally. Wait. Did Yukimasa plant the fucking coin? Did he fucking plant the coin? Is there something wrong with this guy? Is he actually like a serial killer? So maybe he killed the girl willingly, you know? Maybe he didn't really love her. I don't know. Publicly, we have already made our amends with Seedorf's death. That's true. Though it would be prudent to try and discover from where he is acquiring the coins, so as to prevent another such incident. Should one of our crew be caught smuggling again, he will not be the only one asked to take responsibility. I have great sympathy for you, Captain Asama. This is quite a headache. I can't imagine he would give up his connections just because we asked. We can't force him. If he doesn't want to talk, then we can give him some encouragement. But I couldn't. Worry not, Captain Asama. I shall take care of the dirty work. You needn't trouble yourself with anything, Captain. Leave it all to me. Captain. Very well. I leave this in your hands, Yukimasa. Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, he killed and ate a bunch of people, so, you know. He was capable of horrendous cannibalisms and stuffs. Best thing is the first bit of the second album where he calls the real Arnie and he gets he actually really called Arnold. That's funny. And they recorded the call. You know, Arnie would have had to have given permission for that to be used in the song though too, so that's kind of cool. Sorry, I almost choked there. How are you feeling? Hey, untie me! What is the meaning of this? A silver coin was discovered in your luggage. Huh? A silver coin? Interesting. It would seem you have quite a knack for acting. Hold on, I don't follow. I thought the smuggling problem was taken care of. Seedorf wasn't the one doing the smuggling, it was you. Like hell, I've never seen any damn silver coins. This is some kind of mistake. Check my bags again. A coin was found in your luggage, regrettably. Captain Asama saw it himself. Lies! I swear I've never touched one. Is that so? I swear, never once! Please believe me, I'm no smuggler. I've done good work, even on this expedition. You know I'm not someone who would get involved in smuggling. I don't know what kind of person anyone is. We may have known each other for years, but that doesn't mean I have any way of knowing what you think in private, how you feel, what kind of person you are. You smuggled the coins, didn't you? I didn't! I had nothing to do with it! Who was your supplier? I'm telling you, I'm no smuggler! It puts Captain Asama in an uncomfortable position if you don't talk. We can't risk damaging our homeland's trust any further. I swear to God I had nothing to do with it! So you won't tell? How can I tell you something I know nothing about? I see. You believe me? So it's very, very important information. Enough that you can't give it up so easily. In which case, I'll just do what I have to do until you talk. What are you? Whenever you're ready to talk, let me know. I'll stop right away. Hey, stop! What are you? Quite the thick fingers you have. Let go! What are you? But it's all meat. Your bones aren't any thicker than anyone else's. My finger! Oh, don't start screaming just yet. That was just the first. Your little finger. Next is your ring finger. Stop! Please don't! I'm begging you! Are you ready to talk? I told you I don't know anything! Too bad. Your middle finger. Don't! Your right hand is going to be useless if you don't start talking soon. What do you want me to tell you? I swear, I had nothing to do with it. What has you so stubbornly refusing to talk? Is your supplier really worth going to such lengths to protect? No, I can't tell you what I don't know. That's... Grrr! All that's left is your thumb. Help! Someone, get me! Just so we're perfectly clear, everyone on board knows what you did. No one's going to come to a smuggler's aid. God, I can't take any more of this. Please stop. Ready to talk? What will it be? I'll talk. Okay, I'll talk. If anything you tell me is a lie, you can consider your life forfeit. Are you ready to tell me the truth? We will investigate the details of your confession. If you lie, we will find out. Understood? But I... Speak. But... Or can't you? I don't know anything! That's a shame. Ah, well, you won't be using your right hand ever again. Although, There are still 5 fingers on your left. Are you in pain? Do you want me to stop? Yes, please. Alright. 4 left. That is quite the face. Let's Nipu Nipu. Really classy. What are you linking here? When your husband is shitting around. Okay, I'm not gonna click on that. That's not related. Hey, that's sound of a Ritter Sport chocolate bar opening. Wait, are you talking about the sound effects of the fingers cracking? And hello Minami. Konbanwa. It is morning time here. It is like 2:30 a.m. here. So, Ohio. 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 I think the last character should be Yo, Vivi. So it should be Ohio instead of Ohio. His interrogation isn't good. Even I can do better. Well, the point here of Yukimasa here is that he's purposely setting this guy up. He knows this guy's innocent. He planted this silver coin just so that he could, you know, torture this poor dude. I don't know why. Ohio. Ohio? Ohio? No. I think that's Geo. Ohio. That's incorrect as well. It should be Yo, not Joe. Columbus, Ohio. He's obviously a psychopath. So I mean, you know, maybe what's her face? Pauline kind of. Well, I mean, she died in the end. She died in the end. So I don't know. No, it's funny. Wait, what's funny? Oh, the Ritter. Wait, what is this Ritter Sport cracking? Oh, this is a loud commercial.
Knackige Schokolade.
Is it gonna
In
crack?
vielen leckeren Sorten.
Where's the crack? I'm waiting for the. Oh, there. It totally was the crack. Ohio. Yeah, there you go. You got it. You got it. I wish I could show it to you in a mirror. What is wrong with you? You monster. I'm not doing this because I want to. You're the one forcing my hand by refusing to talk. Now go on, spit it out. You wouldn't believe anything I said anyway. How long have you been doing this? You're the first. Liar, you sick bastard. It's the truth, though. Then why are you smiling? 3 left. What'll it be? Will you tell me everything? No lies, no omissions. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. 2 left. It's surprising how easily they break. No. Stop. This is the last one. It burns. It burns. My fingers are on fire. Now, what next? It burns. It burns. It burns. Are you listening? Hello? Excuse me. This over a few broken fingers? Need me to wake you up? I know it's too cold, but it's never too cold for ice cream. I agree. It's always a good time for ice cream, no matter what the temperature is. Joe and Yo sounds the same in German. Oh, okay. Well, in Japanese it would be different. Ohio or Ohio is correct. Ohio. There's no I in there, Minami? Ohio. Oh yeah, you're right. Ohio. Ohio. I don't know, for some reason I thought there was an I spell thrown in there for the sound. Ohio. 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 Joe and yo. Yeah, that's German pronunciation though, so yeah. I wish Yukimasa stops being mean and hurting people. I don't think that's gonna end anytime too soon, considering his track record. I don't know how you read the kanji written there. Something, oh, Genki, was it Genki desu ka? Oh, Genki desu ka. There you go, I remembered. Genki desu ka? Oh, hey, Minami. Let me tell you something. I am the one who put the coin in your luggage. Oh, the truth comes out. Of course you don't know anything. Someone, anyone, get in here. The silver coin wasn't. Don't go shouting things you'll regret. It's hard to fight back with your hands in that condition. Having trouble breathing? Huh? Well, are you? You need air? I guess it's hard to talk with my hands around your throat, huh? Do you want air? Alright, then you can have some air. Someone, anyone, please get in. You just don't learn. I could see the words written on his face. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? That is a good question. I'm not even sure myself. Hey. Answer me. Well, damn. I missed the opportunity to use my katana. I tossed the man's body overboard. My story would be that he sneaked out while I wasn't looking, and threw himself into the sea. As I watched the sack of flesh sink into the depths, I'm thoroughly shocked to realize I don't feel the slightest bit bad about what I've done. No regret, no remorse, nothing. I comprehend that the things I've done are reprehensible, that they're evil, but that knowledge wasn't sufficient to restrain my urges. There's an itch I've felt deep within my chest ever since the moment my blade sunk its teeth into Sidor's neck. I don't know what to call it, but I feel like I'm floating, like everything swirling about inside me has been unleashed, set free. There's still an edge of anxiety though. If I continue down this path, what might I transform into? Despite feeling not the slightest bit guilty about the horrible things I've done, I still fear this life I've made slipping away from me. I want something to anchor me. What exactly am I? Is this what I wanted to become? The kind of man who can take another's life without flinching, fully aware of his actions? And if that's truly what I am, perhaps it would make things easier if I did lose everything. Arigato, genki desu, Vivi. Hi, radio. New phone has Japanese letters, yay! Wait, are you saying your old phone didn't? Oh, so you got something going for your new phone, so there you go. Oh, don't scare me like that. And where did you pick up a word like, ninshe? I never took you for someone so pretentious. I'm sorry. You just look so much like a rabbit there. The way you were tossing your head back and forth, looking around for me. Oh, you. Ninshe. It's something you call a child. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm sorry, really. Don't be mad, Pauline. Hehe. I'm not mad at all. It's been a year and a half. We finally get to see each other again. That we do. Do you have any trouble out at sea? Did you fall ill or get caught in a storm or run into any kind of danger at all? No, there was no trouble. Everything went fine, without incident. The sea god was watching over us, I suppose. So he's been doing this since he's known Pauline. I don't know. What am I? Who am I? Who? What is this room? What are those colored windows? Were those here before in this mansion? I know what that is. It's an angel. The angel is, it's looking right, or it's looking at me and laughing. The angel is looking down on me and laughing. Bye, window. What are you doing? The angel's laughing at me. The angel. So the angel. You, where were you? I went to the kitchen to get a drink of water. You have nothing to worry about. I will not run away from you. I am not human. So he wasn't completely wrong about that when he lost his memories, about sensing that he wasn't quite human. Am I? I am not a human. You are not a human. You are you. It's alright. I imagine it's quite disconcerting having lost your memories, but no matter what happens, you will always be you. Don't be afraid. Are those the words of encouragement I truly wanted to hear? Am I afraid of being myself? I don't know. Don't think about it. I am a beast with no memories. He's just a sadist. No big deal. Or big deal. Seem to. His psyche drifted erratically between human and beast. If he accepted himself as human, it might cause memories better left buried to return to him. If he accepted himself as beast in exchange for his memories, he would no longer be able to rejoin human society. The white-haired girl fervently supported him in these precarious times. I was quite amazed. I had never imagined she would grow to be such a strong woman. Nevertheless, God is a cruel master. For what strength he gave her spiritually, he took an equal part from her physically. Though she persisted day in and day out to stay by the man's side, one day she suddenly fell ill. Night-night, Mr. Bond. Thanks for stopping by. I know it's really late. So hope you have a good sleep. With her in the throes of high fever and not knowing the cause, he fell into perpetual panic. There was no medicine in the mansion. They could hardly manage to put together sufficiently nutritious meals. Though there was no medicine, maybe there was something else that could make her feel better. However, everything he could think of required him to leave the house. Sorry. Hey. Hey. Is there anything you would like? Anything I would like? I'm considering visiting the village. I see. You're going to the village. I thought I might be able to get some medicine. I would prefer to bring a doctor here, but no one would come if they learned you were in this mansion. So, he was planning to put on a disguise to enter the village as a person. The white-haired girl smiled when she heard his idea. She had, after all, always wanted him to think of himself as human. However, because she was so pure-hearted, she did not comprehend the full extent of the slaughter he had confessed to committing. The revenge she had taken on those who had chased him around. How sinister his cackling and furious his reaping. She did not grasp just how serious it was. She had faith that Bestia had kindness in his heart. If you cannot get any medicine, then buy me some oranges, please. Oh, vitamin C, you know. Oranges? This is a land blessed by the sun. You should be able to find some wonderful, fresh oranges. Would that make you feel better? Yes, it should. Okay. Bestia's mind was made up. He would don the skin of a human for her, to protect the peace he had. He would return to the place that had left him with many painful memories. It was, to him, the source of his fear. Whenever he let his guard down, their shouts would play back in his mind. Bestia! 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 Hideous beast! Though he had physically conquered the people who had lived there, Bestia's memories of the village still haunted him. But her health meant more to him than any of that. He was willing to cast aside his fear if it meant the white-haired girl would recover. The girl still in her bed, he made his way out of the mansion. He crossed the overgrown forest, pushing forward one step at a time, all the while trying to brush aside his apprehension, until he arrived at the village. This is where they called me a beast, where I was almost killed, and where I killed them. I look different than I did then. I'm dressed differently too, but can I play the part? Can I act a convincing enough human? I have no choice. There are no other villages. I can't let her die. Excuse me, could you answer a question for me? A village man is looking at me, only for a moment, but for me, that moment is torturously long. Eating Ritter Sport right now. I actually I like the dark chocolate version of that brand of chocolates. We can get those here too. A faint look of panic crosses his face, perhaps in fear of my appearance. He's staring at me. Will he point his finger and call me a beast? Will the other villagers come to kill me? However, haven't seen you around here before. He didn't recognize me. Yes, I come from a faraway land, and I am unfamiliar with this area, so... Ha ha ha, you're dressed like a nobleman. On a secret trip or something? Something like that. You look really pale, though. Searching for a doctor? Ah, yes, but not for me. My companion has come down with a fever. Sorry to hear it. Well, I'd love to introduce you, but he's out right now. And he won't be back for a few days. I see. And where might I be able to buy fruit? There's a shop just around that corner. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Do take care, traveler. It's dangerous out there. I'm starting to attract attention, but not the same kind as before. They don't look at me with revulsion, hatred, or furious indignation. They're simply curious. The village feels different than last time. Could it have changed this drastically? Or is it because I really did look like a beast then? And now I look like a human? I don't know. Excuse me. Me? Yes? I would like to buy some fruit, some oranges. Oranges? Alrighty. Just a sec. The fruit vendor doesn't recognize me as the beast either. Any other year and they'd be a lot plumper than this. But this year, we've had the end of the war, and this whole mess with the beast, it's just been crazy. If you'd like, how about you come back in a few years and try your oranges again? They'll be several times better, I assure you. I'll keep that in mind. You bet. That'll be... I'm sorry, I don't have any local currency. Would this suffice? What? How? Is... no good, I take it? No. On the contrary. It's hardly fair for you trading a jewel for a few oranges. That's all I have to offer. I hope you can exchange it for money. Sure. You nobles are something else. Noble. Aren't you? Though if you wander around dressed too well, you put yourself in danger. You might find yourself stripped bare by a bandit, or perhaps even catch the attention of the beast. The beast. Everyone mentions the beast. They speak of me. Have you heard tales? I have not. There's a beast, dens not too far from this village. It's attacked before and we've been living in fear, never knowing when it might attack again. But that all ends today. The men have finally found their spines. They all got together and went out to exterminate it. What? And you'll never guess who's responsible. A kid, a little boy spearheading the attack. Never would have expected the little kid to whip all our lazy, cowardly men into shape. The boy's the only one who knows where the beast's den. Ah, hold on. What about your oranges? The men have banded together, and they're going to kill the beast? Why now? Why when I'm not there? I'm the beast, I'm right here. I'm what you're trying to hunt. The only person at the mansion right now is her. Ooh, this music's pretty cool, isn't it? Ooh, this music. I know, it's pretty cool, isn't it? He regretted not asking the fruit vendor how long ago the party set off. Though, what good would that knowledge have done him? He had to hurry back regardless. It fits with this symbol, yeah. They killed the girl. He goes berserk again. The only one that saw him was the boy, right? Maybe the bitter one. Yeah, the bitter one. It was like I think it was like 70% dark chocolate with oh, I like the ones with hazelnut in it too. The sun was beginning to set, draping the surroundings in a deep blackness. As if to keep him from returning home, the night wrapped its hands around his head, covering both eyes. In what direction did he have to head to return to the mansion? Oh no. He set out— I thought he set out in the morning time. He stormed through the forest and eventually the mansion appeared before him, like the world fading into view after a dream. Bestia was the tempest of the night, blowing through the overgrowth toward the house. Please, please make it in time. I need her. I need the peace that she provides me. The last thing I want is for her to die. But could they really make that mistake though when they storm the place and see there's a girl? In the blink of an eye, he was through the door, charging through the mansion's halls. He could not sense anyone else inside though. All he could hear was the whoosh of the wind blowing into the house from somewhere. It seemed a window was open. Where are you? Where have you gone? Answer me, please answer me. He cried out the girl's name, again and again, until his throat was sore and his voice hoarse, but she did not respond. Did not know you have German brands in Canada. We import a lot of stuff, so yeah. We like that Rittersport. Like you can find it pretty commonly in like any supermarket though too. It's not super hard to find. He rushed into her bedchamber. Hey, hello? Where are you? Where are you? Answer me! I would do a scream, but the man swung his head back and forth so hard he thought he might break his own neck, and when he made to look down, he slipped, falling on his tailbone. He felt something slick on his hands, a sensation he would recognize anywhere. The liquid was still warm. No, that can't be. It cannot be. Muttering incomprehensibly in fear, he crawled back through the door of her chamber and into the corridor. Like a genuine beast, he followed the trail of slippery fluid on all fours. Wait, how come it's not saying whether it's like blood or not? They're intentionally obscuring details in this story here for a visual novel. It's like, I think I'm happy with the bugs. Woot, that's cool. So like, there are bugs, but you're okay with them? The trail glimmered like red wine. Okay, now it's implying it's blood. It stretched down the hall, past the living room, smeared across the floor like it had been wiped down with a mop. Like, wait, like they dragged the body across the house? The man crawled and crawled and crawled until at last he reached the stairs leading down to the cellar. But welcome back, Omni, and I'm glad that you got your issues resolved with the bugs. The ruby trail continued. From beyond the door he could hear men's voices. With a howl, the man stumbled down the stairs, throwing open the wooden door. His first impression was that the stench of blood was suffocating. Also, this music is like kind of loud. It's like intense music. Omni sounds like CD Projekt Red without the bugs. And indeed, there he discovered the white-haired girl. He found himself unable to even scream. What are we gonna see? Her once porcelain skin was no longer even sickly pale. It was now the bloodless color of dirt. She was sprawled haphazardly out on the cellar floor, dried blood stains around her half-open mouth. From those lips, naturally lacking their former rosy sheen. Her body was covered with an array of wounds, but the most prominent was the man's singular sword standing tall in her chest. This is the Bestia? He doesn't look like the same. It's him. He's the same guy. He's the Bestia. Several villagers surrounded him at the behest of a young boy. He's gotten himself dressed up all proper and fancy, but good clothes don't make him a good man. Isn't that right, you Bestia? No. You murderer! Wait, why did they kill the white-haired girl? Because, like, they felt like she was in cahoots with the beast, Bestia? Why did you kill her? 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 Why? You want to know why? Her death was an accident, I'd say. I feel bad about what happened, but any woman who would live with a man like you must be a witch. Does that hurt? Are you hurting right now, you Bestia? Then maybe now you understand. You not only stole my parents and friends from me, you ripped the last shard of hope I had from my hands. Wow, this guy is like seriously super mad about him killing his girlfriend. The story is so messed up. She was the witch, remember? No, she wasn't really the witch. We don't really quite know what she is. I wanna be the very best yet. Like no one ever was. Do you get it? Do you finally understand how I feel? Now you know how it feels to have someone you care about taken from you. Pauline, was desperately trying to find you. Why? Why would you kill someone so devoted to you? Do you understand what you've done? I'm asking you a question, you goddamn murderer. I see, and now I have nothing left. What? The man stepped forward, almost perfectly calm. His panic had vanished. as if it was never there. His eyes were disturbingly vacant. Perhaps the sorrow had overpowered him, beating his heart into quiet submission. No, that was not the case. Though his eyes were empty, a faint smile spread across his lips. The transition was swift, as though a gear had switched in his mind. The boy and the other villagers were frozen in place at the sight. Before long, the man was standing before the deceased girl's body, and then he pulled the blade from her chest. Wait, they killed her with his own sword? Oof. Oof. I knew it. I really was a beast. And what I wanted was a tether. What are you yammering on about? Didn't you care about that woman? Didn't you choose her over Pauline? Who you then threw aside and butchered? What is wrong with you? What was she to you? She was my serenity. But she's dead now, and there's nothing I can do about that. Peace, calm, tranquility. The man's behavior was downright eerie, causing the boy to flinch back. Believing he'd had everything taken from him and could not possibly lose anything more was, I imagine, what had allowed him to stand up to the beast, the source of such crippling fear. Yet now, he found himself unable to move. He found himself in the face of such an incomprehensible creature paralyzed with fear, and the villagers were similarly dumbstruck. Not even I could understand his behavior. What the hell's wrong with you? How can you laugh at this? I don't get it. How? How indeed? I wonder myself. I don't know either. But you know what? It doesn't matter anymore. Because every last one of my anchors has broken off and sunken into the sea. I'm not gonna. It's a lot of laughing. Oh wait, this is automatically going. Just imagine maniacal laughter. Damn it, get moving, kill him! I'll slaughter every last one of you! Yes. My whole life, I've always wanted to kill. Plot twist. He was a murderer in the end. What was it that afflicted you with such madness? Losing your memory in the shipwreck? The abuse and insult you suffered at the villagers' hands? Or was it your grief at not being able to return to your homeland? No, none of those were the root. You were always like this. You always bore those twisted desires. You held those deep, constant urges to cause others harms. That is your essence. The real you, hidden beneath the mask of sincerity. The true beast was your heart. The beast was a convenient skin for you to wear. You wanted to be a brutal, savage murderer. You never really loved the white-haired girl, or the black-haired woman for that matter. You were merely attached to them. Fixated on the idea of a world of tranquility, you used this piece to anchor yourself, to prevent you from drifting off into the ocean of your desires. You yearned to cause pain, while also hungering for the opposite, a calm life. You idolized this idealized life, spent in quiet harmony with another, because you knew just how difficult it would be for you to attain. Far more difficult for you than satisfying your cravings, but not impossible. I personally had hoped you would find peace with someone rather than descend into savagery. It may have only been superficial, but it would have been very human. But ultimately, peace slipped through your fingers, and no one was left to suppress your desires. You cannot, after all, hold them back yourself. What a tragic man. What a hopeless man you are. Oops, too late. Was it too late though? That was basically him. I don't think there was ever any hope for this guy. I guess too late to save his anchor. But it sounded like the white-haired girl was sick anyways, so she might have died anyways, and like, you know, the moment she died, he would have like gone back to being to being the awful murderer he was. Oh no, anyway, shrug. Yeah, man. Wait, yeah, man? Yeah, man. The door to the cellar swung shut. You had fallen to the floor at some point, unable to hear the stench of blood, or bear the stench of blood. The maid stood behind you, her arms wrapped around your shoulders. The maid's voice was chillingly gentle. See, this maid, okay, Radio, you said that the maid looked a lot like Pauline. She does not look like her at all. Pauline looked more also Asian, and clearly the maid looks more has more European features. I don't know. The door to your face swung shut. Good point. Good point. The maid is more pale. She also has been drawn to feature more like European features. Well, also she's dressed gothic, so maybe that's kind of... It has green eyes. Well, her hair does not look anything like Pauline's. So Pauline has like thick hair. Thick long hair. Vampire Pauline. Is it vampiric Pauline? I don't know, we don't really quite know what or who the maid is. Just that she's survived through the times to serve the mansion. You'd hire her? I mean, she's like she's like the everlasting maid or something, so you'd be getting good value. With a different face and body. I know, right? She looks completely different from Pauline. That doesn't change the fact that the maid is a cootie patootie. No, it doesn't. But she's definitely different looking from Pauline, in my opinion. That was quite horrific, wasn't it? Are you feeling unwell, Master? Oh my, you're shaking, Master. Fear not. I assure you, the beast will not come through that door. Do you think the Master is the beast himself? I don't know. I am here for you, and I will continue to hold you for as long as you need to settle your nerves. Oh dear, you feel like you might freeze in my arms? Am I really that cold? I cannot tell my own temperature. You wish to know what happened to Bestia after that? I could open the door once more and show you. But I have no intention of knowingly tossing you back into that den of horrors. He lost the rest of his humanity, becoming wholly beast. But, to tell just a little more of the tale, it is my understanding that entire village was ravaged shortly thereafter. He was a bewitchingly talented swordsman. Not a single person living in that village could stand up to him. In the woman's memories you saw, he was a gentleman, yes? But even the mildest of men can change. Though personally I believe that without an element of monstrousness buried somewhere within, a man cannot become a beast, regardless of what may push him in that direction. Do you follow? Hehe. No, tell me, Master, have you remembered anything? Oh dear, I was afraid of that. I am a remarkably patient maid. I shall accompany you for as long as you require, so do please find your memories. Now, let us head to the next door. The mansion is quite large, so hold on to my hand. We would not want to get separated. You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit hall, passing by the mirror once again. The light from the candle in the maid's hand was the only thing that reflected in it. The maid herself did not appear. Vampire. However, just as you were about to avert your eyes, you thought you caught a glimpse of white hair. What? Dun dun dun. You heard a voice echo in the darkness, and when you turned to face the mirror again, the glass was the color of obsidian, as if it had been painted over. The voice seemed to be coming from beyond the mirror. The maid did not turn back, evidently having not heard anything. You extended your hand, averted your eyes. Oh, this is a choice. What do we do? What do we want to do? This looks like a real choice, actually. I'm gonna put it here. Lock? There we go. There we go. Will you continue to the next story? Sure. I'm not like super sleepy yet, so. What do you guys think? Extend your hand or avert your eyes? What does chat want to do? Who are we extending our hand to and why are we averting our eyes? Well, one for extend, two for avert. Okay then, I maybe be back if you still on it later. Okay. Eyes? Averted the eyes. Scary choice. I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll let some people weigh in on that. Oh. Radio is coming in with the hand choice. It's acting on the mirror. Touch the mirror or look away. Okay. I offered the ice tray. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go for a quick break, and I'll wait for a few more people's opinions on which direction to take. Though it sounds like it's a tie anyway, so it'll just be up to me anyways. Okay, I'm back. I see one, so it looks like extend the hand. Two for hand. Hand choice. Do not neglect, embrace. However ugly or pretty, I vote 1 2. Okay. When it is. Yeah, that was a choice. I was asking people to weigh in on the choice. You extended your hand toward the darkness, overrunning the mirror. It was probably like a diverging choice there for the visual novel. That's the first choice I've seen. Looks like I won. Oh, that was a vote. I don't know. You. It was like a question mark. I thought you were unclear as to what 1 and 2 were. So... okay. The second your hand brushed against the surface, the tips of your fingers sunk into it. And the next thing you realize, your whole world was sinking into darkness. You could hear a voice. I am the witch. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Who's this Giselle chick? Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, alright then. This deep in the forest? Thank you very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I'm looking for, yes? He could have said something. Oh well. I should get going, I guess. Does no one live here? If that's the case, then why was I... Such a big door. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. This person sure talks to themselves a lot. Hot tea, yeah! I have cold tea, yeah! I wonder if the window's open. Darn, not a hint of light. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel? Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. I like the music in here, but it's like hard to it's hard to read over. It's like really like vocal music. With a little more light it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Who's Michael? Or is this Michelle? Michelle or Michael? This looks like Mikel. Or Michel? Mikel? Come on, can I look it up? It doesn't look like Michael. Mikel. Mikel is originally a French name. How do you pronounce it? Mikel? Mikel is equivalent to the English personal name Michael. Although in Dutch the name Mikel is also common. Hard to pronounce. Pronunciation. Oh, there's actually a YouTube video. Wait, hold on. There's a YouTube video to pronounce it.
Michelle.
What the hell garbage is this? And this is on YouTube? I downrated it. Mikel.
Pronouncenames.com.
Oh god.
Michel.
Michel, okay. That's what I thought. Michel. Is pronounced Mikel. Or even if you type it like that, it's not helpful. Clearly a woman. Wait, this guy? It's not Michelle as in like the English Michelle. It's Michel, the French version of it's actually a male name. Michel. You laughed hysterically. Were you laughing at the pronunciation? I missed that in chat. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited. Oh, I turned it up too much. Shh. Music, you're too overpowering. You're too powerful. But I did announce myself. Is this your mansion? It is. French man equals English woman. Got it. Something like that. But Michelle? There's a slight difference in the way it's pronounced. Wait, what? Thank goodness, I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned. Oh, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended, but I do think it could do with some light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I am not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There is a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. Wait, this is exactly what the maid told Bestia or Yukimasa. These exact same lines. If you need stuff, take the furniture and trade it. I'm no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion? They say that a witch lives here. Not merely a witch. A cursed witch. If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not legend nor fairy tale. The witch's name was Morgana. And what part of the story are we? Is me. Wait, so Michelle is also Morgana? He's a witch? Doesn't that make him a warlock? Doesn't it make him a warlock? Unless they're female. Isn't a female witch a warlock? Oh, I've always been confused about that. What was that? Giselle? Oh my, what is the matter, master? Why are you just standing in place? There's nothing there. The maid did not seem to have seen anything. You made to ask about the scene you had just witnessed. Well, what's going on with the... Master? You look like you've just seen a ghost. What is the matter? How about a little rest before we move on? You do not wish to remain here? Hehe. Still not fond of mirrors? Yes, yes. Now let us be off. I too dearly wish for you to return to your old self as soon as possible, master. If your desire is to push onward, then I could hardly be happier. Now, follow me. That was a short story scene thing. Don't you just hate it when your cute maid turns into a spiral? Happens all the time to me. Ugh. Right? You followed the maid's lead, returning to the living room. Not just like any spell, it's just like it was a like a bad Photoshop filter. Spiral mode on. All hail the hypno maid. Cue like heavy ass static noise. It's from the hypno maid. You followed the maid's lead, returning to the living room. From there, you climbed a set of stairs, your hands sliding through the dust that had settled on the ebony railing. When you stepped out of the sight of the mirror, the maid returned to normal. Uh-oh. So she wasn't spirally anymore. You had been on the verge of remembering something, but you were no longer in a position to be concerned about such things. For the chill in the air within the mansion seemed to have intensified. Standing at one edge of a long corridor, you asked the maid, "When was the mansion built?" "I would imagine you know more about that than me, master." Hehehe. "Yes, I know. You have not yet regained your memories. I was simply teasing you. I have been a servant of this house for many, many years, but the truth is, I do not know everything about it. All I know is that the mansion is cursed, and that it has brought misfortune upon its residents since times of old. I can make a conjecture as to when it began, but I believe you should figure it out for yourself, master. There is no guarantee my perspective is the correct one. Now, let us proceed." You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit corridor. Hypno Maid sounds like the name of a rave event. I think it was a Futurama joke. While the layout of the house was the same as in the eras of the flaxen-haired boy and the beast, the bleak, colorless gloom felt incredibly dreary. On the wall, partway down the hall, hung a painting. The painting, which depicted a beautiful landscape, was oddly entrancing, but you did not have time to appreciate the artwork. Your hand in the maid's, you passed by the painting. Before long, a door came into sight at the end of the hall. This door is what I would like to show you next, master. Listen closely. Do you hear the voices? Lively but rough, energetic but coarse. Wait, hold on. Lively but rough, energetic but coarse. What lies beyond this door is neither a period of elegance and abundance like the first, nor one of ruin and savagery like the second. Technology and culture had become quite developed. Cameras and photography had been invented. It was a time of great progress and many breakthroughs, and for that reason, those who lived in it were constantly seeking to try new things. The tale I'm about to tell you is one of a man who wagered everything on his ambitions. I hope that what you see, master, will stir something in your heart. Now, through the door we go. Please, do not let go of my hand. The maid pushed open the door. Colorful balls bounced around atop a long, dark green table. Ooh, billiards? One man dressed in black and standing by the billiards table turned toward the door. The room was inundated with eye-watering cigar smoke, causing you to squeeze your eyes shut. When was cameras invented? What year is that? It'll probably tell us here. Maid. Do you have a thing for maids? Do you have a thing for maids on me? 1869. Okay, a lot earlier than I thought. I thought for some reason cameras were like sometime in the early 19th century. Ooh, we're getting into this kind of music. This sounds like, what do you call that? I'm trying to think of the word, like those shows with like, the sexy kind of shows in France. Sup, Gunther. Oh my god. Heavy breathing. That era was a rat race of innovation and development. That word is gonna like come to me and then I'll like blurt it out and be like, and people will be like, what is she going on about? I want to say like boudoir, but not boudoir. I am an idiot. What? Okay. Why do you say that, Gunther? Oh, wait, aren't you up like really late? What is everyone up doing up at this hour? You guys are insane. Yes. Well, like, does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like shows? 5:30 a.m. where I am. So you are 2 hours? Oh, okay, so you're CST. Right, okay. Omni! It's gonna bug me. I know what I'm googling. No. Vaudeville is not vaudeville. Vaudeville burlesque shows? I guess vaudeville falls under that, isn't it? Doop-a-doop-doop. Vaudeville is a theatrical genre of variety entertainment born in France at the end of the 19th century. Okay, well, I guess vaudeville was originally a comedy without psychological or moral intentions. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought vaudeville was. Like, more super casual. Is it called a burlesque show, then? I thought there was a word for it. Burlesque. Burlesque is a literary, dramatic, or musical work intended to cause laughter by I can't say this word. The manner or spirit of serious works, or by ludicrous treatment of their subjects. I can't think of the word. There's a specific word for this. What were you talking about? I was in the toilet. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Well, Inky, long story short, is 5 to 6 weekends, each rounded up to 2 days total, long enough to know someone. So 10 to 12 days. Okay. Wait, what are we talking about? Like, knowing people? 5 to 6 weekends, rounded up to 2 days total, long enough to know someone? I don't know. Oscar's demanding my attention. Oh, Oscar! Give Oscar hugs for me. Hugs. Where's my hug emote? Hug. I couldn't bother to type it. Omni, how do I join? Bad echo. Our water deposit froze overnight? Wait, what do you mean by water deposit? You make it like sound like our water deposit. Like simply like rain or something? Rain. Just froze overnight. Been a while since I had that question. Right back. Water deposit. I don't know what water deposit is. Like, are you talking about in your fucking toilet? Sorry. Language. Water deposit. I don't know what water deposit refers to. Anyhow, welcome here, Gunther. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Anyhow, let's see. The smoke was so thick you could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of you. I could compare it to a dense morning fog, but that might give the impression of beauty, and there was little of that to be found in this haze. I have no idea what all this is that you're showing me. Water deposit. I have no idea what this is. Water deposit. We don't have these things here. Wait, can Oscar and Inky's furballs have a playdate together? Sure, why not? Except I think my kittens would probably like run circles around Oscar. Most likely. I don't know what a water deposit is. This might be like a cultural thing, a cultural restriction. So I have no idea. What is it? What is even the purpose of a water deposit? The name of it is so generic. Water deposit. What do you guys use it for? The one looking in your direction, master, was the present master of the house. Who's this guy? Jacopo. Jacopo! Jacopo! It deposits water. Okay. Wow. Really? I couldn't have even figured that it deposited water. Like for the toilet or something, or what? You're not even specifying what exactly for. Yes, I get from the name that it deposits water somewhere, but where? His name was Jacopo. And though he dressed in such fine attire, I sincerely doubt he understood how splendid the furnishings left in the mansion truly were. It's a beast. I am a faithful servant of this house, and I would not, for the life of me, dare speak ill of my master. However, this is a time long past. I imagine God would be so kind as to turn a blind eye to a little bit of honesty. I was not terribly fond of my master back then. He had wavy hair the color of over-dried tea leaves, a piercing gaze, an arrogant smile, and he wore a hat that made him look rather haughty. He put his trust only in money, renown, and rank. He loved only the iron and steel that had revolutionized so many industries. He had not the slightest bit of love or care for other people. At the very least, that is what I believed at the time. Take a look around the room, master. Jacopo had remodeled it into a recreation area. A billiards table sat in the center of the room, and the downward-facing lights hanging from the ceiling were special made. The light shone upon the dark green stand like a stage, cigars and bourbon-lined glass cases installed in place of bookshelves. The cases were always fully stocked, their contents available to partake of readily. At that particular moment, as he had many times before, Jacopo had invited several friends and acquaintances, and they were entertaining themselves. His wealthy, high-ranking acquaintances had a variety of hair colors, from polished brass to the brown of a baby robin to the color of sunburnt wheat. There was also much greater variation in skin tone compared to the visitors and residents of previous eras. Wait, this sounds really racist. It was a melting pot of color. But that was hardly any surprise, for the mansion sat upon land inhabited largely by immigrants. The New World. What's the matter? What are you looking at? Sorry, I didn't mean to bark that out. Nothing. I just thought I heard someone say my name. Wait, who was talking before? I thought it was Jacopo's line. Oh, his acquaintance. Okay. Ain't no one there, unless you're seeing a ghost. I don't believe in such nonsense. It's an old house with a long history. Wouldn't be surprised if it had a ghost or two. But if the place is gonna be haunted, I'd take a princess over a bloody bride any day. Princess, eh? And when she showed up, you'd have your way with this ghost lady, am I right? Color me impressed, son. You jump her bones and she don't even got any to jump. What? Come on now, that's hardly fair. Not much you can do not much you can even do with a ghost. My god, are you men or children? This is my house, and I would rather you didn't talk about it like that. Just the blatherings of a couple old drunks. Pretend you didn't hear nothing. For the love of God. In any event, whatever happened to that printer you invested in? I haven't heard their name come up in some time. Ugh. Can we please avoid that subject or topic? That's been quite the headache for me. I thought it'd pay off, but it always sounded sketchy to me. I'd recommend you pull out unless you want to find yourself with nothing left but a nice fat pile of debt. You could have mentioned that beforehand. Urgh, this is killing me. The men's deep voices resonated in the cloudy room. As they imbibed alcohol and puffed on their cigars, they conversed mostly about business and money. Jacopo and the rest of the men were a breed known as investors. You might also call them tacticians. They survived on information attained before anyone else by making swift decisions and having foresight. Though instead of flesh and bone, their soldiers were made of ink and paper. To an outsider, this meeting might appear to be a congregation of friends, but in reality, they were observing one another, gathering information and anything else they could use to get ahead. At times, money and information were exchanged directly, and when they were no longer of financial value to one another, their relationship would pop like a bubble and dissipate into nothing. But you know, Jacobo, you can't be sure this railroad you're so passionate about is gonna bear fruit neither. Oh, the railroad. Hey, Omni, have you met Lopez Jr. in TwitchCon before? Maybe, maybe. You don't even know if it'll get finished. And even if they do connect the tracks, will it really be any shape for people to ride? It's a pipe dream, this transcontinental railroad of yours. Jacopo went silent, but I am certain this is what was going through his head. You're a bunch of damned imbeciles if you can't see that the entire country's put their weight behind this endeavor. This is why you have so much trouble making it even a few thousand. At the time, a great railway was being built across the breadth of the continent. Construction was spearheaded by two large rail companies in competition for both prestige and a bigger share of this massive national enterprise. The Union Pacific Railroad Company started building from the east, and the Central Pacific Railroad Company from the west. But the government bonds alone were not enough to finance the massive undertaking. By the way, there's been less than pleasant reports about workers dying on the job for the company you chose, Central Pacific. Ah, you mean how they're using explosives to blast through the mountains? Making quite a bang they are. But if this gets to be much bigger of a fix, then they're not going to be able to continue construction. You should have at least put your money in the more sure bet of the two, the Union Pacific. It'll cost you to hire replacement workers, and they keep kicking the bucket. You're gonna have trouble finding more. My goodness. And here I thought you all had spines. You all think we're gonna run out of workers just because a few ate it? Ha! There's so many we don't even know what to do with them all. There's not a chance that well will dry up. And if by some chance it does, all we have to do is scoop up a ship full of blacks or yellows. Oh my god. You won't get anywhere if you spend your time worrying about a few measly laborers. I've met Lobos lots of times, sure. That's cool. I figured you had, but I wasn't sure. Because I don't think I've ever heard you talk about meeting him. What an open-minded civilian! This is an endeavor backed by the entire nation. Their deaths are honorable in service of their country. The biggest loss is not of people's lives, but of time. The longer a project takes, the more money it costs, and the less profit we make. What we seek is rapid progress, even if the methods to obtain it are messy or deadly. The other men in the room chuckled uncomfortably at Jacobo's distasteful choice of words. Do you agree with his way of thinking, Master? Perhaps he does have a point in that great sacrifice is necessary to accomplish great things. And it is true that tragedy often lies in the shadows of the splendor of times long past. Furthermore, the way people see the world changes with the times, so I hesitate to criticize him too severely. Now, as I'm sure you've already picked up on, he was an investor who had put money into a railroad company. He also possessed several crude oil refineries, riding on the world's second wave of industrial development. Mansion 2 bustled with life in a way it never had before. Dozens of maids, including me, gardeners, chefs, sculptors, artists. At times, we even had writers coming in and out of the house. There was rarely a moment of silence. However, I was not terribly fond of the hustle and bustle personally. But please, do not get me wrong. I am hardly opposed to the mansion being cheerful. I was just... how should I put it? The splendor of the time seemed superficial, heartless. It was as though everyone was being rushed along by some unknown, invisible force. Part of it was, I expect, caused by the growing divide between those standing at the top and sitting at the bottom. Or perhaps mansion was simply taking after its master. There's no time to waste. Yeah, he's a very nice guy. That's cool. Lobo seems very down to earth from what I've seen. But then I've only really seen him in the stream, so There's no time to waste. Everything is resting upon the success of this project. Whatever it takes, I will ensure it happens. I need more money and more power. Suddenly, a restrained knock on the door stopped his train of thought. From beyond the door came a woman's voice, gentle as a soft spring breeze. Pardon me, I've made some tea. May I offer anyone a cup? It's the white woman, or why did I say white woman? The white-haired girl. White-haired woman. We never seem to learn her name. We still don't know her name. He's probably the most down-to-earth streamer I've ever met. Lol. That's cool. Is that a famous streamer? Lobos? He's probably one of like the bigger streamers who's been around for a long time. Long time streamer. Oops, I didn't read that line, did I? Yeah, whatever. It was indeed her. Are you surprised? Or did you anticipate her appearance? Though she was not the same age and dressed differently, the white-haired girl whom you saw fall into the hands of misfortune in the era of roses and the era of the beast was also present in this era of innovation. Furthermore, she was Jacopo's wife. Tea? I don't recall asking for that. When were you asked to make it? I wasn't, but I had these leaves with the most wonderful aroma, and I thought you might enjoy— Shut your trap and know your place. What do you think we have all these maids for? Hey now, no need to treat your lady like that. She was just trying to be courteous. These are my personal affairs. Please keep your comments to yourself. His friends were unsure how to react, but ultimately nobody stepped up to stop Jacopo. They merely shrugged, tossing glances at one another. Jacopo stomped over to the white-haired girl. He then grabbed her by the arm and dragged her from the den. I mean, compared to me, he's a very big streamer. Have fun. Or wait, are you taking off by that comment? Hey, have fun. Have fun too. See ya. What the hell do you think you're doing? I've told you time and again to stay away from that room unless absolutely necessary. I'm sorry, but I made tea and— Shut up about the tea already. You think we're having tea parties in there like a bunch of prissy nobles? I'm sorry. If you really feel so bad, don't go in there in the first place. Get the hell back to your room. I meant no harm. I'm your wife. I thought it would be nice if I could do something. Like I've told you, that's not your job. Don't show yourself in front of the other men. I have nothing else to say to you. Got it? Now scram. Sakes alive. First them, now you. It's driving me up the wall. What is it? I told you to get out of here. Right, but, what? When will you spend time with me next? It has been some time since we last went out together. But we don't even have to go out. Just having dinner together would— How many times are you gonna make me repeat myself, you worthless tramp? Are those ears only for show? Go back to your goddamn room. My apologies. Looking utterly downtrodden, the white-haired girl made her departure. Such a piteous sight she was. As she watched her go, Jacopo merely snorted. Just thinking about the way he behaved then angers me. I have little fondness for men who do not treat their spouses with respect. So, as you can see, the white-haired girl was in hardly a joyous situation. She was devoted to Jacopo and tried to do whatever she could for him. But he not only brushed her aside, he did so in an insulting, deliberately hurtful manner. They were far from picturesque partners. I'm asleep, alright. Good night, Gunther. Thanks for stopping by. Do you wonder then, Master, why she married him? The answer to that question will come to light in time. For now, let us follow her. Looking down dejectedly at the undrunken tea, the white-haired girl walked alone down the corridor. Her clothes don't really quite fit the music. I don't know. It also sounds like there's like two different tracks playing, but I know that they're supposed to be like kind of like in harmony. Though its calming scent filled the air, there was nobody around to have their heart warmed by it. Nor was there anyone to alleviate her loneliness. Despite being the master's wife, the maids who crossed her path in the halls said nary a word to her. As a matter of fact— "Oh dear, I beg your pardon, madame." "It's fine." One even bumped into her, stifling a laugh as she trotted off. In all likelihood, she had done it intentionally. The poor white-haired girl who had fallen to the floor stared helplessly at the broken cups. The tea she had made for her husband was forming a stain in the carpet. The maid's behavior toward the mistress of the house was absolutely unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was commonplace, all because of the way Jacopo treated her. The more the men of the house acted cruel to her, the less weight her position as his wife held to the servants. Day in and day out, the maids worked busily, offered little opportunity for leisure, so that they would naturally have acclimated quite a bit of stress, or accumulated, and she became the target of them to let off the steam. Not directly, but through a more subdued kind of harassment from the shadows. She must have felt quite miserable. I imagine she would have been better off as one of the maids. On the surface and in front of others, they showed respect for her as Jacopo's bride, but behind closed doors, they acted very much the opposite. The disparity between the treatment she received around others, the treatment she was supposed to receive at all times, and the way she was actually treated made the abuse that much worse. And furthermore, as you have seen through the other doors, Master, she was a very reserved young woman. She could neither raise her voice in reprimand, nor raise her hand in retaliation. "I have to get this cleaned up." She extended her spindly fingers towards the shards of shattered porcelain. But even the broken cup seemed to have no concern to spare for her. Its shattered edge cut her fingertip when she made to pick it up. A trickle of warm red blood ran across her unearthly white skin. As painful a sight as it was, it had sort of a taboo beauty to it. The blood spilling from her fingers showed no signs of slowing down. She clenched her hand into a fist, let out a sigh, and went back to collecting the shards of porcelain. But when she did— "Madame! Madame! What's the matter? Madame, you're bleeding." While all the other maids ignored her, one came running over, shouting to the white-haired girl's side. "We need to get that cleaned and bandaged up." "Oh, you don't need to pick that up. That's not your job, madame." "It's all right, Maria. There's not much to pick up." "It is not at all right. And the rest of you, why are you just standing there? Your boss's wife is on her hands and knees and you're not even lifting a finger to help her? You disgust me." "Maria, it's fine, really." "Oh, madame, if you weren't so timid, this wouldn't happen. You're allowed to yell at them, you know? It's all right, really. It's my fault. Anyway, we should get that finger taken care of. Let's get you back to your room, okay?" "But the broken cups and the spill." "As I said, that's the maid's work. Now, come on, let's go." Oh, okay. "And the rest of you, get this mess cleaned up." She roared like the wind in a thunderstorm. The other maids stood there dumbfounded, watching as she and the white-haired girl disappeared down the hall. But they were soon frowning and grumbling to one another. She thinks she can act all high and mighty just because the master is fond of her. The woman's name was Maria. She was one of the maids. She was the one person in the mansion the white-haired girl could think of as an ally. Though her husband paid her no mind and the maids made her life miserable. Just one person, Maria, treated her with respect and kindness. And I'm sure you can readily imagine how much of a lifesaver that was for her. I too found myself somewhat relieved that Maria was there for her. Wait, what was this maid doing all this time? She's just like watching her like get bullied, not helping her. Being a servant of this house, I was also one of the maids working there at that time. However, I was unable to involve myself to any great degree in her fate. Aww. This meant that there was little I could do to assist her, even in times of pain and unpleasantness. This music is really weird. Can we admit then that this music is kind of weird for this? The best I could do was pray that Maria would continue to lend the white-haired girl her hand. And that does it. Thank you, Maria. You're always such a big help. Oh, no need to thank me. I just did what any good maid should do. No one else is in the room, you know. Oh, right. Then I can drop the act? Man, I just can't get used to talking all stuffy. I'm out there doing my best, but the head maid's still spouting stuff like, "Your manner of speaking is improper for a servant," every single time we meet. Yeesh, come on, shove it, would ya? You're a damn creep. No, you mustn't speak of her like that. Sorry, slip of the tongue. She just kinda gives me the willies, you know? Speaking of, you dropped the stuffy talk too, madame. Kinda awkward if only one of us is acting casual, you know? This is normal for me. If I'd attempted to talk like you, I would freeze up out of nervousness. This is my casual. Fair enough. Guess that's what happens when you're raised well. I like it though. Has a very regal feel about it. I don't think my upbringing is the only factor. But you know, upbringing is important. Worth a lot more than money, I'd say. Testing, hello? Okay, you're testing? Test has worked. Test received. I suppose. Thank you, Maria. You're always so compassionate. Testing hamster. This hamster? Do I have this emote to react? No, I don't. You betcha. They don't call me the Virgin Mary for nothing. I practically bleed compassion. You know, that might be true. You very well could be the reincarnation of the Mother of God. No. You were supposed to laugh at that. It's just embarrassing if you take it seriously. Calling from my bathtub. Ring ring. Ring ring. Mushy mushy. Mushy mushy. Wait, what? That reminds me of something. Mushy mushy. Wonder if I can find it. Probably not. Or is it a soundbite that I have somewhere on here? Signal us table, y'all. Alone in the white-haired girl's room, Maria was acting much more friendly and relaxed as they conversed, as opposed to her no-nonsense attitude in the hallway. The two women were, as you can see, quite close. They had crossed over the wall separating master from servant and built a bond of friendship. And at some point they had begun to speak frankly with one another when no one else was around. Maria was the only person in the mansion around whom the white-haired girl felt comfortable being open. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. No, okay, well, not call it straight, but I'm gonna make a prediction that the Maria is maybe like maybe more sinister than we think a character here. She's just spent all this time to get close to the white-haired girl. I imagine she very much enjoyed these moments of conversation. You wish to know who the head maid was? My. Are you sure you want to ask me that, master? Some questions are better left unasked, for your own good. I have to say, madame, you have the prettiest fingers. Mine are all rough and dry and nasty. You think so? Mine haven't the slightest bit of muscle. They're about as frail as dead branches. Oh, who needs beefy mitts anyway? I still think healthy-looking hands like yours are far more attractive. What? What's to like about these things? Women all over the world dream of having hands like yours. Slender, feminine, and perfectly cared for. I don't know, just looking at them lights a fire in my loins. What? What the fuck? Makes me want to lick every last one of them. Yeah, I don't know either. Actually, say, can I lick him? Can I run my tongue up and down all 10 of those sweet little digits? Okay, this is getting... this is getting kind of racy. This is how women talk to each other? I don't know. I would not... I don't know. Flirt 100%. Okay, I take back my prediction. Maybe Maria is in love with her. Come on, can I? What do you say? Stop that, Maria. Seriously. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, Maria. Ah, right. How did those tea leaves turn out, madame? The ones you imported. All the maids just adore it. They can't get enough of that aroma. I'd sure like to get a taste of it. If you, end up with extra, you think you could spare a sip for me? Teehee. That was, what was in the cups I dropped. What? Really? Well, ain't that a crying shame? And Jacopo wouldn't have any of it? God, why does that man have such a stick up his ass? He went through all the trouble of making it for him and... he was busy. It's not his fault. Busy? You mean playing billiards, drinking bourbon, and puffing a damn cigar? It may look to us like they're making small talk, but I'm certain their meeting has some importance to their business. It was imprudent of me to try to step into the men's world. That's just not right. I mean, you're his wife. Why shouldn't you be allowed into the room? It doesn't bother me. Well, it's typical for the gentlemen to have their time to themselves, so... You don't have to pretend. Here's an idea. How would you like to have some of that tea now? We also have some orange marmalade, which you like so much. Add a scoop of that and a tray of cookies, and we have the perfect tea time. You're singing the siren's song, madame. But you really should be doing that with him. He would not have tea. I suspect he does not like it. I want it to go to waste, so... Madame, I know it's none of my business, and I have no place at all saying this, but it's not possible for a woman to file a divorce these days. You don't have to sit down and take it, not one bit. Wait, did she say the woman could file divorce? Oh, it's not impossible, okay. So she's suggesting to divorce him. It's like, why is she married to this guy? Like, why? You're pretty, well-educated, and still young. There's hope even if you do leave him. There are plenty of other men out there. You aren't obligated to stick with that arrogant jerk. He's just very busy right now. There you go again. There was a time when he was kind. He wasn't like this when we first met. Back then, he was a little awkward, but a kind man. Him? A kind man? Yes, believe it or not. There was indeed a time. Say, Maria, would you mind giving me a little bit more of your time? I'll make some tea and we can talk. Alright. If you're telling me about when Jacopo was decent, I'm all ears. Indeed. As I'm sure you're aware, our parents arranged our marriage. Oh, there we go. Arranged marriage. Before I immigrated to this country to be married, I lived in a misty island nation. Portraits of my ancestors, oh, I can't even say this word, ancestors, hung in the house where I lived. I remember as a child wincing in fear at the sight of them staring down at me. My mother and father were constantly telling me to show them respect, as it was their hard work that kept our bloodline alive and well. However, they were fighting an uphill battle to do the same. It would have been clear to anyone reasonably perceptive that our house was coming tumbling down. Ah, okay, so it sounds like she was a long-time noble, like an old, or what do you call them? A noble from a very old house with no money. And then they probably married her off to someone that was like of the nouveau rich. So basically the rich wanted titles and they wanted money, so a lot of these arranged marriages happened. Valuable furniture and paintings slowly disappeared, and eventually the portraits were gone too. As our house collapsed, so too did my parents' health deteriorate, robbing us of any source of income. And though I was educated, I lacked the skills necessary to obtain work. Just as we were about to run out of money and options, my parents received Jacopo's parents' marriage proposition. Both of our families stood to benefit from the arrangement. I had social status, and he had wealth. We each had what the other lacked. One needs more than money to make it in the world. Without at least a semi-reputable name attached to you, you're liable to get laughed out of the most social gatherings. I first met Jacopo here in this country. We didn't even know what the other looked like until our wedding day. To be quite honest, I was scared to death at first. I was so nervous. What kind of man would he be? Was I to wed to some middle-aged stranger? Were we not marrying because we had fallen in love like a normal... Or we were not marrying because we had fallen in love like a normal couple. I knew I was in no position to be concerned with such things, but when I thought about our future, I shook with fear. But the man I saw through my veil at the wedding was remarkable. He was young, had strong, masculine eyes, and at the same time he too appeared nervous. He was shaking as much. No, even more than me. Seeing that, the priest gave an impish little smirk when he asked Jacopo if he vowed his eternal love to me. I counted myself among the happy, and I still do. For in that moment I experienced true love. You wanted to hear about when he was kind to me? Well, after the wedding we were given a week to ourselves. I suppose you could call it a honeymoon, though we didn't take a trip overseas or even go very far at all. He looked at me with uncertainty and asked, "Where would you like to go?" I beg your pardon? That's what this week is for, right? I consider granting your request, so tell me where you want to go. This is all so sudden. Nothing? Well, this whole engagement was spur of the moment. Normally we would have planned a trip in advance, but unfortunately our purpose is served so long as we act the part. You must be disappointed that you have to plan your honeymoon as it's happening. No, what? Speak clearly. I don't like it when people don't speak their mind. I'm sorry, but I'm happy. Even if this is a political marriage. Well, you're quite the positive thinker. Your parents say something to make you think that way? Well, either way, if you're so glad to be in this arrangement, then hurry up and decide on the destination. Though there is a limit to how far we can go. If you want to take a trip, I'll consider it. What? Is something funny? It just seemed comical to me that our honeymoon has begun and we're only now deciding where we want to go. Not in a bad way, though. I'm glad our parents didn't arrange everything for us. Perhaps you've heard, but I'm quite sensitive to sunlight and not in the best of health, so it would be rather trying for me to spend a full week out of the house. We couldn't go on a trip, but if it's not too much trouble? Speak up. Could you show me around town? I'm new to this country and unfamiliar with its customs, and I'm rather afraid to go wandering about on my own. Show you around? Yes. Would that be possible? On a rare bit of time off, you ask me to show you around town? Is that really the most exciting idea you have? I'm sorry. If, there's somewhere you would like to go, I'm fine with that. I will accompany you anywhere. As if I could drag someone who just professed to being sickly all over the country. My god, I've lost all interest in the trip. Hello? What are you doing? Go get ready, now. I beg your pardon? Didn't you want to see the town? You will show me around? You're the one who asked. Not like I have any other options, so yeah, I'll show you around. Thank you. Don't just stand there, you dullard. Get a move on. Oh, what? One moment. Wait for me, please. Wait, this is her memories of him. And she's saying during this time he was sweet. He hurriedly climbed into the carriage he had called for, a look of frustrated displeasure on his face. And then, as if he had forgotten about me until that moment, he returned, grabbed me by the arm, and led me to the carriage. In retrospect, I realize he was not being very gentlemanly, but I was pleased that he was making any attempt to interact with me at all. As the carriage trotted down the street, I saw so many new things. I had spent most of my time cooped up inside at home, so it was like stepping into an entirely new world. And add to that the rapid industrial advancements currently taking place. I saw men shouting back and forth as they smacked newspaper articles with the backs of their hands. I saw corner cafes crowded with cigar-smoking men on break from work. It was like the hustle and bustle of a festival, but every festival has its underside. I also saw overworked men, looking like they were on the verge of collapse, drinking water from a spigot on the side of the road. By way of contrast, I wore fine clothing and had a carriage at my disposal. I imagine every day was a struggle for them just to remain afloat. Had I not married the man I had, I too might have found myself on the streets in a similar situation. Oh, but you have, in a past life. But it was not relief that spread through my breast at the sight of them. It was pangs of guilt. It felt to me like the life of opulence was wrong, sinful. It broke my heart to know that I was living so much better than them. Jacopo snorted disapprovingly at me, seemingly reading my mind, and then said, "The poor man who envies the rich, covets his wealth, and finds the ambition to make the same for himself, and the rich man who pities the poor, thinking it was his duty to give them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is the far more nefarious. Excessive charity will ruin a man, make him come to expect handouts. And then there are those with the wrong idea of pity, who let themselves fall down to the same place, mistakenly believing it will somehow make the poor feel better." What a joke. I kinda have to agree with Jacopo here. Jacopo. Jacopo, maybe not. Just kidding. Is the water too hot when I have less than 1 meter of sight? What? I am thinking on the sentence. Is the water too hot when I have less than 1 meter of sight? No, I still don't understand. I still don't understand, Phoebe. If you're going to do anything for them, you might as well encourage them to climb upward. Spur on economic growth and the flow of capital. Doesn't that sound like the better option? Steam? When you have 1 meter of sight. Steam. Oh, okay. I don't know, I guess so. Oh, you're saying there's so much steam in the room that it's really hot? Oh god. I would say yes, it's probably really hot, but that might also imply that your house is very cold too. So that's a difficult answer, or difficult question to answer. Because the disparity in the temperatures in your house and your bath water may be very great, but it may not necessarily mean you have very, 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 very hot water. So, there you go. I say nothing, simply smiling and giving an ambiguous nod. He had a point. My sympathy and guilt meant nothing to people actually experiencing hardship. If feeling guilty of my own fortune, I acted upon that pity in the way he had described, it would accomplish little more than self-satisfaction. He seemed to have seen straight through to my very core. This was a man who had built his own fortune through investment, which I imagine required him to be rather astute. But doesn't a world where everyone is constantly trying to climb higher and higher sound rather exhausting? I, personally, would prefer to be in a position where I could watch, if only from a distance, as others climb. Open window to see the 2 or 3 snowflakes that are out there while smoking in hot water. Okay. Smoking in hot water. Oh, see, that's why. You have your window open. That's probably why it's so steamy inside. But obviously, I cannot say as much to him. Sometime later, the carriage came to a stop in front of a shop. As I looked at the building perplexedly, he gestured to the door with his chin, signaling for me to get out. Lost and confused, I stepped down from the carriage, and before me spread a showcase behind a large glass window. However, lined up in the case were not precious metals or expensive clothing, but machines. At first I had no idea what kind of devices they were. Have you ever had your photo taken before? No, I have had a portrait painted though. Are these machines for taking photographs? A portrait, eh? Why am I not surprised? I did not mean to boast. Go on, get in. Please, wait for me. Also, the music's pretty quiet here. I'll turn it up. Cue gentle piano to convey kindness on Jacopo's part. The owner came out to greet us with a wide smile as we entered the shop. Well, if this ain't the strangest thing I've seen all day. You bringing a lady, and a real looker at that. Where on earth you'd catch this pretty little thing? So now she's considered pretty by this current era's standards? They're overlooking the fact that she could be a witch. Looks like the bad master guy from Demon Slayer. Bad master guy from Demon Slayer. I don't remember. She's my wife. Huh. Well, I beg your pardon. I'll be a monkey's uncle. Just goes to show you'll never know where the cards may fall. You make it sound like my getting married is some kind of miracle. I always saw you as one to choose money over love, sir. Oh, pardon me. This isn't appropriate to say in front of your wife. Do you often come to this shop? On occasion. I need some things here from time to time. I see. There you go, smirking again. What's so funny? We're going to have our photo taken, yes? I'm so nervous and excited. I've never had one before. And to have it taken side by side with you? What are you talking about? Pardon? Who said we were getting our pictures taken? And side by side? Please. You're sending shivers down my spine. But this is a photography shop. Hey, shopkeep. The product I contacted you about, is it ready? Oh, yep. Sit tight. I'll be right out. You take a seat. There's a chair over there. What? I'm going to show you something much more exciting than sitting still and waiting in front of a camera lens. Oh. Just do as I say. Video? Film? Is that the Mad Hatter? I suppose he kind of looks like a Mad Hatter. I don't know. What is he? His hat kind of looks more like a... I think an attempt at a bowler hat. I don't know. Because it's supposed to be like late 1800s, close to the cusp of the 19th century. The main enemy. Long ass Link. Super long Link. Oh, this guy. He looks, the demon looks more, pale though. But yes, kind of. A little bit. Is that when Kitten was born? What? Are you saying I'm that old? I sat down in front of a large mirror, which I presume was normally used to check your appearance before having your picture taken. Sitting before a mirror with someone else present was quite nerve-wracking. Out of embarrassment, I dropped my gaze to my knees. But when Jacopo returned, I was entranced by the curious object in his hands. Meowby. This reminds me of Steins Gate. I mean, it's a visual novel, so that's about like as similar as it could get to Steins Gate. But I don't know, I guess there's like a little bit of sci-fi in it. Because Steins Gate was more like a sci-fi series. This one is, I don't know what you consider this. Fantasy? The gears remind me of Steins Gate. What gears? Oh, this stuff. I think that's supposed to represent more like a, what do you call that era? Steampunky kind of look to it. Goth steampunk. Back on sofa. I'm dizzy. Oh no. Good thing you got out of the tub in time. I wouldn't want you passing out. What is this? Do you know what persistence of vision is? The human eye does not perceive the world 100% accurately. This is especially true for objects in motion. It remembers images for a short time, so if you put a new image in the same place, your eye perceives it as in motion. Seeing for yourself will be faster than explaining it. You see the slits in the disc? Look through the bottom one and into the mirror. Oh, okay. Good. Just like that. Bring your head in close. Here goes. Standing behind me, he slid his finger across the top of the peculiar toy, causing it to spin gracefully. And then... Isn't that cute? Ah. So, what do you see? They're dancing. A man and woman are dancing. Sounds like you're not having any trouble seeing it. Are they dancing well? Yes. Yes, they are. It's the most adorable thing. What? Adorable? That's funny. I asked to have it modeled after a ballroom dance. Yes, it's a very elegant dance. But you see, they're small like little dwarves, which I thought was kind of cute. And they seem so close, going around and around without ever letting go of each other's hands. This is incredible. Why does it look like they're dancing? They were all lined up in the row a few moments ago. Goodness, I just explained that to you. It's playing a trick on your eyes. What you're seeing is lots of different pictures in a short period of time. To put it in words you might understand better, it's an illusion. Your eyes are being fooled into thinking the image is moving. An illusion. But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing. That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to. Ah, you're right. That's a shame. I didn't think you actually would. But it's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm. I was mesmerized by the strange phenomenon. Pictures were moving after all. Still, images had begun dancing before me. It was almost as if God had breathed life into them. He had called it an illusion, but I could not grasp that. It was such an adorable, heartwarming sight. I imagined the two were off living in some other world, separate from our own. They looked so happy. I was almost certain that they were off dancing in their joyous world, free from all the sorrow and loneliness and pain of this one. Eventually, the speed at which they danced began to slow, as if they were resting their legs. I almost thought I could hear the sound of their feet with each step. Time for Nihongo. Nihongo? Are you going to learn some Japanese, Vivi? Or something? Ah, they stopped. They can dance forever. They don't get tired. I see. I'm amazed such an incredible device exists in the world. It makes me wish I had gone outside sooner. I'm sure someone from an distinguished house as yours has seen plenty of amazing things with your family. Hardly. I rarely ever left the house. I'm ignorant about the ways of the world. If you had not told me, I would have probably never known about moving pictures, the illusion of moving pictures. Do you like it? What? Nihin shu? Nihin shu? I don't know what word you're trying to say. Nihin shu. Fish? You? Nihonshu. That's the second character is he. He. Ho is a different character. Yeah, he is he. Sincerely is part Japanese, so he can tell you too. I think. I don't know. Sincerely, can you read at least hiragana? Nihonshu. You had everything correct except for the he character. He and ho. Nihonshu. There you go. Actually, I don't even know what Nihonshu is. Nihonshu. Nihon, like Japanese something? Thank you. Ho. Wait, that's po. That's when it has like a little character in the corner that denotes other sounds. Do or po. Yeah, I took Japanese as elective in high school. Oh, okay. I never took it in high school. We didn't have Japanese in my high school, unfortunately. Though I did take it in college. Ah, typo. Yes, of course. More than the portrait you had painted. Yes, I do. The painting was wonderful too, but you can't seem to make up your mind. Go on, tell me, which do you like better, the portrait or this? I like this better. I see. He looks somewhat pleased? Though when it comes down to it, this is a simple trick only a child would fall for. Then, I suppose that makes me a child. If it means I get to watch something as splendid as two tiny people dancing, I'll happily fall for the trick. Quit describing it as two tiny people dancing. You're gonna lose your head that far up in the clouds? Oh, I'm sorry. I do not know how else to describe it, though. It's a toy called a phenokistoscope. Wait, phenokistoscope. I've never seen this word before. Phenokistoscope. Like, I know the principle of this thing that he's showing her. Pokemon. Pokemon? This, wait, or is it Ke? Sorry. I think I'm misreading. Is that Ke or is Ku? I always get my some of my katakana characters mixed up. Ku is ku. Pokemon. Oh, okay, so you're spelling Pokemon incorrectly. It should be Pokemon. Pokemon. Yeah, it should be Poke. Ke. I don't remember what Ke looks like. I mean, I'm sure if I see it, I'd probably be able to read it. Oh wait, oh no, sorry. Okay, you were correcting me. Ku, so that's Ke. Sorry. Yeah. Ke is Ke, Ku is Ku. They do look similar, and it's hard for me to read it when it's like really tiny too. Lol. My Japanese is atrocious. Phenakistoscope? Phenakistoscope. Phenakis wheel. Close enough. Close enough. It was invented around 30 years ago. I had the shopkeep make one modeled after the original design. So, the shop owner drew this? He did. A lot better than you'd expect, isn't he? Yes, indeed. I'm surprised he could draw something so cute. Say that to his face and he'll go red as a beet. What I'd give to get a load of that. You should tell him the next time you see him. Teehee, he's a sweet man. Despite how he looks, you mean. It's not right to judge people based on their appearance. Huh, I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. The shopkeep here loves new technology. The phenakistoscope is one such invention that caught his eye. You can trick the eye into thinking drawings are moving. Using a sequence of photos, you can perhaps make it seem as though real people are moving too. And if it becomes possible to show those images to many people at once, these developments could broaden the options artists have to express themselves. Not drawings, but photographs? Yes, photos. By taking hundreds or perhaps thousands of photographs, it would be possible to reproduce the world as we see it. This room, people walking down the streets. There's no point in recording boring everyday life, though. If you're gonna leave a record of anything behind, it should be the projects and enterprises that move nations. Say, for example, a moving record of the opening ceremony of the railroad. That would be something worth watching. And then in time, it would expand beyond a mere record-keeping technology and find its way into the hands of artists. Is such a thing possible? You must remain still for a long time just to take a single photograph. Right now, it isn't. But eventually, it will be. And I'm not simply fantasizing here. Is that so? It sounds so very futuristic. Do you... What? Do you want to support people who work on that sort of thing? Is that why you are friends with the owner? It has nothing to do with my wants. I merely think there's money in it. The rich starve for entertainment, and artists create that entertainment. I have no interest in their pretentious self-expression. I just want their money. Hehe. What? What's so funny? You look like you're enjoying yourself. Honestly, it's just about the money. Are you, as you say? The mini-film, the rotating, yes, no, I know it's a real thing. First film wreck was a train leaving a station in Paris. Oh, was it? That's cool. So it probably wasn't too shortly after that film was invented that they were able to figure out how to capture images quickly enough. Because yeah, during the time that she's talking about like photographs, it was still very slow to take photos. Alright, let's get moving. Next is dinner. What? We're leaving already? Does that displease you? No, not at all. To tell you the truth, I wanted to spend a little more time playing with the Phenakis wheel, but I could not bring myself to say as much. Reluctantly, I approached the owner to return the wheel. Don't bother. Bring it with you. What? But you don't want it, that's fine too. Just make your decision quickly. You're making the driver wait. Having said that, Jacopo exited the shop. I alternated between looking at his back and the Phenakis wheel, debating what I wanted to do. And then, with a smile, the owner whispered to me, "You're allowed to keep it, really. Your husband out there had it made as a gift for you." For me? Little while back, he came to my shop asking if I could make a phenakistoscope. Now that about knocked me out of my chair. He's a man who almost never asks for favors. He's pretty damn brusque, and he's got a tongue sharp enough to cut steel, but he's not wicked to his core. I swear it. So please, ma'am, be a pillar of support for him. Daw. In that moment, the Fennicus wheel became a precious treasure to me. We had only just married days earlier, and yet he had commissioned it for me without even knowing what I looked like. I was filled with a warm, pleasant elation. I agreed with the owner. Jacopo was not a bad man. He merely had difficulty expressing himself. Hurrying back to the carriage, I gave him my deepest thanks. He glanced over at me for a moment, then turned back toward the window and muttered, "Yeah." From there, we went to a restaurant for dinner. You call this a pizza? The crust is an atrocity. It's like I'm chewing on rubber. How can you wave my country's flag and not serve spaghetti? Do you have any shame at all? This wine is pitifully unbalanced, far too high levels of acidity. Listen to me carefully. House wine is the face of a restaurant. He could complain about every little thing. It was a complete disaster. But, curiously enough, I was not at all put off by his behavior. When the sun set, the carriage made its way to a nearby hill. The cool nighttime breeze felt wonderful on my skin, flushed from the alcohol, and the light from the gas lamps had a comforting warmth to it. Though Jacopo had complained about the quality of the wine, once he had intoxicated himself, his mood improved visibly. It made him unexpectedly talkative. And the people ran out in horror because they thought the train would run them over. Yeah, that's right. I think I remember something like that when they first showed it. People were so amazed by it. He's a bitch, lol. He just doesn't know how to express himself. Look at the city. A gloomy town that shuts down at night isn't suited to expansion or growth, but this city isn't like that. You can see people walking beneath the lamps, you can hear the bustle of them talking. This is a city that still has plenty of room to grow. As they ride the rising wave of the economy, many more people will gather here. More people means more money in circulation. More money in circulation means the city grows, companies are founded, and more goods are bought and sold. Will it really change so drastically? It can be difficult to see what's happening from the inside. The majority of people just go about their daily lives, and the next thing they know, things are different. No, I'd wager most don't notice the changes at all. Only those with eyes sharp enough to realize what's happening can seize success. I cannot afford to overlook even the most minute change. Do you have a dream of some kind? A dream? I'm not sure if it's easy enough to attain to call a dream. Others might call it greed, or perhaps ambition. Don't laugh now. My intention is to make the world mine. The world? Yes, the world. And to do that, you need neither physical strength nor kindness, but money and influence. People have no choice but to kneel before those forces. Why are you so intent on obtaining power? Because I want to change my country, I imagine. Your country? You are aware that I, like you, am an immigrant, right? I immigrated from an island in the Mediterranean, though not the same island as you. My country is a peculiar place where candor and violence go hand in hand. Is he like from Greece? Maybe? An island in the Mediterranean. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know my places. Hello. What's up, radio? Welcome back. Jacopo. That's an interesting name. It is kind of, isn't it? I thought it was kind of funny when we first saw it. Jacopo. Sardinian. Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. As a whole, the country is on the poor side, and nobody does anything about that. I am one of but a few of my fellow countrymen who has set his sights on the new world. Is it Jacopo or Jacopo? I don't know. It's supposed to be. Well, okay. If he's Sardinian, is that a Sardinian name? Is my guess. Where the Cambora rules? Cambora? Sardinia is in Italy. Oh, okay. So he's Italian, actually. Jacopo? Jacopo? So should I change it to Jacopo then? Well, I was calling Yavi. Yavi. The other character was also Yavi. Giacomo. Fine, I'll call him Jacopo. Jacopo. Jacopo? They are falling far behind other nations. If I find success here, perhaps that will catch their attention. But if it doesn't, then my country is doomed to collapse. You have much love for your homeland. My feelings are a little more complicated than mere love, but that's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Well, I have to remember not to get myself drunk around a woman again. Forget everything I just said. It's about time we head back to the house. Alright, but, what is it? Is it alright if I provide you encouragement as you try to attain your dream? I know my presence is more likely to be a hindrance, but I would like to be there to watch as you trek forward. I suppose. Do as you wish. No, it's J. Okay. Giacomo was an example of an Italian name. Not Y. Oh, okay, so it should be Jacopo then. Okay, wrong name. Jacopo, but the first comment is Jacopo. Oh, let me see.
Jacopo.
Jacopo. Jacopo. It is not pronounced as Jacopo, it is pronounced as Jacopo. Wrong. It's Jacopo. Everyone's telling him he's wrong, like a couple people were telling him. There's not enough comments though. How to pronounce Jacopo? Another site points to that same video. Say Jacopo. I'm looking for other sites.
Jacopo.
Jacopo, what the fuck? That was horrible. Wiki content for Jacopo is a masculine Italian given name derivant from Latin Lacubus. It's an Italian variant of Giacomo. Jacopo. I don't know anymore now. I would probably need various sources to confirm the pronunciation of this name and not just the top Google searches. I can't find like any sites that seem reputable. What does Jacopo mean? Jacopo. What does the name Jacopo mean? Jacopo. How to pronounce Jacopo? Automated mail?
Jacopo.
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 Jacapo. What the hell? I don't know. Some of these sources are saying it's a J sound. Anywho, I'm over it now. I'm just gonna keep going with Jacopo. Jacopo. I was thinking of I can't say that word. Was Italy united in 1880? I mean, I know Spanish people who type yeah, ha 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 as a ha ha ha, but I don't know if that also counts for Italy. That's Spanish though. It's with a J. Jacopo. Okay, whichever satisfies you best, I guess. As Y fits as well. Okay, in 1870, Italy was united. When does this take place? It was like, I think it was 1880. I think? I don't remember. That would be too far back for me to see the backlog. Because it's like the beginning of the story. And does it tell you any date here? No date. Sincerely is redeemed. Check my water, thank you. I need that water. I might have to call it soon because my throat's starting to give out. I've been at this for 5 hours. J in Italian is usually G, but meh, I'm too lazy to explain. Well, yeah, I know that there's probably certain rule sets for how to pronounce it in certain situations, or when certain letters are next to whatever letters. We'll just go with Jacopo. Because he was saying his home country was in chaos and he wants to bring an order to it. No, he was saying like his home country is like poor. That's what he was saying. And it was like woefully behind the times and stuff, and he wants to try and bring his home country up to standards by, you know, making it here in Paris or something. It's not a common name anyways. This is the first time I hear it myself. Yeah, it doesn't... Yeah, I've never really seen this name. Jacopo. Jacopo. Thank you. You have my support then. The... Darling? Sent a shiver down my spine, though not an unpleasant one. I am glad to have you as my partner. I was, without a doubt, happy then. His smile, the things he said, the Fennicus wheel he gave me, they were all undeniably real, and those memories gave me the will to wait for the day things go back to the way they were. They allow me to believe. Sure, did he not say stuff about violence and stuff? Okay. What the fuck is this? These little like what do you call them? Like little breaks between chapters are weird sometimes. Are you sure he's from Sardinia though? He just said he was from an island in the Mediterranean. So Italy? Is Italy even like an island though? Isn't it more like... I mean, yeah, it's mostly surrounded by water, but... No, I made a guess because of Italy, island, and chaos. Is a boot. Yes, it's a boot. Did he mention Italy? No, he didn't. But he does have like tan skin and dark hair and stuff like that, so you can sort of maybe take a guess. Here. I'll go back to what he said about his stupid island. Immigrated from an island in the Mediterranean, not the same island as you. Country is a peculiar place. So I think she's from Britain or whatever. And he's from an island in the Mediterranean. Okay, fine, you were right. Candor and violence go hand in hand, as if, and as a whole, the country's on the poor side. Okay, so violent, poor country. Was Italy ever, like, in that state, though, of being a violent, poor country? And Italy was ruled by small lords. He did interact by telling it the food was a disgrace to his home country. Good. Oh, yeah, he said spaghetti and pizza and stuff like that. So, yeah. So yeah, you might be right. He's probably Italian. Sardinia is an island on the Mediterranean, which is part of Italy. I see. So is Sardinia like a city? Not a city, I don't know, what do you call it? Like a province or something? Making up Italy? I don't know what they call their states in Italy. Sardinia was released by the mafia. What? Basically. Yes, Italy did have economic problems in that time in like in the 1880s. During the, I guess you can say this is like the what do you call this? The Industrial Revolution. The secondary Industrial Revolution. This is something that actually happened to another maid. This sounds ominous, guys. She heard a sound in the middle of the night. A sound like dripping water. At first, she thought it was raining, so she looked through the window, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky to cover the stars. Maybe it's a faucet, she thought, so she stepped out of her room and into the corridor. Compared to her room, it was unearthly chilly. The maid regretted not bringing something to cover herself with. But that didn't make any sense. Normally, the temperature wasn't that much colder outside her room. Her night clothes had always been more than enough for a trip to the lavatory. Wondering what the reason could be, she made her way toward the sound, but then she realized something. There were no faucets in the direction she was going. Rather, she was headed toward a hall. The mansion where she served had many halls, but this one was off in a far corner of the house, the least used hall of them all. It had a high roof, but not a lot of space, so it was difficult to make good use of. It also had a somewhat heavy air to it, a very curious room. It was the kind of place you might assign someone to clean as part of their hazing. Anyway, when the maid realized the sound was coming from that particular hall, she, as you might expect, let out an uncomfortable sigh. But there might be a leak, and having noticed, she couldn't simply ignore it, you know? So, as much as she hesitated, she pushed open the doors to the hall. There was nobody there, and it didn't look like anything was leaking either. There were no puddles or water stains anywhere to be found. But she could still hear the sound. Drip, drip, getting louder and louder. Slowly stepping further into the room, looking left, then right, then left again, she searched for the source of the sound, coming to a stop in the center of the hall. She stood there still, quiet, and then a chilly spot on the nape of her neck. With a little yelp, she reached back to feel her neck, but it wasn't wet. Confused, she slowly, warily tilted her head backward. Oh my god. And there hung a bloody ceiling from her skeleton from the ceiling. Oh, I ruined the punchline. Gah! Wait, this is Jacobo's screaming? Wow, that's rich. Oh, amazing. Oh my god, you scream like a little girl. Maria, you little... Oh my god, are you men or children? This is my house, and I would rather you didn't talk about it like that. I'm turning it down for this song. We're still talking about where he's from. I give up and go grab the sake. What? I think you're mistaking it with Sicily. Wait, isn't Sicily also an island too? Yes. What is confusing you, my friends? I don't really know entirely too much about Italy's geography, so I can't say very much about where exactly in Italy he would be from. I mean, he could probably refer to all of Italy as an island. I mean, it's not truly an island, but you know what I mean. It's mostly an island. Isn't Sicily a more likely spot for him to be from then? What does it even matter, like, where he's from? He's from Italy, isn't it? He's Italian. Whose words were those again? Shut your mouth. How do you know about that? Were you eavesdropping? And another thing, I do not care for the sort of stupid, fantastical tales you women so love to pass around. Because they scare you? Ah, you've never been able to handle anything scary, Jacopo. Grrr. Whoa, don't glare at me like that. You're gonna destroy my insides. Or my sides. Wait. Why did I say insides? Destroy my sides. I guess she was laughing at him. Not insides. So, did you come here for the sole purpose of telling me that cheap tripe? Acting tough after the fact just makes you look like twice as much of a wuss. Well, I mean, I did make up a good half of it, but the maid really did hear a sound in the middle of the night. And it came from the back hall of this very mansion. Did you know? They say it used to be a chapel. Again, I have no interest in you women's little ghost stories. Is that so? You sure you're just not scared? Maria. Well, that said, the rumors aren't completely unfounded. It is a pretty old mansion, and it had a lot of work done on it. Kinda feels like it's barely holding itself together. Like a big old quilt, with pieces from all different time periods. The back hall is one of the oldest patches. There was a huge window on the far end, and supposedly there used to be stained glass in it. It was a depiction of an archangel, they say. Such a shame. I wonder when it was broken. If it were still there, I'd bet it'd be worth a fortune. I find that hard to believe. First of all, why would anyone put a chapel inside a mansion? You've got a point, I guess. Now, how about you do some actual work, instead of distracting yourself with all this nonsense? I do work, but, the other maids can be a bit nasty, you know? Dealing with other women is like walking on glass. Am I to blame for that? What if I said you were? Aha! Don't give me that look. They're just not fond of me, simple as that. Nothing you can do about it. Is that so? Oh yeah, I was talking to the madame, and she was telling me you used to be quite the gentleman. Were you, perhaps, actually in love back then? You sure don't act like it, so it's easy to miss, but I guess you're not made entirely out of steel. Just like when you were younger, you're still... Do not speak of that. The past is not worth remembering, it is unnecessary. So, to you, the past exists just to be cast aside? No, it's not important. You don't want me to talk about it, I won't talk about it. But your wife... Never mind. I'll leave you be. I have to get back to work soon, or I'll be staring down the head maid's Arctic smile. Alright. If the fancy strikes me, I'll drop by, and we can trade more ghost stories. Maria. What? No ghost stories? No, not that. I have not forgotten those days. But, no, I'll be off then. Alright. If the fancy strikes you, drop by and we can trade something other than ghost stories. Haha, what'd I tell ya? I'll consider it. Goodbye. Wait, are they like... I don't know. You're going to destroy my insides. Oh no. Bread. Italy. The brute. Yep. Too late. That's a different vowel, inky one with culture. Wait, that's a different vowel? Vowel, inky one with culture. Vowel? Vowel. I don't know what Vivi's trying to say here. You're gonna destroy my insides. Oh no. Let's chat. What the fuck? No, don't say that. Oh, visual novel. The one with culture. V novel. Okay. God damn it. I can't escape anything. So it sounds like he and Maria have history. They've grown to be so beautiful. Such a wonderful fragrance. The scent of roses is so calming. I wonder why that is. Would it cause any trouble if I picked one? Well, hello there. Out for a midnight stroll, are you? Quite the peculiar hobby. Madame? I cannot spend as much time as I would like outside during the day, so I end up coming out at night. I apologize if I startled you. Oh no, not at all. There is a chilling, captivating beauty to the sight of your snow-white form standing there in the moonlit garden. I would hardly... what are you doing out so late? I saw a figure through the window. On the slight chance it might be a burglar, I thought it my responsibility to ensure they did not break in. It was also the middle of the night when the grocer's servant broke into their safe. News of that spread quite far. I'm sure you would have heard about it. Oh, but Gamache was imprisoned some time ago. Dear me, cannot seem to get my head out of the past. Do you intend to give that white rose to someone? Yes. I was thinking about giving it to my husband. While I expect he has little fondness for such feminine tastes, the scent of flowers has a truly calming effect. He might find it relaxing when he needs a reprieve from his work. Oh, is that so? You are very kind-hearted. Speaking of white roses, the rose he meant to give you was the same shade of white. Oh, he? But when you touched it, it turned a deep shade of red. She's alluding back to this time. Wait, why does the illustrations look kind of different here? There was but a single white rose in the garden, so he was unable to give it to you as he had wished. In its place, he had a decorative rose fashioned for you. What exactly are you referring to? Oh dear, do you not remember? Then, am I to assume you've forgotten what happened to the rose accessory as well? He was unable to give that to you either. But that time because you rejected the gift. I am not criticizing you for that decision, of course. You had a perfectly good reason for not accepting it. Heartbroken from having lost you, he buried the rose in this garden. Over the years, the roses in the garden withered away, and in their place grew a thick, unsightly nest of weeds. Many, many years later, that accessory was dug up by a beast, and curiously enough, it had not a speck of rust on it. Wait, it was metal? I didn't realize it was made out of metal. I can't even. So I did miss where this guys came to be in this mansion. Ooh, White Rose, my faves. I don't know if you missed anything, BB. Some of the stories just kind of like they move on to the next story. So the story that we're currently on is the third story. We're kind of moving through time. So I wanted to kill my friend. Let's all go kill our friend. A beast? You do not remember him either? The foreign man who, through his interaction with you, almost regained his humanity. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you speak of. The only gift I've ever received from a man is my Fennicus wheel. And furthermore, I've only lived in this mansion for a year. While the garden was not as thriving as it is now, it was certainly not in ruins when I arrived. Because I had been taking care of it, yes. But for whatever reason, by my hands alone, I was unable to make it into anything quite as splendid as it is now. Once you arrived and began to work on it, however, just look around. You've restored it to its former glory, to the magnificence of the flaxen-haired family's time. I promise I'm not trying to fault you for anything, now that I think about it. It makes sense you would not remember. Though, you are still you. You are different than before. Different, though not in the sense you are a wholly distinct person. Tell me, is your name blah blah again? Blank. My name is... Yes, but you should already know that. Again? More proof that you are indeed you. Did you know that your current name is pronounced the same as the name of the person you are waiting for? What are you talking about? Do you guys hear that? Okay, it doesn't pick up, Freya's meowing right now. She's meowing right now. I missed the first part of the third story. It just jumps in. They open the door and it just jumps into them being in the billiard room. Jacopo and his friends. I also know a girl named Blank Stars. Asterisks. I wish I could hear her. No, you don't. She kind of meows pretty loudly at this time. And we're all like, shh, Freya. Hello? Yes, Freya. Yes, hello. Do you have something to say? I'm glad I don't hear any cats can stand it. I'm sorry, Phoebe. She doesn't usually like to come in here. She's usually more shy around me versus Luca. I have met you many times and I know of your past of events that transpired long, long ago. I'm telling you the truth. I first came to this mansion just a year ago. Until then, I'd never left my country or even set foot out of my own home. Our own house. We did not have servants either. So, where then are you saying we met? This mansion, of course. But I'm telling the truth. It was a year ago, shortly after my parents fell ill and received an offer for my marriage. I knew something had to be done, I knew it, and so I'm telling the truth. If that is what you remember, then I do not doubt you. But I also suspect I know why you seem so flustered. As there are moments when your memories seem hazy. When it seems like important details have fallen through the cracks. You needn't fret. One day eventually you shall remember all. One day. Ominous maid. What would you do if a maid like came up to you and was all like, you lived a past life doing all this? What the hell is this? A white rose? Did she leave this here? A flower? Okay, cool. I would ask her out on an ice cream date, of course, by the beach. Okay. You would just say, okay, cool. Already know that. What does she think she's doing? Is she trying to aggravate me? That garden, the damn rose garden, is the whole problem. Flowers serve no purpose but to deceive. The garden is a sign of weakness. It has no place in this house. Wow, he's so, like, mean. Approximately a week had passed since then. The white-haired girl was, as usual, spending her time in her room, reading, staying inside the house. Then, Maria barged in. Madame! Madam! Oh my, you're out of breath. What happened? What happened is we have a big problem. The garden, the rose garden. The garden? All the roses you put so much love and care into growing are being chopped down. We'll lose them all if we don't hurry. Upon hearing the news, the white-haired girl dashed from her room and toward the garden with Maria following close behind. When she arrived, she saw a dozen or so sweaty, rugged men at work, Jacopo shouting orders. The men clearly had no concept of how much a single flower is worth, no concern whatsoever for their beauty. For they mercilessly, thoughtlessly hacked away at the shrubs like they were naught but weeds. Each flower they tore from the earth extinguished another of the many lives the white-haired girl had put so much time and effort into tending for. Jacopo, what are you doing? Oh, hello, Maria. I didn't expect you would come with her. Why would you do? Why? Why? It goes without saying. This house has no need of a garden. Damn flowers have no place here. Might as well do something worthwhile with the soil. A miniature railroad would be a better use of the space and certainly a great deal easier on the eye. I could even get my hands on some genuine wheels. The same wheels being used on the revolutionary transcontinental railroad. 10 or 20 years down the line, they'll be worth a fortune. Jacopo, you know how much this garden meant to me, don't you? Did it honestly have no place here? Flowers have a calming effect on people. They give you peace. They're not by any means worthless. So, you're saying that white rose was your passive-aggressive way of telling me to calm down? No, not at all. I simply thought you... At the end of the day, you're just using them for your own purposes, to trick and deceive. To you, this rose garden was nothing but... Jacopo! You've gone too far. This isn't right. Gone too far? This is my mansion. What I do with my property is my business. With that rose arch out of the picture, we'll have a much better view. There won't be anything blocking the sun any longer. Weren't you supposed to be sensitive to sunlight? Spend too much time out here and you're liable to fall ill. Get back inside, now. You too, Maria. The poor thing, though she did not say a word, was surely thinking, "Are you truly that determined to rob me of my sanctuary?" The words twirled around in her head, unable to make the final journey to her lips. She stood there, looking down at her own feet as her husband marched off, and listened to the screams of the roses being reaped. Gatekeeping flowers, Lamau, I'm done. Gatekeeping? What do you mean, gatekeeping? I think you might have mistaken what he was referring to. Are you talking about the rose arch? The rose arch? Where did he say gatekeeping? Coding. You get that code on. No. Oh, okay. Did you just explain? Okay. Alrighty. After being torn down by Jacopo, the garden reverted to a state of ruined desolation. A shame after all the work that went into restoring it to the beauty it had under the flaxen-haired family. Oops. And as Jacopo said, in its place went scraps of metal, train wheels, prototype models, carbon rods. These items may have had value for him, but I certainly do not think it was worth robbing his wife of a place that made her feel comfortable just so he could store them there. Besides, I was rather fond of the rose garden myself. The roses seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia in me. I felt as though somewhere far beyond the edge of my memories, I'd seen another garden of roses, modest though it may have been. But I cannot remember when it was. Does that come as a surprise to you? I am quite sure there are periods of the mansion's history of which I am not aware. But in any case, Jacopo had caused many people great pain in order to repurpose that garden for himself. and he continued to walk all over his wife. Whenever she tried to do something kind for him, he would brush her off, saying, "That's not your place." He paid no mind whatsoever to the looks of dejection that rose to her face each time he rejected her. I was beginning to wonder if anything she had said about the man he had been a year earlier was actually true. And if it was true, could a person really go through such a drastic change of heart in such a short time? What do you think, Master? Why is this emote so funny? Which one is this one? Puggies? Puggies. Gatekeeping, when he said, "A garden has no place here." Oh, okay. I don't really know what that means, gatekeeping. What, or you're explaining that the roses are gatekeeping? Boo, and Other Side Picnic is on Amazon. What? Other Side Picnic? I don't think it is. To each their own, I guess. No, I have spoken enough about me already. I seem to be talking a lot about myself this time. But that is hardly appropriate behavior for a maid. Now let us return to our tale. Oh, are you talking about on Amazon Prime? Is an anime you wanted to watch? What is it called? Other Side Picnic? Ura Sekai Picnic. Oh, okay. It's a Yuri science fiction novel series. Nice. And this is on Amazon? This is an anime? But it's on Amazon, so it's technically never been released by the director of Steins Gate. Oh, that's cool. That has me intrigued. Wait, director of Steins Gate, the anime, or...? Anyway. I'll check it out later. Back to our tale. That evening, the white-haired girl sat in her room, staring sorrowfully at her Fennicus wheel. A small mirror before her, she tried spinning the paper disc, but it was just not the same as before. Her husband was not there at her side, and even more critically, there was not a smile on her face. It's an anime, you think? Okay. And then she heard a faint knock on her door. Who is it? It's me, madame, it's me. May I come in? Oh, Maria. Of course, come in. What are you doing here at this time of night? Hehe, was just wondering how you were doing. Should I have left you alone? Oh, it's no trouble at all. I'm always glad to have you. You're making me blush, madam. I got the feeling you were a little down in the dumps. So, I'm not here because I need to be. I just kinda ended up here, I guess. Maria. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. I can be a bit of a busybody, you know? Trouble with boundaries, I guess. Never been able to fix that. No, I don't consider you intrusive at all. I cannot count how many times your bright smile and cheerful energy have shone a light on me when things were dark. If I didn't have you, I would have given up already. You seem to see right through me. Even now, you're exactly right. I'm feeling a little dispirited. That garden was an even bigger life raft than I thought. Perhaps I'm being overly dramatic, but the roses were almost like children to me. I feel like, no offense, like, the track is interesting, but I feel like it's, I guess most people don't really read aloud visual novels. Remember when Mayuri died like an insect? No, not Mayuri. Kumo desu ka nanika? Kumo desu ka nanika? Are you a bear or something? Kumo desu ka nanika? Something about a bear. I think. I get it. I do. You put your heart and soul into tending that garden. I'm a spider, so sorry. I translated Kumo. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, Kumo, not Kuma. Duh. It was obvious how much you loved them. Of course, it's gonna hurt watching a bunch of men stomp all over your flowers when you cared for them like your own children. Now, I know I said this once already, but you don't need to force yourself to put up with him, really. You don't have to bend to his will just because you're a woman. You can survive without him. It almost sounds like Maria's trying to break them up so she can like swoop in to marry him or something. I don't know. Because she seems awfully close to Jacopo as well. Like there almost seems like she seems really friendly to her, but there almost seems to be like possibly a sinister undertone to all this. There's gotta be a twist, right? There are 44 enemies this season. Wow, that's a lot of enemy. Anytime you want to walk away, that's your choice. I mean, I'd sure be lonely if you left, madam, but your happiness is more important than any of that. So, you know? Thank you, Maria. I truly do appreciate it, but I would still like to wait for the day I can see his warm smile once more. If you say so. Well, in that case, guess I'll have to be there to back you up. It'll be all right. You leave everything to this holy virgin. I'll have a stupid grin on my face no matter how down you're feeling. Hehe, you really are the reincarnation of the Mother of God, aren't you? Oh, you. I told you, it's just a joke. Whatever. So hey, madame, how about a dance? A dance? At this time of night? Yep, and since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is a little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for it. We'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? He would probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. After that, he's got a meeting, or so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. The rest of the maids are in their rooms chatting away. No one will notice. Where I come from, we dance all the time. We take, eat, drink, and be merry to heart. Oh wait, oh, that's Maria. Oops. I thought it was the other character. No food or drink for us, but we absolutely can dance. Dancing's a great way to forget all your cares. I'm not much of a dancer. No big deal, nobody's watching. Come on, put on a little fancy perfume and let's have some fun. I don't have any perfume though. Didn't think so. You got all the right ingredients, madam, but you don't try to make anything special out of them. You got so much potential, but not even a decent-sized wardrobe. At the very least, you should wear some perfume. Which is why, ta-da! I brought some with me. The maids are in love with this stuff. It's a big hit with women all over the country. The base is vanilla. It's got several other fragrances mixed in. Give it a try. It smells divine. But Maria, Come on, what's the harm? Just a splash on your wrist, just so... What do you think? Ah, you were right, it smells wonderful. Doesn't it? So you like it? Yes, very much so. Excellent. Now off we go to the Great Hall. Are we really gonna dance? You bet your butt we are. She said butt. It's not healthy to hole up in your room all day. You know, I know you can't handle a lot of sunlight, but you still gotta have some fun and move your body. Come on, let's go. Oh, Maria. She said but. But your face. Just kidding. Though she looked outwardly uncertain as Maria led her forward, hand around her wrist, the white-haired girl seemed to be enjoying herself on the inside. Having spent her life without a single friend, she never dreamed the day would come when she would find herself being dragged through the empty halls of a dark mansion by another woman. Maria's presence seemed to shine a light upon the quiet corridor. It would have been a very lonely trek without her. Maria spun around, gave an impish smirk, and raised her pointer finger to her lips with a soft shh. The sight of it caused the white-haired girl to chuckle quietly. The two of them on their way to their secret private ball were like two adolescent girls. In short order, they arrived at the Great Hall. Oi, my fish is not a butt. My heart was pounding all the way here. What's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're breaking any rules. Only kids get in trouble for staying up late. Once you've grown up, you're responsible for yourself. Hehe. I will say though that it seems rather odd for two women to dance together. Oh? If you're having a good time, what does it matter what's between your legs? Where I come from, there are dances where families lock arms in a big ring and go round in circles. So who says two girls can't have some fun together? I imagine you had many good moments with your family. Wait, why does it sound like this is gonna like blossom into some kind of Yuri kind of fanfic? Well, I don't have a family anymore. What? Alright, I'll show you how it's done. Watch carefully, cause you're up next. Okay. With a wide grin on her face, Maria began whistling softly and prancing across the floor with an energetic rhythm. It was not the kind of complicated dance you'd see at fancy parties. The motions were simple, flowing, unembellished. A folk dance, I suppose you might call it. She seemed to be improvising a little bit as well. But in any event, the white-haired girl was captivated. Despite it being a sequence of steps anyone could replicate, Maria breathed life into the dance. She was neither as lithe as an acrobat nor as light on her feet as a professional dancer. She was her own lively, beautiful self. Maria twirled in place, the skirt of her maid uniform blowing gently up around her. With a smile, she extended her hand toward the white-haired girl. She hesitated for a moment, but as if being pulled forward by some invisible force, she took Maria's hand. Hand in hand, Maria ushered the white-haired girl into her dance. It was just the two of them, but you could almost see the crowd forming around them, the other people stepping up to join in. That's it, madame. Doing great. Now lift your leg up. Good. Spin like so. This is not easy, Maria. I'm having trouble following along. You can do it. Looking good so far. You're a natural, madam. Oh, Maria. I won't fall for your flattery. I mean it. The whispers of the two girls, their muffled laughs, step, hop, step, step, the rustling of fabric. Many different soft sounds layered atop one another, creating a little bubble happiness in the center of the hall. The white-haired girl's movements were a great deal clumsier than Maria's, but Maria would never disparage her for that. On the contrary, she showered her with praise. As flustered as the white-haired girl appeared, I imagine she was quite pleased. Before long, the tightness in her face muscles loosened. A smile spread across her lips, and she began to brighten up. See? What'd I tell you? Fun, huh? Yes, I'm quite surprised. Both that I can dance and that I enjoy doing it so much. Haha, glad to hear it. They exchanged looks and both laughed. That might have been the first time I'd ever seen the white-haired girl so delighted. Who says two girls can't have fun together? Yuri intensifies. However, because of her infirmity, she quickly found herself out of breath, her porcelain skin flushed red. Maria immediately stopped for a break. She could surely have continued dancing for some time yet, but Maria was conscientious of the white-haired girl's physical condition. She looked over at Maria regretfully. My apologies, if only I had more stamina. I'm hardly a suitable partner for you, Maria. Sure you are. This is all to cheer you up, madame. So as long as you're having fun, nothing else matters. And heck, I'm enjoying myself plenty too. What do you think? Wouldn't it be nice to do this again sometime? Whenever you're feeling down, let's dance. If you really do enjoy dancing with a frail girl like me, then I would be glad to. Have a little more confidence in yourself, madam. You're so pretty and kind-hearted. I have loads of fun when I'm with you. So you don't need to be so hard on yourself. Got it? Thank you. The pleasure is mine. 'Tis an absolute honor to have the rare opportunity to see such a bright smile on your face, madam. Hehe. My apologies for keeping you out so late. I should get back to my room. Oh, I didn't even realize what time it was. I'm more than up for a little more gum flapping. You have improved my mood more than adequately. I would not want you to be tired for work tomorrow. Aw, okay. Well then, let's get out of here. Yes, let's. I say Maria kills the guy, and then what? He's the one that's keeping all this running. Smiles on both of their faces, they made to exit the great hall. However, before they reached the door, it swung open. A man's towering shadow cast the two women into darkness, his cold, bitter glare fixed on them. If I'd been even the faintest premonition this might happen, I would have done anything in my power to stop the two cheery girls on their way to the hall. But I am eternally powerless. What are you doing? Standing before them in the doorway was the master of the house, Jacopo. Ah, I thought you would not be back until tomorrow. And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my saying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No. What would I possibly want you out of the house for? I am sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? And I'd have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell were you going? No, I wasn't going. Jacopo, calm down, seriously. You shut it. You were taking this tramp's side? I have told you before you are not to leave the house without first consulting me. Or do you mean to tell me you've forgotten? God, your ears are just for show, all right? They're better than that. They'll even throw out the parts you don't want to hear. No, I swear I was not doing anything you... Silence! I'll have no interest in your excuses. You're always watching from the shadows, observing, trying not to step on anyone's toes. And in the back of your mind, you're mocking me. No, Listen up and listen good. You just try stepping out of line again. You just try disgracing me again. You will not get away with it. For the love of God, get back to your room now. You too, Maria. All right. God, what is this sickeningly sweet smell? How utterly infuriating. It'll take forever to get this off me. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. To F the girl. I don't know. I don't think so. That seems rather short-sighted, but I guess who knows. Why did he have to disparage her so? What did she do wrong? What did she do to deserve that? She did nothing whatsoever wrong. She deserved none of the ridicule he showered her with. However, she was not a strong-willed woman. She did not have the courage to retort to the man yelling at her, and neither did Maria, it seemed. Without another word, they both scrambled out of the great hall, away from Jacopo. But fun, lol. The white-haired girl was a painfully miserable sight to behold. The cheer had drained from her spirit, and the rosy hue from her now pale cheeks. She was hunched forward slightly, looking like a small, scared animal. Say, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance, and me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you need not feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best interests at heart. So, don't worry. I will be fine. So, madam, I'll clear everything up. I really am to blame after all. He wouldn't even give you the time of day if you tried. He's a stubborn little shit when he's mad. I'll talk to him. He's more likely to listen to me. It's kind of sad when the head of the household is more likely to listen to a lowly maid. She's not even the head maid. She's just like some maid that he favors or has history with. Mediocre. I'll make sure he knows he was jumping to conclusions, that I'm the one who dragged you out there to dance, and also that I forced you to wear the perfume. See, like, this could be like a scheme or something, because every time you see Maria with him alone, she seems to be like chatting happily with him, like she never chastises him. And then here, when she was with white-haired girl in front of the husband, she didn't say anything. She didn't really stick up for her. So is this like part of the plan? Part of the plan to make the husband hate her? I'll clear everything up, okay? So please, you cheer up. And also, Maria was the one who told the white-haired girl that her husband was supposed to be out overnight till the morning time. So she was the one telling it was okay to go dancing and stuff like that. Whereas the maid herself, she probably would have had information to this. Or, it's probably a lie, right? Maybe it was a lie that she concocted. But that would be really boring plot. I mean, yeah, but it seems kind of like obvious. I don't know. It's like pointed. All things are pointing to that right now. It would be best if I could tell him myself. But yes, you were right. He rarely ever listens to me. I should be ashamed. I cannot even hold a simple conversation with my own husband. These things happen, you know? It's not easy being married, in a lot of ways. Yes, you're right. I apologize for having you do something so unpleasant, but I would appreciate that. Oh, no problem. I am happy to. Now I'm looking forward to see, like, what Maria says to the husband if she does. No need to apologize. I've got this. I'll dunk his head in cold water until he's not blowing steam from his ears anymore. I'll cool him down. Promise. And you never know. Maybe he'll be open to listening. And you could be back to the way you were a year ago in no time. Don't you worry. I'll take care of it, madame. Be positive. You look so much better with a smile on your face. All right. Thank you. I doubted Jacopo would listen, even coming from Maria. And I imagine the white-haired girl felt much the same way. However, she grabbed onto that sliver of hope. She let herself dream. She let herself believe, even just faintly, that everything would go well. Such is human nature. When uncertainty has you in clutches, you grasp at whatever hope you can find to keep yourself afloat. That night, she did not sleep. She was afraid that even in her dreams, Jacopo would be shouting at her. She felt as though her memories of a year prior were beginning to crumble away. These interludes are really weird, but they're interesting. The next morning, Jacopo stood alone in the den by the billiards table. This game is still weird to me, yeah. It's definitely a interesting visual novel. He appeared to be rather agitated. His face was twisted into a frown, his pointing finger tapping restlessly against the hard surface of the table. Evidently no longer able to stay in one place, he paced a circle around the table, then swiped up a rack and a cue, setting up a game of 9-ball. I'm not intimately familiar with the ways by which men entertain themselves, but in truth I was bewitched by the sight of him leaning over the table. It almost seemed as though a steel rod ran straight from his shoulder to the tip of his outward finger, upon which the cue was secured by another finger looped over it. With a smooth, flowing motion, he thrust the cue forward slightly, pulling it back and repeating the process once more, before ramming it into the cue ball, sending it rolling into the diamond of colored balls. A chorus of clicks and clacks emanated from the center of the room. Balls collided with one another and ricocheted off the cushioned walls, a few landing into the pockets situated around the edge of the table. Jacopo appeared to have accomplished this with little trouble, but I imagine merely striking the cue ball with the stick would be rather difficult for someone inexperienced. But despite his accomplishment, it seemed to only exacerbate his agitation. "Lousy positioning," he muttered, though I hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about. What should have been a game for his enjoyment, he went about with a constant look of exasperation. I suspect he was using it as a way to blow off steam, and as a result the tension in the air was palpable. I felt it would be improper to intrude upon him, even considering my distaste for the man. There was an undeniable beauty in every motion he made, every perfectly audible clack of billiards balls bouncing off one another. It was an enchanting sight. But then someone without the slightest regard or appreciation for beauty came marching in with a hammer to shatter it like ice. Gotta say, that was pretty impressive. A man leaned against the frame of the open door. He was neither a resident nor a worker of the mansion. The man's face was covered in scraggly stubble, his body draped in grime-caked garments. His eyes were sunken so deep it was as though I was looking at a fleshless skull, though there was a feral glimmer in them. Needless to say, he was not prim and proper. "How long have you been there?" "Not long, but man, I can't keep laughing. You were completely in your own world there." "What do you want? And why didn't you send a maid for me?" "Don't be such a hard-ass. We ain't strangers, man. Why should family have to go through the maze to see you? That just ain't right, brother. Your door should always be open for family." "Enough. I am not your family. We're bound by something even stronger than blood. By our family, our Koska." "Don't. You'd only ever bring up the Koska when it's in your interest." "Ooh, scary. Come on now, what happened to you, little Jack? Where'd the little boy who used to call me Uncle Tommy go? Don't you dare use that godforsaken name. Get the hell out of my sight. What in God's name are you doing here?" The man hailed from the same country as Jacopo. They had a peculiar relationship, though they were not blood related. He referred to Jacopo as family. They came from a sunny island in the Mediterranean Sea, a place of many unique customs and an entire underground society. Okay, so there's your other clue, since we were debating this before, but he comes from an island that was ruled by the mafia. Koska was a word that originated from and referred to those underworld families. It would be another 30 or so years before organizations like theirs received much public attention. At the time, they were not widely known. Sicily then? Just a short step into the future and they would grow so powerful, the very mention of them would send chill through the room. Hey, now, that's no way to talk to a fellow Berzati. Berzati? You're on a short list to become the next capo famiglia. I'm probably butchering this word. Capo famiglia. We respect our brothers. That's how we operate. I could go home and say you threw me out of your house. How'd you like those rumors to spread? The soon-to-be capo familia wouldn't even listen to a little request. I very much doubt anything you said could damage my reputation. I ain't been exiled yet, and as long as I'm still one of them, they won't ignore me. Oh, that's some mighty fine-looking whiskey you got there. Don't mind if I do. Nothing here is for you to drink. Booze is my lifeblood, man. No love for a brother? You worthless leech. It surely won't be long before you find yourself in exile. If you're lucky enough to get off the hook with just exile, that is. A child could snap that scrawny neck of yours. If I'm gonna go, I'd rather go tied up, tortured for days, covered in tiny little cuts from head to toe. You sick bastard. You disgust me. Call me a carnal adventurer. I despise the mundane. Last thing I want to go out is like a wet fart. Is this what you came for? To waste my time with your insipid nonsense? Oh, hardly. Surely you have an idea what I'm here for. And how much I need. Hehehe. You damned maggot. A worthless leech, a sick bastard, a damned maggot. Hehe. What are the names you got up your sleeve for me? You son of a... Do you honestly think this is how you ask for a favor? Oops. Excuse me. I beg of thee, O esteemed future capofamiglia. I am bone broke, not even enough money to put bread on the table. Could you spare a little for a brother? You brought this on yourself, I'm sure. I hear more than enough stories about you, and hardly any of them pleasant. Drinking, gambling, debauchery. I am humiliated to be in the same Koska as you. You want to make money playing, you gotta learn the game first. Says the worm who played himself into oblivion. Now, do you honestly believe I'll give you anything? Oh, but you will. You got no choice. Koska rules. You're required to help a fellow countryman. Especially considering how few of us there are stranded on this colossal landmass. You won't even notice the money's missing. It ain't because you can't, but because you don't wanna. But Jacopo being a tight ass does nothing for you. Me coming to you for help keeps your good name clean. That's the thing about being boss. You quietly keep little shits like me out of trouble. So that trouble don't come raining back on you. You do not seem to understand your place. Rather than lecturing me, you should be on your hands and knees, begging and crying for my help. If that's what you want, I'll gladly comply. Happy to kiss your boots while I'm at it. Don't even think about it. Know this, there won't be a second time. I will be reporting your conduct to the family back home. I look forward to seeing how they deal with you. Jaco popo popo popo? Jaco popo popo. Just try to have a little mercy, would ya? Hey, is there a maid around? It doesn't matter who. How may I serve you, master? Get a single stack from the safe. Here's the key. It goes without saying, but don't touch anything else. Give the money to that man as you're escorting him out the door. As you wish. Is that all you needed? Yes, now get to it. Very well. Excuse me. Well. That's one looker of a maid you got there. But there's something, I don't know, eerie, strange about her. Fancy that, we agree on something. How long has she been working here? Couldn't tell you. As I recall, she came with the house. Is that the kind of woman you fancy? A gal you can't read will always be interesting. Is that so? Now that he mentions it, how old is that woman? Though I suppose it doesn't much matter. Oh yeah, Jacopo. One other thing I wanted to talk to you about. What is it this time? If it's more of your blather, I'll shoot you dead where you stand. Now, no need for threats. This one's about your, better half. What about my wife? Well, to put it simply, yeah. She came to me asking for advice, looking a little distressed. My wife asked you for advice? Yep. From the sounds of it, you're pretty rough on the little lady. That just ain't right, man. You managed to snag yourself a broad that pretty. You ought to treat her at least a little better, you hear? She looks good with a smile. You gotta make her show it to you every once in a while. Why would she come to you about that? Don't ask me. Maybe she ain't got no one else to talk to? And, you know, for whatever it's worth, I am part of the same Koska. Guessing she thought I'd get through to you easier? Really? You just have to put a little more effort into how you act around her, and she'll be smiling for you like always. Oh yeah, I got just the thing. Women love this stuff. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Is that perfume? Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. I'm a big fan of the stuff too. Smells great. Pretty girl smiles at you wearing some of this, any man would be in love in an instant. You've never given her nothing fashionable before, have you? May look like you scented water. Or, may look like just scented water, but you can't let that fool you. Go on, give it to her. You like a nice smelling lady too, don't you? A little bit of scent can give a different flavor to your nighttime excitement. Hee. Vanilla. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll be taking my leave. Don't want to keep your maid waiting too long and get on her bad side. Hold on, Tommaso. Why would she make it last? That's all the advice your Uncle Tommy has for you. Ciao. Make it last. What does that mean? Wait, Thomas. Or Tommaso? Thomas? I'm gonna say Tomas. Tommaso? Do we pronounce the end part of that in Italian? Or is it just Tomas? I had no idea. I could go after him. It would be a simple task to catch him, grab him by the neck, make him tell him where he spoke with her, and what she told him. But why? Why will my legs not move? Asking him for advice? Fashionable perfume? Her smile? She looks good with a smile. She'll be smiling for you like always. That can't be. She hardly ever smiles around me. But she'll smile for him? Last night, when she was short of breath, having such a grand time wearing that perfume, getting ready to leave the house? Just who was that smile for? God damn it. Wait, why is he so jealous? Like, with the way he treats her. Don't you think I'll let you run free any longer? He's so angry. His eyebrows were furrowed, creating deep creases on his forehead. Several servants stood off to the side, watching their master attentively as he stomped past them down the corridor. However, no one said a word to him. Had I not been preoccupied attending to his countrymen, I likely could have prevented it. The look on his face would have made it obvious something bad was about to happen. I was gonna call it soon. My throat's starting to give out. It's like, I want to know what happens next. Something that would serve only to further her misfortune. She was already in less than ideal situation. Or in a less than ideal situation. And it was perched on the edge of a hill, soon to begin rolling down into even worse territory. Jacopo? What's the matter? If you wanted to visit, you could have said something rather than coming in without knocking. Is that really necessary? Pardon? Whoa. Is there something you so desperately want to keep from me that I must knock before entering, that I should have to let you know in advance that I'm coming? It's a pretty vicious looking picture of him. Is it gonna like pan down? What? What are you? Well, is there? You went to talk to him behind my back, I'm told. What'd you tell him? You moaned to him about my behavior? Our nose. Ah, no, that hurts. You told him I'm rough with you. You cried on his shoulder because I'm not nice enough. Him, of all people? Wait, Jacopo. You're mistaken. Let me... Silence. Not a word, not a single God-forsaken word. The only thing that comes out of your mouth is excuses, lies, and fabrication. You put on the sweet, innocent little girl act, but what's really going through your head? Maybe I should just rip that mask off your face. Stop, Jacopo! You look down on me. You're nobility. And I'm just a nobody who married into it. Stop, no, let go of me, please. When did it start? How long have you been seeing him? Who else have you been seeing? Covering yourself in fashionable perfume and smiling even though you never smile around me? Please, let me go. I could see it in your eyes. He's just a worthless commoner. Why would you think that? Why will you not listen to me? Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. I tell you not to leave the house, but you do. I tell you to do as I say, but you ignore me. Every last thing you do drives me mad. I don't have time right now to deal with this. To rack my mind over you, over a woman. I don't have time for it. Why do you not do as I say? Do you not have enough already, huh? Will you not be satisfied until you've taken even my arms and legs? I've given you money, clothing, everything. You have an incredible life. Look around you. That life of luxury you and your parents wanted, it's right here. You have it. What more could you possibly want? What do you insist on being unfaithful? I'm not saying I would kill Jacopo, but I would kill Jacopo. I don't know, like, I don't know why he has such a distorted worldview of her in his mind. I'm sure this is just one side of the story, and then like maybe in the story they'll reveal why he feels that way. Like maybe the maid was filling lies in his head. I don't know. Someone was doing something to him to make him think that way. Unfaithful? You think what I'm doing is unfaithful to you? How else should I describe it? You leave your room despite my ordering you not to. Don't think I don't know. When you came to the den the other day, you had your eyes on the other men. No, I did not. I had no such inclination. Enough. Not another word from you. I have no interest in your excuses. If that's how you're gonna act, then say goodbye to your freedom. You're forbidden from leaving the mansion, or your room for that matter, or even speaking to the servants. Oh, I'll know what I'll do. I'll make you a new room. Too many people come in and out of this one. It'll be somewhere quieter, out of the way. You like the garden? How about I put it there? If you leave that room without my permission, this time, I'll kill you. This is disturbing. Why? Why will you not listen to me? Jacopo, the master of the house, likely loved the white-haired girl. That is what I saw in their exchange. Normally, love is supposed to be sweet, warm, wonderful emotion. It makes you care for, value that person even more than yourself. But it was the exact opposite for him. I never knew that love could be such a painful thing. How did his love end up so twisted? What did he expect to happen by confining and abusing the woman he loved? Perhaps he was conscious of that. To be human is to sometimes find oneself driven by uncontrollable internal impulses. A few days later, Jacopo dragged the white-haired girl from her chamber and led her outside. Ding 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 ding, yandere meter exploded. Doesn't he resemble the monster from last story? Yeah, a little bit. The garden she had once loved was now a thing of the past. It had become a dreary space, nary a rose in sight, and being taken there did nothing to improve her mood, only sadden her further. The cold, gray piles of metal freckling the barren earth seemed to mock her. Her husband led her, the lady of the house, to a shed that had been repurposed into a Spartan living area. She begged and pleaded, but Jacopo would not have it. He shoved her into the sad little shack and locked the door. Wait, hey, this reminds me of that story that the girl in white told earlier in the first story about the girl who was locked up. The girl who was locked up. Is this the story? Her memories were kind of all like mixed up or something? How did things end up this way? Why? All I wanted was to go back to the way things used to be. For us to be able to smile around each other. Yeah, with the prince. It had been several days since Jacopo had locked her in the shed, and her day-to-day life was only growing more arduous. She was under constant surveillance. The door was only unlocked to deliver her meals 3 times a day. And despite what an unfortunate situation their employer's wife found herself in, the maids chattered and gossiped and giggled freely. Not even in the shadows out of her presence, the tactless young maidservants whispered directly to the white-haired girl when they brought her meals. "Look at you, madam, caged away like cattle." I could almost hear the sound of cracks forming in her heart. I imagined she'd gotten to the point where she was having difficulty merely holding herself together. She had done nothing wrong, and yet she was forced to live this life of insults and mockery, of ridicule. The only reason her tenuously held together spirit did not completely shatter was because she still had her one and only ally. The maid Maria volunteered to attend to the white-haired girl. Maria took over the duty of delivering her 3 meals, meaning the other maids stopped coming by, and that relieved the white-haired girl's mental and emotional stress considerably. Maria became her sole conversation partner, her sole companion. She did not leave as soon as meals were finished, instead remaining in the shed with the white-haired girl for some time. So, madam, how about a funny story? I flubbed up pretty hard the other day. You want to hear about that? So, a couple days back, I didn't get enough sleep the previous night, right? I'm helping out in the kitchen, half awake, plating up some food, and when I go to bring it out to the guest, my heart about leaps out of my mouth. Guess why? What I thought was a plate was actually an ashtray. Man, I was sweating like a pig. The guests didn't seem to notice, but the other maids were pale as ghosts the entire time. Just about everyone had themselves a case of the vapors. I got quite the tongue lashing at cleanup. Pretty funny, huh? Oh, did you? Sounds like it was a pretty bad day. Comparison to her situation. Yeah. Hey, madam? I know there's not much point in telling you to cheer up right now, but I'm sure he won't keep you locked up forever. He's just a bit crabby for now. It'll be alright. Although, I guess this is a bit drastic for a temper tantrum. I'm sorry, madame. If only I had pushed him a bit harder, if only I had a little more influence, you might not be in this situation. I thought I could be of some help, but I guess I'm not doing a great job of that. Of course not, Maria. You absolutely are. Just your being here takes a great weight off my shoulders. Still, though, I feel so worthless. Because I'm just a maid, I can't set you free. It's okay. I'm used to being imprisoned. What? What do you mean you're used to it? You never locked your door before. You're right. I'm not sure why, but I feel as though I've been in a similar predicament before, lacking freedom and contact with others for a long stretch of time. I'm sure it's simply the exhaustion getting to you, madame. No one should ever be used to living like this. Yes, I agree. And I pray things go back to the way they were soon. Has getting mad at him ever crossed your mind? Getting mad? Yeah, you know, when he yells, you yell back, let him know he's in the wrong. Never considered doing that? I guess you're not one to get angry, madame. Which would mean you're better fit for the Holy Mother than me. Oh, no. I do sometimes want to get angry. To tell you the truth, it's almost always going through my mind how, if I did raise my voice, perhaps he would listen to what I have to say. But when I'm standing there in front of him and he starts shouting at me, I freeze up and end up not saying a word. I'm just a pitiful woman, everything about me. When I need to speak up most, to stand up for myself, I cannot. Oh, don't look so down. That's not a bad thing. This has got you in a little bit of a pickle right now. But I'll clear everything up with him. You hear me? In my mind, your modesty is a virtue. And the more I think about it, I can't even imagine you screaming. I like you better the way you are, reserved and ladylike. You can leave all the yelling to me. I'll do whatever I can help you, madame. Were you able to clear up his confusion about the night when we were dancing? Oh, about that. Sorry, he just wouldn't hear it. I see. But I'm not throwing in the towel. I'll keep trying as long as it takes. So, say, Maria, could I perhaps ask another favor? Yeah, sure, let me have it. I would like to write him a letter. A letter? To someone who lives in the same house? Yes. As things stand, I cannot simply go visit him on a whim. And I feel as though I could calmly express on paper things I'm unable to say to him face to face. I suspect I might have more luck this way. I also believe he'd be more likely to maintain his composure reading my thoughts in a letter than hearing them from my mouth. With it, I can clear up all the confusion, and things can go back to the way they were. A letter, huh? Interesting. I'll write the letter, which would like you to deliver to him. May I ask that of you? Absolutely, not a problem. Thank you, Maria. You are the only person I can count on, and I mean that. The jury's still out on the maid being helpful. Why? How did this happen? Why would she betray me? I wanted to give her a decently happy life. I didn't want to get violent with her. Yet, when I heard, or when I saw her face, when I heard what she had to say, I couldn't restrain myself. I guess what it comes down to is that no matter how you dress it up, I'm still a Berzati. There was never any way for this bloodline to give that girl happiness. God damn it. Why am I fretting over this nonsense? And I'm supposed to be the future head? Ha! An illusion. But they're dancing, they really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing. That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to. But you're right. That's a shame. I didn't think you actually would. But it's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm. It's almost frightening how much innocence rests within those hands. It's as if they've been completely cut off from all the world's filth. My hands, however, are soaked in blood. I fear that bringing her into my world may taint her. Am I capable of protecting this woman's purity? Jacopo. He's part of the mafia. And yet, as I watched her so joyously playing, I felt as though I had gotten close to her. I was the one being a child that day. Jacopo, it's me, Maria. Is it alright if I come in? Is her purity any of your business, pal? Well, I mean, he was her husband at the time. Well, I mean, yeah, at that time they were husband and wife. Arranged marriage and all. Hamster. Ah, Maria, it's fine. Come in. Alrighty. So far, all the exchanges between Maria and Jacopo have been, like, pretty casual. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd let me in. Have I ever denied you access to my room? Nope, but you've been looking pretty glum lately. I've never exactly been a cheery man. True enough. I know you told me before not to talk about your wife, but I'm gonna stick my nose where it doesn't belong today. There's been a lot of chatter among the maids lately about you getting rough with her. I mean, you've got the poor thing locked up in the shed outside. You're not leaving the best impression on anyone. You here to box my ears? I don't know, 50-50? The other half is, I'm concerned about you. I know you're not the kind of man to threaten someone without a good reason. You're not. I thought you were friends with her. I am, and it hurts seeing her in so much pain. Then why has that not changed the way you act around me? I would think you'd be scorning me with the rest of the maids. Oh, I see how it is. You don't trust me. And we've known each other for so long. This isn't a question of whose side I'm on. You're in pain too. I can see that. You've always bottled things up, kept them hidden. You're too proud to rely on others, but you should probably vent to someone before it reaches the point where you no longer can. Say, Jacopo, do you remember the promise we made a while back? How far back? Back when you were still shorter than me. You were 14 and I was 12. I had to leave town and you came to see me off. Quite frankly, I didn't think you'd come. I was surprised, even if I didn't show it. Childhood? Childhood memories. Jacopo, where's your dad? Or are you here alone? He didn't even tell me. Ah, there's no reason you have to leave town. My old man says the Campanellas have more power. I should be the one leaving. It's not that simple. Grown-ups have a lot to consider. So don't give me that look, Jacopo. We were kids, but we both kind of started to catch on to the situation with our families and to the bonds that land held on us. Although we didn't know any of the details at the time. My grandpa owned all the land the city was built on, but he was a very conservative man. He didn't try to spread his influence, instead opting to fortify what he already had. I don't know exactly when it first started, but organizations were used to administrate cities. And when we were kids, my dad was the capo famiglia, and my grandpa was his consigliere. I can't pronounce these words, so sorry if I'm butchering them. But just because he was an advisor didn't mean he was powerless. While my dad made the decisions, my grandpa was the only one allowed to fight him on them. Your father was a capodecina? Capodecina? I don't know. That served under my dad. He wasn't especially happy about that. But parents quarreling doesn't affect their kids, or at least that's what I thought at the time, and what you probably thought too. But there was still a chance we could be caught in the crossfire, so my dad decided to send me and my mom away. Off the island and to the north, were some more prosperous areas. We thought that by sending us there, we could live our lives clean, regardless of where we came from. There's no changing what's in your blood, though. You could have told me too. Or were you planning on leaving without saying anything? No, it was just all decided so quickly. Why do you sound so accepting? Adults have a lot to consider? You bet they do. But you could at least let them know you're opposed to it, Maria. But no, your tail went straight between your legs as soon as you were told. You just gave up and accepted it straight away. I thought you were better than that. You think I don't know that? But I'll just be in my dad's way if I stay. I'm just a kid. A girl. I wouldn't be of any help if something happened. And I don't want to need someone to protect me. I've never once thought of you as a girl. Hey now, that's mean. Oh jeez. Thanks, Jacobo. Now you're getting me all mushy too. If anyone should be sad here, it's me. I'm not sad. Oh really? You sure you're not actually torn that I won't be around anymore? You're a huge crybaby after all, Jacobino. Hey, when have I ever cried? And don't call me that. I made you mad. Short fused as ever, I see. You've gotta learn to keep your head. You're a man and heir to the Berzati family. Don't you lecture me. So pig-headed. You could at least listen to me this once before I'm gone. Hey, Maria? Got a little time to spare? Yeah, sure, but not much. The carriage is gonna be here soon. Do you have enough for a trip to the hill and back? Yeah, I should have time for that. Because of our families, we weren't really able to get along with the other kids in the city, so we played a lot up at the top of that hill. It became kind of like our little secret lair. There was an abandoned house up there, I guess an old farmhouse or something, and kids loved that sort of thing, you know? We called it Casa Nostra, our home, and we pretended it was actually ours. We drew circles on the wall in chalk and used it for target practice. We brought up a bale of straw and used it to make makeshift beds. Is that the correct use of bale, by the way? I think it's wrong. When either of us got into fights within our parents, we'd stay the night here instead of home. In retrospect, I'm sure they knew where we were going and just let us do our thing. Casa Nostra? Yeah. Oh yeah. There was this one time we were playing and a huge storm rolled in, trapping us up there. The wind wasn't just howling, it was screaming bloody murder. It was blowing so hard, I thought the house might fly away. As I recall, you were crying that night. Hey, Nero, you here to see me off too? Ah, there you go, wagging your tail with that dumb look on your face. You have no idea what's going on, do you? It wasn't just the two of us who had made Casa Nostra our home base, though. There was one more, a stray black dog. I'm pretty sure it didn't have actually black fur, though, and it was just really, really dirty. So many words, so little plot. Isn't that usually how visual novels are? Of course he doesn't. He's a stupid animal. Oh, don't talk about him like that. He's one of us. What were you planning to do about Nero? Just leave him behind? Nothing else I can do. Can't bring a dog in the carriage. Besides, you're here, so it'll be fine. You take care of Nero, alright? Vivi talking smack. I don't know, Vivi doesn't really care much for this visual novel, I don't think. Maybe just why I don't read them? He doesn't like me. You're the only one who can take care of him. Maybe so, but I'm not coming back. He'll starve to death if you don't figure something out. He's a puny runt, I doubt he could win in a fight for scraps. Come on, do it for me? You said you won't be coming back. Did you mean that? Are you absolutely never returning to this town? There's no telling what may or may not happen, so it's best not to get your hopes up. Better that than the pain of not getting let down. That's an awkward sentence. Better that than the pain of getting let down. Okay. Well, I've turned into quite the cynic, huh? Maybe if I'd been born into a more normal family, I'd been in my room in a pile of dolls right about now, my head in the clouds. I can't imagine you doing that, nor do I think that's normal. Haha, well said. Hey. Hey, stop that, Nero. Quit licking me. Haha, that tickles and you reek. Maria. What is it? Come back. I don't care if you don't know when it'll be. Just don't say you'll never return. No one knows how things are gonna end up. Maybe my old man will gain more power, or maybe yours will. If things continue as they are, it'll be your old man. Then, down the line, I will work in service of the Campanella family. Sorry, I'm butchering names. And that's just fine by me. But even if that's not the future that lies ahead, I promise I will make a place for you. So, Maria. Question. Do you have a crush on me? What? Kidding. I'm just kidding. No need for a conniption fit. I was just playing around. Here I am trying to have a serious conversation and then you... Listen to me. I don't have any of those, those kinds of feelings for you. I consider you a lifelong friend. My one and only friend. That's why I came to see you off. And that's why I'm telling you this now. Whether you're a girl or a boy is irrelevant. Friendship lasts much longer than something so fanciful as romance. Am I wrong? Haha. Don't laugh, damn it. It's humiliating. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I agree entirely. Yeah, we've always been on the same page, Jacopo. Maybe we did fight a lot, but there wasn't one we didn't get through. No one else understood just how lonely it was, wearing a mask where all the other kids, trying to fit into their happy little circle. We couldn't afford to be found out after all. Neither of us had any real allies, except for each other, of course. Nope. I'm glad I got the chance to play with you. If you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have bothered caring for Nero either. It was too funny watching him chase you around. You're a sick girl, Maria. So, hey, Jacopo, this place will still be Casa Nostra even after I leave, right? You won't do anything to it, will you? Of course not. This is our home. That was always the plan. Right. Thanks. Though, you being all nice is kinda creepy, Jacopo. It's not gonna start snowing, is it? How rude. Well, if you're gonna be like that, I'm not sure I want to give it to you. Huh? Give what? A present? You should have said so sooner. Gimme. You don't have a shred of tact, do you? What's it matter? Come on, what'd you bring? Let me have it, soldier. Oh, Maria. Consider this a temporary parting gift. You've been wanting one of these for a while. Ooh, is that a cartridge? From a Colt Navy? No way, did you swipe it? I'll probably catch hell for it too. Wow, this is amazing! I've always wanted to get my hands on the real thing. This is from the one hanging up in your house, isn't it? The one your dad was bragging about? They just started selling them this year, so it's ridiculously hard to get your hands on one, or so I hear. Man, guns from the New World or something else, alright. Just imagining the moment the hammer comes crashing down on the back of this sends chills down my spine. Wait, what kind of normal kid fantasizes about like guns and stuff? These are like 11-year-old kids. Are you sure a girl going crazy over a bullet cartridge? What's the big deal? I like what I like. You'll get in trouble if you don't put this back though, won't you? Don't worry, I'll return it when you return. And I won't tell anyone I gave it to you. Okay. Well, I guess I'll take you up on that then. Thanks, Jacopo. It'll be my treasure. This goes without saying, but don't you lose it. I'm giving it to you as a symbol of our friendship. No matter how far apart we may be, or how much time may pass, or how things play out with our families, we'll always be friends. That cartridge symbolizes that promise. It's a promise, Jacopo. Our families may outwardly hate each other, but I'll always be your friend. Always be on your side. Wait, what is this? Like, kind of like Romeo and Juliet situation? Kind of? And don't you ever go back on those words. I swear upon this glorious cartridge, this historic land, and the names of my ancestors, I shall not make myself a liar. I trust you, Maria. We'll meet again. Maybe many years from now, but that won't change a thing. Our friendship will never fade. Okay. I'm getting tired, so I might call it here. I was waiting for like a kind of a chapter, but I don't know when that'll be. So it's a good enough stopping point for me. US kids do? Maybe. I don't know. They're like 11. You literally said you read hentai, do the story, door the story? Lol? Oh, sorry. Come on, get to the point. You say that, but when it comes to hentai, you go like, it is too straightforward and it's immediately to the point. I don't like it. No. Yes, you literally said that you read hentai for the story. No, yes. I saw Punk M4 or Pink M4. Where in this game? Anyhow, how do I get out of here? Can I even leave this? There's no quit. There's no quit option. Was I struggling with this last time too? Like, where is the quit menu? Is it hidden in config? Oh, here it is. I was wondering where it was. I don't know why, but a lot of visual novels will hide it in the config. There you go. No, in a report about young FA. Alt F4 is to quit. That's to close it. I just wanted to leave it on this menu here while I look for someone to just maybe raid. Where do I even bother raiding? Let's see. Alright, we have Tangent Turner. He's actually streaming some Portal. People still play this game. Oh, it turns out it's his birthday today. So let's go and wish him a happy birthday. Well, I just want to check he's still there. Okay, yeah, he just started. National Firearms Association, NFA. Oh, okay. I was like, what? But yeah, I would keep going. I'm actually like digging like where the story is going, but my throat's giving out. It's giving out. Joe, I'm sorry, my throat isn't made of more sterner stuff or stamina. Just like what's her name? The white-haired girl. Please tell beforehand when you start Bloodborne. Okay, I'll try. You know me. I kind of like start games up on a whim. But yeah. I kind of wanted to like start Bloodborne when I finish one of these VNs, because I have 2 VNs on the go. So either when I finish Fata Morgana or AI Somnium. So I'll let you guys know. La 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 la. I don't know, or maybe I'll just go ahead and start it because I don't really have any other types of games going on, and I don't want to be like reading games like constantly. But anyway, have a good night, guys, or good morning, or a great rest of your day wherever you guys are in the world, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Also, for anyone who's new, here's a Discord where you guys can keep track of what games I might be playing, and you guys can make suggestions or, you know, find out what I'm going to be playing next. Sometimes a report there. I don't know. Anywho, see you guys later.